This is so here's a quote from John Marshall. This claims from the United States versus Burr in 1807. Marshall says, quote, "The court has been informed from the bench that the case of Fries was not considered, even by those that decided it, a case of constructive levying of war, but as an actual levying of war, and that the opinion of the judges, I'm just reading, and that the assemblage was for the purpose of resisting laws generally, and not merely for the purpose of resisting a particular tax law, which was the object of the insurrection. Yet it is perfectly clear that the insurrection was not general, it was local, it was confined to a few townships and a few counties, and it did not extend beyond the limits of Pennsylvania. Even there it was partial. The opinion that this was a levying war has been very much questioned, and it is in fact well worthy of observation that no prosecution for treason has been instituted since that time, although there have been insurrections which, if the principle be correct, would have justified such prosecution."
So, like that by itself states that Marshall's opinion is that the Fries insurrection was in fact an insurrection of a local kind, right? Not of this broad conflict, but of a local kind.
Correct. And it says that that they, people said that it didn't raise to the level of levying war or treason. And in fact, there haven't been any prosecution as such in similar situation. And then proceeds.
You should send me the source. Like, I don't want to debate against AI right now. I understand.
Oh, no, it's just it's a quote from United States versus Burr in 1807. August 1807. The court, it starts with this. The court has been informed from the bench that the case of Fries was not considered, even by those who decided, a case of constructive levying of war, but is an actual levying. That's how it starts.
So pause. So constructive levying of war is like a legal fiction of levying war. And so when he says it's not a constructive levying of war, it's actual levying of war, that's him saying it is in fact levying of war. And of course, levying of war, this is called the Fries insurrection, right? Understand? It's like a German guy or something.
But what he's saying is it's perfectly clear that the insurrection was not general, it was local, it was confined to a few townships.
That's proving my point. That's him.
But listen, I want to be clear. The argument that we're having here isn't the definition of insurrection. It's arguing if it's synonymous with levying war.
He continues. That quote proves it.
The opinion was that this was a levying of war has been very much questioned, he says, and it is in fact well worthy of observation that no prosecution for treason has been instituted since that time, although there have been insurrection which, if the principle be correct, would have justified such prosecutions. In other words, he's saying, if this was in fact treason, we have seen that there are other cases that would have met this bar, and it's worth noting that none of them have been charged as treason.
In other words, been charged as... You should send it to me. I will definitely respond. But at least you can acknowledge there that what they're citing is that the case the case is synonymizing.
If you go to the private chat, I'll put it in there. Okay. It's bullshit. One
court has been
paragraph.
The court has been formed from the bench.
And then again it says other things I'm reading here, and this speaks to Graeber. And again, you've read Graeber, and presumably you know more, but it says, Graeber's larger argument is that this cramped definition was politically deliberate. Federalists and Republicans alike wanted to prevent the treason clause from being used against domestic political opponents. Both parties feared that the broad definition would allow whichever party controlled the federal government to brand its armed political enemies as traitors. So Marshall and the courts essentially read levying war to require something very close to a real civil war or foreign-backed invasion before the treason clause could be triggered. In short, Graeber summarizes the early court's definition of levying war as, quote, an actual military assemblage of armed men gathered for a public object of resisting or overthrowing the laws or authority of the United States by force on a scale large enough to resemble war, not mere riot or private violence. Is that true?
I have no idea. How could I possibly respond to that particular quote?
Well, I mean,
no. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm trying to look for the quotes. I just
no. I'm just saying, as someone who's read Graeber and understands his interpretation, does that? I'm not saying. Do you think that quote word for word is true? Does that ring true of what he's suggesting?
That Republicans were trying to limit and cabin?
No, the specific quote that he cite there, that Graeber defines levying war as, quote, an actual military assemblage of armed men gathered for a public object of resisting or overthrowing the laws or authority of the United States by force on a scale large enough to resemble war, not mere riot or private violence.
So no, because that definition isn't the one he gives for insurrection, and he treats them as synonymous. So levying war, let's see what Graeber says. Like it's Graeber's point that levying war is insurrection. And so to the extent that levying war is not encompassed by his definition of insurrection, then it wouldn't be clear. Constitutional authorities in the United States during the Civil War emphasized that levying war prong of the treason clause in the federal statutes punishing treason. The indictments against Jefferson Davis for treason spoke of levying war rather than adhering to their enemies, because relying on the latter might have implied the lawfulness of secession, right? Because then it implies that, like, it's a foreign government. They didn't want to do that. This is Justice Stephen Field, when charging the jury in U.S. versus Greathouse, explained why Confederates, because they considered Confederates traitors, right? The Confederates were traitors. Why were they traitors? Because they committed treason. How did they commit treason? By levying war. And that is how they did insurrection. And so this is Justice Stephen Field in U.S. versus Greathouse. He stated the second clause applies only to the subjects of foreign powers in a state of open hostility. It does not embrace rebels and insurrection against their own government. An enemy is always the subject of a foreign power who owes no allegiance to our government or country. And so that's him saying you have to rely on levying war, not giving aid or comfort to the enemies. And so that is them acknowledging, right? These traitors, who engaged in the Civil War insurrection, committed treason by levying war, and that is why treason is the bigger category. Underneath that is
I will say this. I'm willing to accept that this AI could absolutely be 100% bullshit, and I've seen it make up quotes. So by no means will I interpret that Graeber actually said that. I'm not doing that. I'm just saying it would be interesting because what you're reading there isn't necessarily a specific definition that he's giving of levying war. He's sort of talking about it in a context that's in other things. I'll grant you that, but I don't know that it goes as far as specifically defining that term as to more say that there was actual things that coincide with the insurrection. I don't know that it goes to the point where it says that those actual things are synonymous. The other thing I'm just reading this now. This may actually prove your point. I don't know. I could bring it up on screen. This is from Justia. Is that how you pronounce this shit? You know what that is, right, though?
Yeah, Justia, yeah.
Yeah. So here's what it says on levying war. We'll just read. It may prove your point. I haven't read it. Section 3, Clause 1 of treason against the United States shall consist only in levying war against them or adhering to their enemies, giving them aid and comfort. No person shall be convicted of treason unless on the testimony of two witnesses the same overt act. Annotations. Early judicial interpretation of the meaning of treason in terms of levying war was conditioned by the partisan struggles of the early 19th century, which involved the treason trials of Aaron Burr and his associates, and Ex parte Bowman, which involved two of Burr's Confederates. Chief Justice Marshall, speaking for himself and three other justices, confined the meaning of levying war to the actual waging of war. Quote, However flagitious may be the crime of conspiring to subvert the force of government of our country, such conspiracy is not treason. To conspire to levy war and actually to levy war are distinct offenses.
The distinction is conspiracy there. And
yes, totally agree. That's what he's saying at this point. Absolutely. Yeah. Don't disagree. The first must be brought into open action by the assemblage of men for the purpose of treasonable in itself, or the fact of levying war cannot have been committed. So far as this principle has been carried, that it has been determined that the actual enlistment of men to serve against the government does not amount to the levying of war. Marshall was careful, however, to state that the court did not mean that no person could be guilty of this crime who had not appeared in arms. Correct. On the contrary, it makes sense. On the contrary, if the war actually be levied, that is, if the body of men who had actually assembled for the purpose of effecting by force a treasonable purpose, all of those who perform any part, however minute or however remote from the scene or the action, who are actually leagued in general conspiracy are to be considered traitors. But there must be an actual assemblage of men for the treasonable purpose. On the basis of these considerations, and because no part of the crime charge has been committed in the District of Columbia, the court held that Bowman and Swart could not be tried in the district and ordered their discharge. Marshall continued by saying that the crime of treason should not be extended by construction to doubtful cases, and concluded that no conspiracy for overturning the government and no enlisting of men to effect it would be an actual levying of war. Not long after.
So understand what's going on there in audience as well. So what they're saying is we don't want to be willy-nilly applying treason to anyone who just is like talking about and conspiring to overthrow the government. That this label is only when they actually do it. And now you can engage in it and you can be part of a levying war even if you're remote and you're not actually the people holding arms once there actually is a levying of war / insurrection / treason. But that you need to have an actual actus reus, an actual thing occurring. But this doesn't help us in terms of
no, and the rest of this isn't going to help either. I've read, and it's the Burr trial just basically makes the same point. That's like the reason Burr got off the hook was that he wasn't specifically there at the time, which meant that just the conspiring of it wouldn't be the act.
Oh my God, we lost him. Why do we always go down?
I think his computer just went down. Just give me a second.
Shit.
We are currently making Getting a manipulator.
The wrong button and
there we go.
exited my own
Oh,
damn stream. It's all right. So yeah,
No, this is all really interesting. And I encourage we should talk more about this. But you should really just like read the Graeber paper. It's really convincing, man. And I promise you, I was resistant to the Section 3 argument when Josiah first presented it to me. But they're really, if you took in a historical lens, now you could come out and say, Rob, I don't think we should apply the historical test for whatever reason. But if you look at the cases that were actually applied historically, it's nothing approaching the kind of restrictive definition that you're seeming to think is adequate.
But the point that I'm making, and even if that Marshall quote is true, which I don't know that it is, but it sounds like it's probably true, right? Is that he's saying like, look, we're very like, if this is literally treason, there's been many cases where this would have applied, and yet it's never been charged in those cases. And it seems to be, and that's Marshall. I mean, fuck, Marshall's writing in when, like 18 fucking
early 1800s.
Yeah. So like the idea, right? The idea that we've seen since then, hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of times, the insurrections would have been done, and never once have they even been charged as an insurrection, let alone as treason. Seems to be.
This is what Marshall says in Case of Fries. This is from the Graeber paper. Chase in Case of Fries declared. Wait, that's Chase. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Marshall maintained it is altogether immaterial whether the force used to be sufficient to effectuate the object. This is Marshall, right? Any force connected with the intention will constitute the crime of levying of war. And so that is him saying just because it's a futile insurrection, that it won't be able to effectuate its purpose in overturning the law or overcoming the government or whatever, that doesn't make it not levying war. Just because there's one person, not one person, 100 people or 1,000 or more than that, that it doesn't change whether or not it's an insurrection. That's Marshall. I can try to look for the quotes. You should send them to me.
Yeah. I put the quote in the private, so you could.
I googled the start of it and I didn't see.
Okay,
shit.
it might actually be bullshit.
Yeah, be careful with the AI stuff.
Yeah, I know. I'm fully admitting that.
Okay.
Anyways,
I want to move on.
You wanted to talk about the Charlie Kirk stuff.
Yes.
I think to the. Never mind. I won't even make it to the point where you're like the law that you think was unconstitutional because it would apply protesting outside a courthouse should be protected. I think that the law that be applied to treason, that literally treason, which the punishment could be death, could literally be a few people sort of protesting an implementation of a tax law. Seems fucking.
That doesn't mean that I want that to occur.
It doesn't matter. The fact that that would be a
capital punishment.
The fact that could be a legal remedy. What's the minimal punishment for treason?
I don't know that there is one under our law. Maybe there is.
I don't know, but nonetheless, it seems
I have no fucking clue. But even just the charging decision, I'm not saying that we should necessarily charge all these people with treason. But you're like acting as though I want these consequences to occur. I'm just relaying to you what I understand these terms to mean, and that's different than saying I want to execute all these people. Which, of course, I don't even agree with capital punishment. And I think there would need to be an independent analysis of whether or not under cruel and unusual punishment you can apply the death penalty in such cases. So there's a separate constitutional protection that might help you out from the death penalty there. But I wouldn't support the death penalty there. I'm just telling you what I understand. Like, I have to be honest with you, right? If I'm relying on the Graeber definition, which I am, which I think that's the better of the argument, and I understand what, according to Graeber's lights, insurrection means levying war, which is a form of treason. I just have to be honest. Yes, I think it's a form of treason. That doesn't mean that I think everyone should be charged with treason for a bunch of reasons. And it's similar, by the way, of why, or one of the reasons why Smith didn't charge insurrection is because they had other statutes that are like easier to charge, obstruction, like conspiracy. Those things are easier, and they're not.
So just to be clear, just last thing I'll make on this point, right?
Yeah.
You admit that there are people that have engaged in insurrection, at least to some degree, that you've seen against ICE.
Yes, I think so. Yep.
So it would be
with the caveat that I don't know their names. I haven't done a deep dive in their trials, but I think the balance of evidence. I think that there's at least more than one. I've seen at least one.
So then you would not think that it would be illegal or unconstitutional for Trump's DOJ to arrest them and then give them the death penalty?
I haven't done the analysis on the actual Eighth Amendment, the cruel and unusual punishment thing, but assuming that they charge them with treason and not insurrection. So understand that, right? Like,
yeah, but you would say that these are treasons as well.
If they charge them with treason and got a conviction, then by definition, they could get the death penalty.
But okay, so you would be okay with that because clearly you're admitting
No,
that
wait. Why are
no,
you
no, no,
saying
no.
that?
You would be okay with it in that it would be legal for Trump to do so.
Assuming that the Eighth Amendment analysis followed through, and assuming that they were able to get treason convictions, then I do think that in other words, if the Eighth Amendment analysis provided that it's not cruel and unusual to kill people who commit treason, then I do think that would be legal to obtain the punishment.
I think that's obvious because at the time that they barred cruel and unusual punishment, the death penalty existed.
I'm not so sure, Rob. You seem to think that the meaning of insurrection is very like living constitutional interpretation, where like we have to we change the meaning of what insurrection means based on decisions to prosecute in the 20th century. That seems like a very activist judge.
Those are two completely different things, right? Like saying what the punishment should be, right, for a crime is different than saying our interpretation of what the crime is. Are two completely different things.
No. What I'm saying is the meaning of cruel and unusual, right? At the time of the founding of the country, the definition of a felony meant punishable by death. All felonies were capital offenses where death could be happening. And so that's changed. Part of the reason the explanation from a constitutional perspective is the words in the Eighth Amendment are cruel and unusual, right? And that has some kind of societal determiner there, and that we should read into that something like an updating standard. But someone like Scalia would say that death is available for any felony, right? Now, if you agreed with that interpretation of Scalia says every felony is liable for the death penalty. Do you understand that?
Okay.
If you agreed that is the correct originalist interpretation of what felony is, and that the Eighth Amendment doesn't protect further than that, and someone said to you, you think it's a felony, Rob, therefore you think that they should legally be allowed to be put to death, you would say, yeah, legally they could if you accept that framework, but I wouldn't agree with that happening.
Yes, I agree. I'm not saying you would agree with it happening. I'm saying that you couldn't say that Trump or his team committed a crime by sentencing them to death, right? And as far as the cruel and unusual, if your argument is correct me if I'm wrong, cruel and unusual would have to imply that the punishment itself is cruel and unusual, not that in being applied in certain cases, correct?
Not under the current framework of the court. The court has said that the death penalty is cruel and unusual, if applied in certain cases and not others. So the punishment itself, it's not just a neutral observation of the punishment in and of itself. And people have criticized that, Rob, but I'm just telling you that.
No, that's interesting. So then the term unusual means something.
Yeah, for example, the Breyer perspective on this, where he's very much a value-laden approach, he's saying what they were doing with the Eighth Amendment wasn't constitutionalizing the punishment that then existed at the time, because the punishments that then existed at the time, which they didn't consider to be unusual, were things like the pillory, things that are abhorrent to our current standards. And so he says, well, they weren't just enacting the things that existed then, they were applying a more kind of general perspective that it should be evolving standards of decency with respect to the
so would it be unusual if we, for example, would say look, even though the scope of the possible punishment of, say, treason, right? Even though the scope includes up till death, it's unusual because everyone that's been charged with that, here's 13 cases have been charged in the past 100 years, and the maximum punishment for all of them was 10 years. So to now select one out,
I think that someone like Breyer, if faced with an Eighth Amendment challenge of that kind, would be looking at the kinds of convictions that we've seen recently to inform the question of whether it's cruel and unusual, but not the question of whether or not cruel and unusual means a particular thing as a general concept or value. So if you interpret cruel or unusual to be specific to a given societal context, and this is the criticism from Scalia, which is you just assuming that societal standards always increase, you can imagine a situation in which we become more debased and more violent and more aggressive, and that's the kind of criticism from Scalia. But yes, if you were to produce a bunch of recent convictions for treason in which death penalty was not applied, that would be, I think, relevant to someone like Breyer. Yeah, for sure.
Well, I think then I would say it's unusual punishment if we've seen hundreds upon hundreds of examples of insurrection and the punishment didn't include anything near to the level. What the suggestion was that the punishments be levied against the people of January 6th.
Maybe you'd have a case there for Eighth Amendment purposes that the punishment should not be death. That's the
Not
comment
even
I'm saying.
death. What's the punishment been for anyone that's engaged in
No,
insurrections?
the court doesn't go that far in terms of the cruel and unusual. They seem to assume that any penalty of term of years in prison is not subject to cruel and unusual.
Okay, so then to be clear, you wouldn't have any objection whatsoever on a legal basis. You might on a moral or think it's incorrect if Trump would sentence them to life in prison.
From a legal perspective, assuming the statute authorized that, and I assume it does for treason, I would not have a legal issue with that being the punishment. Now, the court's
Here's
have to make
hoping.
its own determination.
Get those motherfuckers.
All right, let's talk Kirk. Is that cool?
Yeah.
Always interested to talk insurrection. And also, let me know when I understand. Like I'm
up 24 hours. I don't give a shit.
Oh shit. So you get really mad with the Republican Party in that they didn't use the Charlie Kirk assassination for part of their narrative or policy they want to do. You cite, for example, who's this guy? Sam. Who's the fucker? He does Fishbowl. He's the
Sam Hyde.
Sam Hyde.
Yes.
You say you have 2 weeks to do something about this.
Correct.
And my understanding is the guy turned himself in. They're charging him with murder. Mm-hmm. They're charging him with a bunch of shit. He is liable, and it seems to be intent on behalf of Utah authorities or even maybe federal to seek the death penalty. What more did you want to happen that they didn't do?
So there's two questions. There's what they could legally do as a matter of legislation, executive orders, et cetera, prosecutions, right? And then there's what they could have done narratively. As far as what they legally could have done, I don't know how much more you would do other than investigate networks of people that have funded people that have actually engaged in insurrections and violence against law enforcement and against the Trump administration. So I think that there's a case, and hopefully they're doing that. I doubt they're doing it to the extent that they should, that they need to do the same sort of tools and investigative techniques that was used against the Trump administration based on alternate electors in January 6th. Use those same tools and survey all of these Democrats that may have connections to groups that are engaged in violence that we see. That should be absolutely warranted, and they absolutely should use those tools. So I hope that that's something that's occurring. I doubt it is, but that is something that I would like to see happen. Investigate literally every fucking Democrat that there's any suspicion whatsoever that would meet the legal bar for surveying all of their materials to find out if they had connections to the people that are engaged in these insurrections. That's number one. Secondly,
I would support them investigating connections that Tyler Robinson had with other Democrats or anybody. So, like,
well, not just Tyler Robinson. Not just Tyler Robinson. I'm saying anybody or group that engaged in any insurrection. Because what the assassination of Kirk represented was the culmination of the normalization of the violence against Trump supporters, Republicans, law enforcement officers operating under Trump, etc. And so you should use that opportunity to say legally.
How do you figure? How do you figure? Because of the fascist bullet?
Because, well, it's clear that this person was spouting rhetoric of the left and was a lefty and was trying to kill Trump or trying to kill Charlie Kirk or did kill Charlie Kirk because he didn't like him for his right-wing views.
As an extension of the ICE protests? You link those?
I think no, it's not necessarily as an extension of the ICE protests. It is indicative of the violence that is endemic against Trump, law enforcement, etc., coming from the left. And so what we should do is there is now a legal precedent to be set that the barrier has been broken. It's okay to survey the communications of dozens of senators of the opposition party, no problem, as long as there is a predicate, which the bar for starting these investigations, as you know, is very low. And so they should use these tools for surveillance to see if there's any connections to radical left-wing groups that are engaged in acts of violence and Democrats that are espousing the same sort of rhetoric.
I think that's why you think that's not happening, right? Like, because they are criminally investigating, and Trump's ordering it, and it's happening. Like, we have reports that they're investigating Democrats for all sorts of shit. Trump is like legit, and I don't know why I would expect this consistency from you. Like, you're not condemning Trump ordering publicly Pam Bondi to conduct these kinds of investigations. I assume now you think it's okay to do that because you think Biden did that or something.
Sure.
But okay.
Not Biden. He was a human vegetable. The people that were running the administration did that.
By which you mean Merrick Garland?
There was who was running the administration? You tell me.
I mean, Biden and his advisors.
Okay, well, it wasn't Biden. He was a human vegetable. You guys covered up for him. The argument seems to be that it's
Trump
okay.
is like falling asleep in half his. He's relying on advisors too. He's relying on advisors.
Again, it's not even close. It's an apples to oranges comparison. We could see the decline of Joe Biden, and it was gaslit and lied about all of
the
you
decline
Democrats.
of Donald Trump.
Not anywhere
we can
close.
See a big decline.
It's not anywhere close. Not to the level that was Joe Biden.
Okay, but
Nowhere close.
It's your contention that he's just following advice from people all the time anyway. And so, like, isn't
The
it on all
difference is
fours that
the difference is this. It seems to be that when we saw the people intentionally going after Donald Trump, the argument was up, but Biden himself didn't order it. So it wasn't that the guy in charge ordered it. My argument is Biden wasn't really the guy in charge. The people in charge were the people that were telling Biden what to do every day. So in effect, it was the people in charge that were specifically targeting Donald Trump. That's
if
it.
you define the people in charge to include the heads of the DOJ,
Correct.
I guess by definition you're correct, because the DOJ is the one launching the investigation. But that's just like a trivially true statement. That's just trivially true. It doesn't mean there's any misconduct.
But the difference is you make a big deal. It's like, well, if Trump says it instead of the head of the DOJ, then it's this big deal.
Right, because there's a norm to isolate the DOJ from political influence.
Well, there's also a norm not to have a human vegetable as president that's covered up for the entire cabinet and party.
I don't see how that's relevant to the
Of course it's relevant, because the point I'm going to say, there is the reason that there would be a norm of isolation, which there actually isn't a norm of isolation, as just ask Eric Holder, Obama's wingman, right? That norm doesn't exist, and it was shattered at least under Holder, right? And what we see is, though, that we have the people, the idea of that norm is because we want there to be a separation from the person that's making the decision, the top dog, and the people that are underneath him, right? There should be that buffer zone, right?
Yeah, that we don't think that the administration, that it's a good idea because of the awesome power of criminal prosecution that you recognize more than anybody, because you said the politicization was one of the biggest threats, that we don't want there to be even the appearance that this awesome power is being wielded for political benefit. But now it seems like you're indifferent to political prosecutions under Trump.
No. What I want is the equal standard that was employed against Trump to be employed against the other side.
Right.
Just like with cancel.
Right, so just like with political prosecutions, because you view the standard that the Democrats use under Biden to be political prosecutions, and you're saying you want the same standard, therefore you do want political prosecutions now, correct?
No, what I want is the same standard that was used. I think the standard is the bar for starting an investigation is very low, correct?
Wait, is it? Wait,
is the bar for starting an investigation very low?
That's
okay.
True. It always was true. But hang on.
So what I'm suggesting is, if there is a bar that is met that suggests that there's reason to investigate even Democrat members of Congress, Democrat candidates, the opposition of Donald Trump, then absolutely they should be investigated. I don't think they should be left off the hook. I don't think they should be left off the hook. No one's above the law.
Everyone agrees with that. No, everyone agrees with that. The question is,
so then investigate them.
If their motivation is political, you wouldn't agree with that, would you?
No, I think if the motivation is they think that there's a serious crime.
No, I'm not asking that question. I'm asking if it's the case. This is a hypothetical. It's a conditional if, right? If the prosecution was motivated by political animus, then you would be against it, correct?
Sure, it's not.
Okay. So you don't think that the Comey prosecution is politically motivated?
Do you?
Yes, obviously.
I know. I think they think Comey legitimately broke the law, and it was serious.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Yeah. So why is Trump Trump doesn't even know?
Do you think that? Do you think the Bragg, Letitia James, Fannie Willis were politically motivated?
No.
Okay. I also don't think that the prosecution of Comey is politically motivated.
Okay.
Great.
But this isn't sincere from you.
Of course it's sincere. Of course it is. I think that they think that it's a huge deal that the head of the FBI was biased and putting their thumb on the scale to help one political party over another. And I think they think that's one of the most dangerous and egregious crimes possible, which warrants an investigation and a charge.
Right.
It also so happens that Donald Trump would like that charge that maybe has personal animus against Comey, but that's not the reason that the charge is there. That's not the reason that the investigation is there. It's there because the stakes of this were so high. That's why it's there.
So just to be clear, then, it's not sincerely your belief that Fannie Willis et al. Are apolitical and did these charges on an apolitical basis. You think that it was politically motivated.
Correct. Yes.
And you think that this sincerely, you think it's not. This one is, right?
That is correct. I sincerely don't think that this is politically motivated.
Okay, so given that, on what better ground do you stand than me? Like, you're just saying it's different too. So like all this time about, I'm not going to debate these people because they don't acknowledge the obvious political hypocrisy. Like all of that kind of boils down to a disagreement on the merits of what the evidence tend to show.
The better question is, what ground do you have to say that I'm standing on different merits than you?
Well, I think that, hang on. I'm saying that your argument is essentially the same. That's
correct. My argument's the same as yours. You agree?
Yeah, but I know, but you are acting as though we're standing on different ground. That unlike me, you are kind of like, I'm okay with political prosecution, and you're not. But the whole point is you don't think this is political prosecution.
That's
you
correct.
think the other stuff is, and that's my position
correct.
in reverse. And so it's not a
so then the best thing
difference,
then the best thing we should do is have an equal standard. Okay, start the prosecutions. Sounds good.
Okay, but this isn't your sincere belief.
Of course it's my sincere belief. It is my sincere. Do you think I sincerely believe that what James Comey did was one of the most damaging things possible to our country?
What stuff do you think he did that he's being charged
I think
for?
that he was encouraged in helping put his thumb on the scale to help one political party over another. And
That's
I
not
think
what this case is about. That's not what the case is about.
I understand, but I think that warrants the investigation into the severity of those actions. In the committing of those actions, they found out that he committed crimes. In the case that he committed crimes, it was authorizing the leak of material he wasn't supposed to media sources. So yes, it should be charged. But the
that's not even true. I mean, it's him allegedly, and I think it's stupid, and I don't think it's even true at all in any capacity. Allegedly lying to Congress. Not that he wasn't authorized to share that information.
No, well, first he wasn't authorized to share the information, but yes, it was that he lied to Congress about sharing that information. What's that?
You don't think the FBI director is allowed to make like selective leaks? Then clearly you must think that what Kash Patel is doing right now is fucked up. I mean, he's the FBI director. He can, he has some.
I don't think. Are you allowed to leak classified information as the FBI director?
No, but there's not an allegation that Comey leaked classified information.
Well, some of the information may have been classified. I don't know.
It may have been, but that's not an allegation in the actual complaint.
Nonetheless, you are correct that the allegation specifically was that he lied under oath about it, which he clearly did. So I'm fine with that.
No.
Yes, of course he did.
Okay, but the reason that you're citing for going after him, and this I think proves it's political, is not the nature of the charge. And the reason we think it's so important to do it is because of other shit that aren't related to the
No, that's so true. Okay, so given that, would you say then that all the charges of everyone connected to Trump surrounding the Russiagate investigation were clearly politically motivated because no one was charged with what the underlying investigation was?
No.
Okay, so in other words, they investigated them for something that they thought was serious. They were unable to prove that things, but they found other crimes while they were doing that investigation.
Yeah, they found other.
Cool. Same with James Comey.
No, but hang on a second. You would then apply like a standard to the individual cases about whether or not you think those cases are based in fact and law. And when you said and you defended the prosecution, it wouldn't just be like, well, he's he did this other shit that isn't charged. It would stand on its own 2 feet.
Yes, I agree. I think the charge against Comey stands on its own 2 feet.
Okay, that is.
You may disagree. You may disagree with the charge, but your argument is this proves political motivation. I say no. In the same way that you would say it doesn't prove political motivation that they charge George Papadopoulos with lying because they were investigating him for possible quote unquote collusion. You know, that's not the actual term, but they investigated him for like conspiring illegal with Russians and they were unable to prove any of that. Right. But same thing here.
No, but come on, man. Like, so Donald Trump right now, so your contention is he's going after Comey on an apolitical fashion. And I just have to ask you then, if Joe Biden had issued a tweet such as the one that Trump issued with respect to Trump obviously colluded, Trump obviously tried to steal the election, I'm ordering you to open this investigation, would you say that's political or not political? And give me your thoughts.
No, I don't think that it necessarily would be political in this sense, right? If the idea is that there was a legitimate belief that the crime was committed, that would be something that you would say would mean by definition apolitical, correct?
If they don't have in their subjective minds a political purpose, then it's by definition the motivation is not political. Agreed?
And just to be clear, your argument is that Alvin Bragg, Fannie Willis, and Letitia James didn't have in their mind a political purpose.
Correct.
I'm unwilling to talk to you anymore about this. That's clearly bullshit. So
why?
Next, what do you want to talk about with regards the second point about Charlie Kirk?
Why couldn't I say that of you and Trump? Why can't I say that of you and Trump? You're unwilling to acknowledge the obvious political facts.
All I want is an equal standard. All I want is an equal standard. You sheepishly laughing and smiling because you know that that's you sheepishly want the same standard. That's it.
But why is that a basis?
You started the precedent. You started the precedent. You're saying obviously there was no political motivation in this. Everyone who's remotely objective knows that's not true. They know that these charges. These know that these charges would not have been brought against anyone lest they be Donald Trump and running as the political opposition of the Democrats. We know it. That's why it was novel theories that were never applied in so many cases.
That's an interesting argument. It might convince your audience. We just know it. I mean, like that is not convincing to me. We know it.
Okay,
who does that convince?
Okay, so do you know that I know that Comey's political?
I don't know that you know that Jamie that Comey's political.
Do you
I suspect that you acknowledge it?
Okay, but prove it.
I think that you see the tweets from Donald Trump where he extolled Pam Bondi to charge these people. You understand the flimsy nature of the case. You understand all of its problems. And you acknowledge that the reason you want Comey charged has nothing to do with the substance of this lying offense. What you want him to be charged for is because of a quote unquote coup that he did with Crossfire Hurricane that is nothing to do with this case. And so if the case is motivated, at least in your mind, by settling scores on conduct that was legal, and just because it, in his mind or in your mind, negatively affected them politically, I think that you understand that there's a politics underlying it.
I think that might be a convincing argument to your audience, but that's not an argument.
Well, I think I can.
You can't speak to the commission of my mind
so
any more than I can speak to yours.
Evidence.
Was it Letitia James that, in part, when she was campaigning, ran on a promise of going after Donald Trump?
Not in those terms, no.
What did she say? Quote?
I don't. Hang on. You have made that allegation.
Okay, I'll get the specific quote.
So she said essentially that we're going to investigate his various different things at a time when there was an ongoing investigation by Cyrus Vance Jr. I think clearly referencing the context of those investigations and what was happening in New York and what was the presumption of investigations against the Trump organization as well that were ongoing.
I think that what she said it in a political rally, though, right?
That's correct.
So why would she say this in a political rally? If it didn't have any political motivations.
Okay, so Trump said lock her up. Trump at a political rally said we should go after James Comey. He said all this shit, Rob. Do you understand, right? So by your own standard, these are political. Because Trump has talked about this on political stuff.
Trump's not. So one, I noticed that wasn't an answer. Second, Trump's not the actual prosecutor, right? The prosecutor bringing charge, there's no evidence that was political. Unlike with Letitia James, she literally was the prosecutor bringing the charge.
So now you're denying Trump's influence to bring about these charges. That he didn't order this from his direct subordinate.
What's that?
So because Trump is the president, because Trump has supervisory authority over the DOJ, but he's not the specific person who brought the charges, nothing he could do could be political prosecution, even if he says all this shit at the rally, and even if he directs his DOJ to do the thing.
Did he direct the DOJ to charge him? What was the quote?
Yes.
Or did he direct the DOJ to investigate?
Donald Trump, no, to charge. Hang on, Donald Trump.
Okay, I'm willing to hear the
Pam Bondi. All right, September 20th tirade. Pam, I have reviewed over 30 statements and posts saying that essentially the same old story as last time. All talk, no action. Nothing is being done. What about Comey, Adams, Shifty Shift, Letitia? They're all guilty as hell, but nothing is going to be done. Then we almost put in a Democratic-supported U.S. attorney in Virginia, which a really bad Republican passed, a woke rhino, so in political terms, this whole thing in political terms, who was never going to do his job. That's why two of the worst Dem senators pushed him so hard. He even lied to the media and said he quit and that we had no case. No, I fired him, and there is a great case. And many lawyers and legal pundits say so. Lindsey Halligan is a really good lawyer and liked you a lot. We can't delay any longer. It's killing our reputation, credibility. They impeached me twice. They indicted me 5 times over nothing. Justice must be served now. President Donald J. Trump.
So you're going to tell charges.
Oh my God! Wait. So,
all right.
So you don't think that's a directive to get
quote
justice?
From Letitia James. We're going to continue to look at his business transaction and his holdings here in the state of New York. She vowed he should know that we here in New York, and I in particular, we are not scared of you. I'm going to shine a bright light in every corner of his real estate dealings and every dealing, demand truthfulness at every turn. She said that in a political rally. You don't think that's political connotation?
Hang on. The commentary itself is certainly it's political in that nature. That doesn't prove that the charge is being brought, or it
why do you think she brought it up in a political rally? Do you think that she thought that benefited her politically to say that?
Yeah, presumably she did, but that doesn't make the underlying thing. Wait, but this is something you would grant for Trump, right? So by your own lights, right? Trump.
I'm saying that I have the same standard as you. I'm saying that I am saying that I have the same standard as you. I think that your standard, that you're saying that it is not political motivation. I have the same standard that I say about Trump. We know that you're full of shit and you were full of shit.
And you're not on Trump? And you're not on Trump?
Nope, I'm telling the truth with Trump. I don't think it's politically motivated.
Okay, I'm telling
What
the
we
truth.
see-
I'm telling the truth. I'm no
Great. So then the investigations are warranted. We agree. Start the investigations. Both investigations warranted. The bar for starting investigations very low. No one's above the law.
Of opinion. We have differences of opinion.
You
about
might
whether
disagree. You might disagree.
But you're on no better footing.
Is the bar for starting an investigation very low?
Oh, it sure is. Yeah, it doesn't mean that.
Were they allowed to start an investigation into James Comey?
I don't believe that they can under political. I think it's unconstitutional to bring in a political to do it for political reasons. So,
but it's not. No. It's not political. In your opinion, it's political. In mine, it's not. By the same token, it would be unconstitutional for them to bring charges against Trump for political reasons.
Presuming that they're political. That's
right. Right.
And I don't presume it.
We know that they were political. We know. You disagree because you're partisan and you wanted the investigation.
And you disagree about Letitia James because you're partisan.
That's right. You can say that. That's well within your rights. Everybody knows.
No one's denying your right to say things.
Even many Democrats have said, "Yeah, we know that they wouldn't have brought these charges against Trump."
Yeah, loser centrists like Ryan Mullally will say shit like that when it's not fucking justified at all.
You're being disingenuous, and the problem is and this is what you've done and what Democrats have done over and over again. You broke these norms because you wanted to get Trump at all costs. So you were okay with the political lawfare, and you sit there and pretended and lied and been disingenuous, saying, "No, there's nothing political about this. We're not targeting him for political reasons." Letitia James wasn't. Alvin Bragg was.
Trump isn't political.
You're right. You can say I'm no better. So also,
no, I'm not asking. Can I say it? I'm saying, isn't it convincing to you by that logic that you're also
I want the same standard,
which is political prosecution by your own
No,
rights.
it's not political. I don't believe that Trump's doing political prosecutions. His DOJ is doing political prosecutions.
Okay, but you're saying apply the same standard, and the standard that you think is that it's not political when Letitia James does it. But of course, you think it is.
I think it is. You think it isn't. Yeah. I think you're full of shit and you're lying. You think I'm full of shit and I'm lying. Yeah. I think the standard should be applied that go ahead and start the investigations in both scenarios.
Oh, shit. Okay. Even if you judge it to be political.
No, I don't think it is political.
Right. So then
I think it was obvious political going after Trump in the ways they did it, and you absolutely supported it, even though you admit that it would be
not the way they went after Comey. Not the way they went after Comey.
That is correct. I don't think it was the way they went after Comey.
Okay.
Now I can say, incidentally, what you do is have plausible deniability by just, and this is something that the Democrats do all the time. They say, no, I don't believe that. When everybody knows you're full of shit, that's what the little smirking and smiling is about. We know that it was political motivation.
And we know that it's political for Trump.
That's fine. You can say that. I disagree.
And you can say what you're saying.
I disagree. How would you prove that something's a political prosecution?
Well, how do we think that anyone has any intention? We prove it with circumstantial evidence.
Okay, what's the circumstantial evidence that you would prove?
Well, let's look at it. The Truth Social post says it couches all of this in political terms. There's no reference to specific crimes that Comey did or the basis of them. It's instead referencing things that Comey didn't do and wasn't a part of, namely the impeachment scandal, the indictments that occurred that weren't a responsibility of Comey. So he's couching it in political terms by his own terms. He's saying, we have to make sure that there's no rhino. We got to make sure we're going after the Democrats. He's specifically targeting them based on things that were totally within these people's rights and that don't bear on Comey. And they have to do with the grudge that Comey vexed him politically and has been criticizing him. And if Comey,
he's not the prosecutor.
In your heart of hearts, you understand it.
He's not the prosecutor.
Oh, come on. He's the. You can't have it both ways. You can't have it that
you can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways that you're you're going to try to deny, which is not true. That's again what the smirks are about. You know that there was political motivation into the litany of cases that were brought against. True. You could say that I know it, so you're acknowledging. That's an implicit acknowledgement that you know that about the cases after Trump.
No, I'm just
so
saying
what you're doing is you're trying to
make your case.
You're trying to have plausible deniability because you know it would be not constitutional in your own terms. Right? See, there's a tacit admission. Correct.
No, we both disagree on the merits here.
No, it's not. We know that it was political. We know that
it was political for Trump. Yes,
we know that it was political for Letitia James and the Democrats and Alvin Bragg and company.
And we know it was political with Trump.
See, we don't know that's what the smiling's about. So what happened was, what happened is you guys,
thing where we just
it is not. Right. What happened is you guys started this. You guys went after the obvious political motivation and having all these ridiculous lawfare cases against Trump. All of them. Then, now that the shoe's on the other foot, you're like, oh my God, you can't do that. We don't give a fuck what you think. You started it.
Yeah, because you're okay with it. By saying you started it.
You don't give a fuck about the law.
But hang on. By saying
you do not give a fuck about the law.
By saying you started it, aren't you saying that you're continuing it By your own lights, then you're doing political
No,
prosecution.
I'm not saying I'm continuing it.
Then why would you have to say you started it? You should be like, we're above you.
I'm saying that you started. I'm saying that you started the obvious political warfare against Trump. Now you're claiming that there's political lawfare against your side when you know it was political lawfare against Trump. I'm disagreeing. I don't think this is lawfare.
I'm disagreeing too. I don't think it's lawfare.
Right. But I disagree that you know that it was.
I disagree that you know. I think you know this is lawfare.
You could say that it doesn't matter. Then the same standard should apply. Okay.
I mean, no. If our standard is no political prosecutions, we agree that's our standard. We're just disagreeing on which applies.
Right, but it's obvious that it was a political prosecution, and you're going to deny it.
This is a political prosecution.
You can say that, but you're willfully denying. As you, so what's happening is you supported the political. And just so everyone knows, this is what happened. Pisco knows that his own rationale would say that it's unconstitutional to have a political prosecution. He knows that the prosecutions against Trump were political, and so he has no choice but to save face because he wanted those prosecutions to say, no, I don't see evidence that these were political. I think that they would have went after other people in the same situation if they weren't Donald Trump. Of course, he knows that that's not true, but he has to say that to save face because he has to have plausible deniability. He can't admit the truth that's like, you know what? Yeah, fuck. I think Trump's a really bad guy, and I was okay because I think he did break the law for him being targeted. Yes, you would.
I wouldn't be okay with that. So the difference is between me, like I've said that Biden did impeachable things. You say that I always defend Biden all the time. That's not the case.
So true. You said after it didn't
all
matter,
of my
Democrats
I never said that. I had debates vicious debates as recently as like last week on the pardons condemning Biden for them.
Yes, the last day of Biden's office, you said he should be impeached.
No, I didn't. No. In fact, and I can pull you guys to this to the tape there. I said before the pardon and before the election and before he dropped out, I said if Biden ever pardons Hunter Biden, then and breaks his promise, I will call for his impeachment.
Cool.
And then I followed through on that.
When did he pardon him? When did he pardon him?
He pardoned it near the end of the term, but I'm saying I set the standard. I set the standard. I set the standard before the election, and I also did the same thing with the border stuff and whatever. I don't hear you ever saying that what Trump is doing is impeachable, that he should be removed.
It doesn't matter. Unlike you, I actually criticize heavily things that Trump's do. You defend almost entirely until it doesn't matter anymore at the end of a term, the actions that Joe Biden has taken.
It's so ridiculous you say that because it's the direct opposite criticism I get from everyone else among my audience, that I go way, way, way too hard on the Democrats, that I say that, Schumer needs to be out. I say Hakeem Jeffries needs to be out, that I'm constantly criticizing the Democrats. So what
does that have to do? What's that have to do with the Biden administration?
No, I just think hang on a second. What does my criticism of Biden have to do with the Biden administration?
No. You just said Chuck Schumer. They say I'm too hard on Chuck Schumer.
No, on the Democrats more broadly, but
okay, like the Biden administration.
Biden was the head of the Democrats, the Democratic Party. You ever heard of it?
What's that?
It's your content. You ever heard of the Democratic Party that Biden?
I have heard of the Democratic Party. Okay. And what's that have to do?
It's your contention that Biden wasn't even like doing any of the movers and shakers.
So just to be clear, based on this logic, if I criticize Adam Kissinger, then I could say I'm basically criticizing the Trump Party.
No,
right?
What I was trying to preempt what you would say because I criticized both Biden and other members of the Democratic Party.
So give me some criticism you had of Biden, like year 1, year 2, year 3.
As I sit here, okay, so year 1, I thought that his attempts to curry favor with in certain bipartisan legislation was ill-fated. So, for example, his insistence, even though I think in retrospect, his efforts, might have been laudable in that sense. I think he should have started earlier on with the notion that Obama had to learn the hard way that these people aren't operating in good faith. And so, for the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act, that was a good get. But I thought that he should have been more.
So just to be clear, your criticism of Biden's like, well, I think a little that he shouldn't have tried to be bipartisan.
You asked specifically for criticisms. First of all, as I sit here, I don't have access to the full, array of criticisms that I had for Biden over the, the timeline. You asked specifically for criticisms in the early years, right? Is that right? The first years.
Year 1, year 2. How about year 3? What was criticism year 3?
The application process for the Afghan nationals was a complete and total disorganized mess, and they did not have their ducks in a row for what they should have been able to see.
Oh, okay. And you criticized them for that in real time?
I'm not sure if I vocalized it. I'm not sure. I know I thought that. I'm not sure. Wait, hang on a second. So this is the Rob gambit. He goes, you need to provide the exact form of evidence that I'm seeking.
I'm asking for it. I asked for something it's not the exact form. All it is like I'm saying when it matters, I'll criticize Trump. I did it all his first term. I did it all. I'm doing it. I started off. In fact, so many times we come on the show and we start off and you're like, hey, what do you think about some of these things Trump's doing? Almost every time I talk to you, I'm like, this sucks, this sucks, this sucks. You never did that with Biden.
Wait, hang on. So whether I do the same amount of criticism against Biden,
Not even the same. Give me an example. That's all I'm asking.
So I've given you examples that you've rejected because you think that they're useless. Or
No.
So I'll give you another example. Before the election was determined, before the Trump administration, Trump won the election, before Biden was subbed out, and you're going to have to deal with it. I said that it was corrupt and illegal what Biden did with the border. And that was a criticism I had, and I vocalized it.
Oh, you mean when he reinstituted the executive orders?
No.
What do you mean corrupt what he did with the border? Not that he wasn't enforcing the border. It was when that he issued executive orders.
When he illegally, after trying to get the same policy passed by Congress and saying that he needed Congress to act, when he closed the border illegally.
Through executive action.
Yes.
Which is basically what I said. When he reinstituted
No.
executive...
You said reinstitute executive actions. This was a new action. This wasn't a continuation of a Trump policy.
I guess when I said reinstitute executive action, what I was implying is that he went back to enforcing the border via executive action, such as was the case before him.
What do you mean back to enforce? No, I'm talking about a specific action that he took.
Did the Trump administration close the border through what you consider to be illegal executive action?
Not in the same way that Biden did, no.
Okay, so they didn't. So just to be clear, they did not. That's great to know. So there you have it, folks. Trump administration did not close the border through executive action in a manner that Pisco thought was illegal.
I said
so then, yes,
Dude,
the answer is yes.
You're just looking for a fucking gotcha.
Let's do a yes, no. Let's do a Pisco yes, no. Yes or no, Pisco. Did the Trump administration first term illegally, in your estimation, illegally control the border with executive action?
They did illegal actions with respect to the border, yes.
Okay, the answer is yes. Did Biden do that?
Yes.
Okay, so they reinstituted illegally controlling the border via executive action.
So now you're changing what you're saying. So instead, because you got caught in some, it doesn't even matter, right?
What was my quote again?
What you were trying to do, you said reinstituted executive actions, and you're saying is what I meant by that was reinstituted what you take to be illegal actions. That's what you meant when you said reinstitute executive action.
No, what I meant...
what you were implying, Rob, clearly what you were implying was he was just taking previous Trump policies and doing them again. That's what you were saying.
No, what I was implying was that he did very similar things to Trump, which is true. He did. It didn't have to be the exact... Of course, he didn't say the exact executive order. He would have to create a new order, but it was, in effect, almost the same things that Trump was doing.
No, I don't even agree with that. I think that they're different in character. I mean, Trump did a bunch of other illegal stuff at the border, and he was trying to limit asylum in other ways. It was actually Trump that continued and intensified the Biden border strategy, which is to, at this point, like asylum, there are very limited channels for asylum. I mean, they even have a pause altogether for asylum right now, which I think is illegal.
It's just the point is, it was just like.
But how do you deal with that? I criticize him for that. So what's your point about that? I criticize him harshly for that.
Okay, fair enough. You criticize it for one thing that you thought actual enforcement of the border.
So it doesn't matter for you.
I'm not sure. What do you mean it doesn't matter for me? I said fair enough, right? What I'm saying is overwhelmingly what happened is I'll be hypercritical of people on my side all the time. You might give some sort of criticism from time to time, but particularly when it comes, and I've said this about you all along, right? It's not that you have an adherence to any one specific Democratic politician. The overarching belief that you have is Orange Man bad. So it doesn't matter. You'll say all kinds of crazy shit and help to take down Biden, et cetera, as long as it means taking down Orange Man. That's why you will hyper defend all of the obvious corrupt shit that we see from organizations that are investigating Donald Trump. For example, you at one point when we had, which I don't know in our history that this has ever been proven, a presidential campaign and later presidential party was spied on using FISA warrants, which in your estimation, at least some of them were illegal. And when pressed on this, you said, it's regrettable.
Yeah, so I've looked for this quote of "it's regrettable." You've been using this as a meme for the longest time. You agree Carter Page wasn't a member of the campaign when the FISA warrant was executed, correct?
Doesn't matter. You agree that the...
I mean, why does that matter? You said that they spied on his campaign.
Does the FISA warrant give them the ability to spy on communications within the campaign?
Not if there's not a member of the communications tangentially that are part of the campaign, but you consider that you consider that to be a FISA warrant. So for example, if there was like a water boy, which this guy was, who was affiliated with, and remember, the Trump administration said that Carter Page, and guys, we're back to Carter Page, we're back to Russia. They said that he was not affiliated with the campaign. They lied about whether Carter Page was affiliated with the campaign. They did. Just to be clear,
Hillary's team lied about funding the dossier.
I'm just saying. But this guy was a water boy, no connections, major connections to Trump. He wasn't in major discussions with Trump at all. He was in there for a short period of time. And what you characterized is that they executed FISA warrants on the campaign because months after he left the campaign, in his limited capacity, they executed a FISA warrant against him then.
Mm-hmm. Does the two-hop rule mean that they could have spied on everyone that Carter Page contacted and everyone those people contacted?
The two-hop rule applies to bulk surveillance methods that the NSA uses. The FISA warrant lets you get everything. So the two-hop rule is like irrelevant. I mean, the two-hop rule applies to like metadata that you get with the bulk surveillance thing. So I've also been hearing you say two-hop rule all this time. You've been doing it wrong. I don't want to burst your bubble, but just like, by the way, when you keep saying they threw Molotov cocktails on May 30th, after I debunked you and after I admitted you on Twitter, I hear you keep saying they threw Molotov cocktails. I mean, I can get that. If you really test me on that, Rob, I will get you.
They didn't throw Molotov cocktails?
Yes, you admitted there was no evidence of that. You admitted that.
They lit shit on. Okay, maybe that's good. They just lit shit on fire that weren't the form of Molotov cocktails.
So yeah, you can set a fire. You can set a fire without it being a Molotov cocktail. Okay, correct.
But yeah, I don't remember if we had the argument. Nonetheless, I want to get back to the two-hop. I want to get back to the two-hop rule.
The two-hop rule relates to bulk surveillance methods that the NSA uses and the connections to the different foreign principle that's at issue there. But a FISA.
Do I explain the two-hop rule correctly?
As to the bulk surveillance methods, yes.
Okay, and your argument is that a FISA warrant goes even further than that.
Yes, a FISA warrant doesn't relate to those methods, right? The FISA warrant is a warrant to get everything. The FISA warrant is
define
to get all
everything.
Communication. If you have a FISA warrant as against Carter Page, you can look at all his shit. It's not limited by you can set up surveillance.
And can you look at all the shit of the people he's communicated with?
No, you can't go. The FISA warrant, you don't get to take that and go investigate Trump. It applies to one person, but you're going to get his communications with anybody. But that's just what we get with a FISA warrant. But you've been using the two-hop rule to suggest that the FISA warrant is applicable as to Trump and anyone he talked to. That's just not. That's where you've been saying the two-hop rule.
No,
this is the first time you're hearing this.
You misspeak there. I did not say. I did not say that. I said that it's everyone that Carter Page talked to and everyone they talked to.
You get metadata from those people if you use the authorities. I don't remember the exact executive action there, but the authorities of the NSA that were authorized by whatever subsection of the National Surveillance Act or whatever the act is, you are able to get like bulk metadata in that two-hop rule. But that applies to like 90+% of the country, and that's what was like so like the revelations of Edward Snowden or whatever during the Obama administration was that the NSA was collecting like this bulk metadata for like everyone, for like 90% of people. You've been conflated it as a specific strategy against Trump and his campaign.
No, that's not. Wait. It sounds like what you're saying here is, yes, the FISA warrant, like all of these other tools, the two-hop rule would apply.
No, the two-hop rule applies to the bulk metadata surveillance of these intelligence agencies as relates to it, like communications coming into the country. That's where the two-hop rule applies.
So so with this FISA warrant, which is more expansive than the bulk investigative tools, your argument is they were incapable of getting metadata from the people that talked to.
I'm saying you're misconstruing the rule.
Oh my gosh. No, it has nothing to do with misconstruing the rule. The thrust of what I'm saying is this. The specific warrant that they got on Carter Page allowed them to gather material on everyone that he talked to. Yes, you agree?
No, they get all. You're allowed to. The warrant lets you get Carter Page's communications with respect and like surveil him with like a wiretap on his house and do like entry into his devices. But it doesn't let you do the search of other people. So you search Carter Page's communications. Now, by nature of what a search is, right? If I search your email box, it's going to pop in like a bunch of people who are communicating with you, but you're allowed to search Carter Page's inbox. You're not allowed to search the whole campaign. And there's no evidence that additional searches were conducted. By searches, I mean the constitutional definition of search. That's what I'm talking about here, of like Trump's Trump, who doesn't use email, or any other members of the administration. We have no record of them doing that whatsoever.
Did they have the right to do that?
Not under no. I just told you. Explain.
I mean, I think that you're fundamentally incorrect about this, and I think that you're explaining
by
this
virtue of what? By virtue of what?
I think that the way you're explaining it is. I just want to be clear. FISA warrant more expansive than bulk surveillance tools.
The FISA warrant as to a particular individual, yes.
So just to be clear, it would be illegal under the FISA warrant if they got communications, say, between Carter Page and George Papadopoulos, and Carter Page never talked to Paul Manafort. And Papadopoulos did talk to Paul Manafort. It would be illegal for them to get any of the conversations between, or any of the metadata between the conversations of Carter Page and of Papadopoulos and Paul Manafort.
There could be other legal ways to get them, but through the warrant, you're not allowed to then search Papadopoulos' email box.
What do you mean there could be other legal ways to get them? Like that you would be allowed to use through the FISA process?
There are other doctrines that might have, what I'm trying to say is there could be other authorities potentially for which a search can be justified. I don't have no reason to believe that they're there. So for an example, I'm going to provide you a concrete example. So there's the third party doctrine. If you give over your communications to some of these social media companies, sometimes you don't even need a warrant to get those communications, right? If it's done through like Facebook or Twitter or something, you can subpoena those places. You don't need to get a warrant. So there are other potential avenues the government might have taken to get communications as between Papadopoulos and others that didn't amount to a search warrant. All I'm saying is my criticism here, or my commentary, relates to the FISA warrant. The FISA warrant doesn't give you authority by virtue of the communications with Papadopoulos to go search Papadopoulos' email box, for example, or his papers. You can search Carter Pages. And the way I've heard you talk about the 2-hop rule is that this was allowing legally this bulk amount of searches by virtue of it being a FISA warrant into like everyone associated with a campaign, which isn't the case. You're misapplying the 2-hop rule from the metadata bulk procedures, which doesn't deal with the contents of these communications.
I think you're incorrect. Everyone that I've seen talk about this disagrees, including media sources that are mainstream media sources, people that have formerly, like Bill Benny, that have formerly that utilize these tools, says that once you authorize a FISA warrant, it allows you to get communications via that warrant, not just between the person and everyone they're talking to, which, by the way, would be enough to justify that it was spying on the Trump team because it allowed communications with everyone he had while he was part of the Trump team, but also the communications that went thereafter it.
Wait, no, I mean, really? So like if you have a so let's say that you have an association with Andrew Wilson, which you do, right?
Right.
And all of a sudden and for whatever reason you and Andrew Wilson, I know this would never happen, but let's say that for whatever reason you abandon Andrew Wilson to start a new venture with the debate, what is it? The debateverse, the meta debate verse, the debate panelverse, the panelverse, the power of the panelverse. And all of a sudden there's a search warrant executed on Rob Noer after your relationship with Andrew Wilson ended. Would you be like, oh my God, they spied on Andrew Wilson's company?
Wait, I'm sorry.
So the hypothetical I'm addressing has to do with like how we use language. When we say like we spy on a certain thing, it implies like an intent there. So by virtue of your connections with Andrew Wilson in this stylized hypothetical, if you left it under whatever circumstances, and for some unrelated matter or even a related matter, they choose to they think that you're a spy of a foreign asset or something, and they get a warrant on you, are they targeting the Andrew Wilson World War debate with by spying on them? Is that a warrant as to the Trump campaign or the Rob Noer campaign or the Andrew Wilson campaign?
I would say that if my political opponent illegally spies on me, which we're acknowledging is what the FBI did, based on research provided by my opponent, and that allowed them to spy on, it wouldn't be my opponent. I'm working with Andrew. Andrew's running for president, and I'm on his team. And his political opponent gets a warrant to spy on me so that they could get communications between me and Andrew.
Wait, no,
yes.
The opposition didn't get a warrant. It was the Department of Justice got a warrant.
They got the sitting political power got a warrant against the party that's running opposite of them using information.
The question, right? The question is
using information paid for by the direct political opponent. Yes, that would be targeting of a political opponent. That would absolutely be fair to say.
Wait, hang on a second. No, we're not saying are they targeting political opponents, though we should query that additionally as well. Is it targeting the campaign? If the intention is to go after an individual who was once affiliated with the campaign, and they get a search warrant just as to them, I don't think that that's the case. And for the, I saw someone put in shit about Manafort for the Manafort applications for whatever warrant, those had to be justified on their own authorities. It's not like you got to get access to Manafort's shit because you have the FISA warrant as to Carter Page. It doesn't work that way. What I'm trying to say is the way that you've been portraying this is fundamentally flawed, because I think you're just like kind of regurgitating John Solomon talking points and Miranda Devine shit and not sort of giving it its due scrutiny.
I disagree fundamentally. Okay. I think that the 2-hop rule would have meant that they would have been able to get these communications, and even if not, even if that would be incorrect, it is clear by having, if Carter Page ever talked to Donald Trump, could they have got the communications with Donald Trump?
Only by searching Carter Page's stuff.
Yes. Could they got the communications with anyone else on Trump's team that he communicated with?
Okay, but Hillary Clinton might have communicated with Carter Page. Would that be a search on Hillary Clinton? Now I understand
they theoretically could if they wanted, right?
Yeah, they would. So if Carter Page had communicated with the Democrats, but you wouldn't say, therefore, they were targeting the Democrats because he has incidental context. Now, I would grant to you, Carter Page had a formal capacity with the campaign. Actually, I would say more of an informal advisor, but he was certainly having conversations with the campaign staff and that kind of thing. And he was affiliated with the campaign for sure. I just think that you've been overselling the nature of the surveillance done on the.
It wouldn't matter. It's still clearly what we have is that there was a legal warrant, that it was based on information provided directly by the guy whose team's political opponent, and it was done under the auspices of an administration that was the political opponent of the person whose team they were surveying.
I mean, by those standards, then like any search warrant conducted by the Trump administration into a Democrat is also in the same vein political. If that's your standard of political.
Yes, I would say that if the Trump administration pays for disinformation that turns out to be bullshit, right, in order to then use that information to justify spying on members of their political opposition, that would be very bad.
Question of politicization.
It's not begging the question. That's exactly what happened. I would say that would justify that. Yes, you could say that was spying on the political opposition.
I'm not so sure about that.
I think that's clearly the case. I think
not even Durham found that. I mean, like, you must think you do think Durham is a plant, don't you?
I don't know that he's necessarily a plant. I think that I don't know what I think about Durham, to be honest. I think that he's probably a legit guy. I think that he didn't go as far as he could have with a lot of the things he was suggesting, and chose his words carefully, but even what he suggests is damning. The point of the matter is, you acknowledge that the FISA warrants were illegal.
I think that the balance of evidence suggests that they were illegal, yeah.
And you acknowledge that it enabled them to hoover up data connecting the Trump campaign.
No.
It didn't.
No, it was not valuable at all. And
what does the value have to do with
that's how I'm understanding what you're asking. What are you asking when you say hoover up?
I mean, did it allow them to have access to communications within the Trump campaign?
By virtue of him having any communication with the Trump campaign, yes, but that doesn't mean that they. But that, to be clear, that doesn't mean like what do you take hoover up to be? Hoover up has a negative connotation.
Yes, I think it is a negative connotation. Well, no, actually, I don't know that. If I say hoover up dirt in the ground, there's not a negative connotation to that.
No, but I thought you were referencing Hoover as in the.
Oh, no, fuck! I meant Hoover like the vacuum cleaner, like suck up is what I meant. My mistake. I can see how you could be confused. That's a phrase that we use around here, like, oh, suck that, like, get your vacuum out and hoover up. They sucked up, they swept up a bunch of shit that they had access.
That could be true of like any investigation into a political person would have that, right? Like that would be true of Hillary Clinton as well. Like the government, now I know that the government was a Democratic administration, but but they were also searching emails of Clinton that could definitely get Democrats who are running for office.
But again, I just want to be clear, right? Why this matters. You're right. Technically, we could say, yes, any investigation into a political opponent allows you to get information of that political opponent.
Right. That's so they spied on Clinton's campaign too.
Was it illegal?
No, I think the searches were probably illegal, but they did spy, right?
But the FISA warrants were illegal, as you're admitting.
I think that it's probably that they're illegal, yeah. But I agree that there's improprieties in the search conducted of Carter Page that aren't present in some of the searches with respect to Hillary Clinton. One of the reasons is Clinton just handed over the stuff and just gave shit over, except for the stuff that Paul Gambetta had
except the shit they deleted that was subpoenaed.
But that doesn't go as far as Hillary Clinton. Hey, I just want to make sure you got that.
That's it. We'll get to that in a second.
We've talked about these shit all the time, Rob.
No, the point that I'm trying to make here is, right, like it's the obfuscation here is incredible. You're trying to belittle this. It's so funny. Yes, you're
It's not
right.
belittling.
It is a technical point that's true. You're like, yeah, but Rob, anytime there's any investigation into any political person, there's communications of political groups that come up. Of course,
Exactly.
that's benign. But the two things that separate this and make it uniquely bad is, one, this information was gathered almost exclusively based on opposition research from this person's political opponent.
That's not true.
Of course. Would they have got the
No.
FISA warrants without the Carter
That's
Page
not what
dossier?
you said. You said almost exclusively. Just because something is a but-for cause for them applying for the warrant, they never tried, doesn't mean that they relied exclusively on it. Two different.
I said
statements. Agreed?
almost exclusively. What else did they rely on other than this for the Carter Page FISA warrant?
There's 5 other different things that were mentioned, including his contacts. His time spent in Russia, his communications with Russians in doing the speeches, the various different speeches, his pro-Russian positions. I mean, these are all things that, it's probable cause. I'm not going to say it has no teeth to it, but yeah, it's not.
I think I'm within my almost exclusive. The semantic argumentation about it is that the bulk of the reason that it was accepted to get this FISA warrant was the opposition research by Hillary Clinton.
I mean,
I'm sorry.
You say that, but I mean, I don't know that is.
Okay, let's just put it this way. Let's restate. Would they have got the FISA warrant lest the Steele dossier?
They wouldn't have applied absent something like the Steele dossier, but that's not what you said.
Fine. The semantic part. So the Steele dossier, the opposition research was the key linchpin to being able to get this.
It was a necessary condition for them trying to apply.
That's
for the
number
warrant.
one. So it was this, and the second part is that it was illegal.
Yeah, I mean, but not every illegal search warrant does a political prosecution mean. So I'll give you an example, right? They didn't even bother getting a search warrant on Luigi Mangione's backpack, and right now that's in litigation. If it turns out that they conducted an illegal search on Luigi Mangione's backpack, you wouldn't say just because they conducted an illegal search, therefore it's political. You need some sort of inference that it's political. And the mere fact that there's a Democratic administration that uses opposition research is not going to make your case, bro. Because Trump right now is Trump was funneling claims by opposition research of Biden into the DOJ.
What we were saying that the obvious nature here of why this is uniquely bad is because we had one party that their DOJ or their FBI spied on the other candidate for president in an illegal fashion, his team in a legal fashion. Well, yes or no?
I mean, so depends on what you mean. The literal meaning? No, they did not spy on a member of his team.
Okay, explain why they didn't.
Because which search was executed against a then existing member of
the they spied on a person that was a member of his team that allowed communications from his team to be surveyed.
No, because he wasn't a member of the team when the search was conducted, right? A former member. It
doesn't matter. It allowed
they searched a former member of the Trump
and
campaign.
Allowed them to get communications of the campain.
It legally allowed them to get access to communications that
not legally because the warrant was illegal.
Sorry, assuming the warrant. Good point. Hey, good point. If the warrant were proper, it did give them the purported authority, the color of law, to get access to materials that otherwise might include the
So we have a political party that was able to survey on communications for their opponent.
Wait. A political party. The Department of Justice isn't a political party. Agreed?
We had a Department of Justice was operating under the administration of a political party.
No, under a president.
Who was
a member of
who was getting up data through this warrant from a campaign of the opposition.
Right, but that's true. That's true of what Trump is doing now.
In order to do it, the linchpin was for them to be able to do it. Literal opposition research from the actual candidate of your party running against the other.
So I just want to be clear. If this is your standard for political searches, I want you to know right now there is a lawsuit from Dan Richman. Alleging that and has been sustained now by at least 2 judges on a TRO for the most recent judge, and before then in an opinion regarding the conduct of the grand jury, that the search into Richmond's emails was likely an illegal search because they did not apply for a warrant to get it. And they're relying, as part of their theory on James Comey, they're relying on these crazed fabrications of individuals coming from political perspectives. Under your standard, that would be a political, a witch hunt of some kind, because they're going after their political rivals with an illegal search based on political bullshit.
If there was an illegal search that comes through, then I'm willing to look at what the circumstances around that were, and I would be willing to. However, you're unwilling to talk about the severity of this and are downplaying it.
I think that you're upplaying it. I think I'm giving it its due consideration.
That's right. Okay. Hey, I hope that you won't raise any frustrations if Donald Trump's team pays for opposition research. Their team doesn't verify that, and their DOJ then uses it to investigate the political campaign or people that allows them to get communications from the political campaign of their opponents. I don't want to hear you complain. It's not that big of a deal.
I just want to be clear. Like, if there was evidence of political motivation, and oh my God, are we going to bring up the fucking? Why do we have to have this conversation every single time we talk? By the way, I want to talk about what's going on now.
You can talk about what you want. The point is the way that we got on this was I was saying that there was obvious political attacks that you didn't care about and you downplayed. You're continuing to do so now.
Right, but the thing is, regardless of whether someone finds the evidence convincing, I will say the official investigations, at least one of which you don't outwardly say is like a political actor, that's Durham, did not come to the conclusion that any particular action was motivated by political bias. At most, what Durham said was confirmation bias. And actually Mike Johnson, then not the speaker, was like, why don't you call this political bias? And he was like, he's demurred, like some people had political views, but it's confirmation bias, which is usually unintentional. That's what Durham said. And so
he has to be careful with what he says, to what he'd be able to prove in a court of law, right? The mere fact that we see the people that were involved in the top of this investigation and saying things up into including that they wanted an insurance policy to stop Donald Trump, and the preponderance of evidence of how they treated the Hillary Clinton campaign directly in the inverse way that they treated the Donald Trump campaign, up to the following two circumstances: allowing the Hillary's team to delete subpoenaed evidence and not filing any charges, and then illegally going after people connected to Trump's campaign.
I mean, then I don't know how you're going to justify all of these different declination decisions and charging decisions in Trump term 2, to say nothing of the pardons that existed, the Mayor Adams case. I mean, like, if this kind of circumstantial evidence is convincing to you, that because the expression of political bias. So your conclusion from someone like Lisa Page and Peter Strzok stating their political bias is that anything they did was therefore politically motivated. That is your inference. Your inference is because they're against the Republicans, that therefore what they were doing was motivated by politics. But that basically describes every employee at the upper echelon of the DOJ. They're constantly, at one point, and I think you even probably disagree with this conduct, Pam Bondi and Kash Patel were bringing Lauren Boebert into the Situation Room to whip votes against the Epstein Files legislation. So if what you're going to say is that the expression of let me finish. The expression of a political view by Peter Strzok and Lisa Page is obvious evidence of political bias in the decisions taken by the department, I don't know what you're going to say about this DOJ, because they are so political all the time.
First off, even if they were, so what? The precedent's been set. Second, it's different to be political. By the way, it was under Barack Obama when Holder was his wingman. It was when we saw Loretta Lynch, that refused to recuse herself, met on a tarmac the husband of the person that her DOJ was investigating.
Right. So that was wrong to do. This is me, like, that was a wrong thing to do. And that's why James Comey, I don't agree with James Comey, what he did afterward, which I think was appalling with respect to the Clinton investigation. But look at that, right? We don't have actual evidence of what was said on the tarmac between Bill Clinton and then, oh my God, you just said the name, Attorney General
Loretta Lynch.
Loretta Lynch. We don't actually have evidence, but that is enough, right? That meeting is enough for you to draw an inference that the decision-making on the Clinton investigation was somehow at risk of being politically motivated. Using that standard, you have to acknowledge, even if you think the standard has been set by that standard of circumstantial evidence, that what's occurring now under Trump is like 10 trillion times more indicia of politicization than what happened then.
Give me an example of Trump's team investigating someone from their own party, right? And then meeting in secret with their spouse. Give me an example.
This is your gambit. So I need to provide you a one-to-one in that level of granularity that it needs to be a private meeting that happens between the wife of the, like, an investigation into the wife of
okay, let's do any type of meeting
that happened on a Tuesday at 2:00 in the morning with, like, when they were both wearing slacks. I mean, that's the level of granularity you're getting at, Rob. I think that's crazy.
Give me an example of any meeting with any family member, both public or private, for someone that the Trump DOJ was investigating.
Well, they stopped investigating those like family members related to let me think. So for example, Elon Musk, political ally of the administration, dropped all those investigations by, the IRS, by other agencies. I think the FAA. So tons of investigations now being dropped that relate to specific interests of Donald Trump. Donald Trump obviously closed out investigations on his first day in office into various different individuals related to January 6th. That was part of his executive order on January 6th. And so there's plenty of, I don't even think that I'm hearing you to deny it, that Trump has wielded his influence over the Department of Justice in ways that affect people who are close to him. I mean, that must be obvious to you.
Key difference of what we're talking about here is it's one thing to drop investigations at people. It's another thing to have two investigations going near simultaneously against both candidates for president of the United States and going as aggressively as possible after one candidate, including getting what would be illegal FISA warrants to get data from their campaign, right? Versus the other that you're meeting in secret with the spouse, right? And then allowing them to do things such as not charging the fact that they blatantly deleted subpoenaed evidence. And each step of the way, your argument's going to be, well, prosecutor discretion. They had the ability to do those things if they want. Then on top of that, we see the agents, on top of when these stark differences occurred, are talking about things like wanting an insurance policy to stop Donald Trump.
Yeah, like I don't know what to say. The kind of words that are issued by the Pam Bondi and Trump are like way worse than the insurance policy bullshit. Like they're directing their Department of Justice to issue letters to states to politically gerrymander. Like they're invoking their powers.
Those aren't criminal investigations into people.
No, hang on. I mean, there's plenty of political involvement in the criminal decisions, but I'm just giving you an example of the way in which that they're operating the Department of Justice in ways that, like, there's so much indicia that they're doing it at behest of the political party and Trump. I mean, I've given you examples. Granted, they're not in the criminal context. There's other examples of that, but of lobbying particular members of Congress on the Epstein files. Like, what is the purpose of that from the Justice Department's perspective? Perhaps, I guess,
there could be tons of reasons.
Yeah, go for it.
It could be germane to national security.
You think that's okay? So you think that
could be
Pam Bondi, but what do you think that? Do you think that Pam Bondi is getting that meeting with Lauren Boebert because she thinks that, or because Trump wants it?
It could be that people in the intel community said something of this. Listen, there were connections with the FBI and the CIA, and maybe there was connections with Mossad, or maybe there was connections with French intelligence or with UK intelligence. And there's no there that implicates like any serious person with like diddling children. But what's going to happen if we release these files is it's going to expose some of our intelligent methods. Now, we can't just come out and say that it'll look bad. So can you please convince colleagues of yours that like, hey, maybe we shouldn't vote to release these things?
Yeah, but you don't buy this, Rob, because you hate the intelligence community, right? You don't buy this shit. You think they're all covering up for
whoa. That's certainly a possibility, and I would buy that and think that Trump's horribly fucking wrong to do so.
Oh.
I think that's terrible. I think the most likely explanation is this. There are people like... It's the same sort of process that you see when there's a grand jury, information comes up in the grand jury, but there aren't charges that are brought. You don't release evidence that impugns someone's moral character, but it's not a crime. For example, if there's grand jury testimony that shows that part of it's not part of the crime, but that I cheated on my wife, and then no charges are filed, you don't just say, but still we're going to release information that Rob cheated on his wife. You wouldn't do that. There's not a purpose to like release shit that would embarrass. So I think a lot of what's going on here and a hesitancy to release some of these files it's probably a bunch of people's beliefs like, look, I didn't do shit, but my name is going to show up, right? And I would like that to not happen. So can we make sure that we're not releasing this? By the way, something I'm still against. I say, fuck those people, release the names. But that's different than like, this is some heinous political motivation. Like, I think that that's markedly different.
I mean, like, I think one of the things that you said to me because we talked about this some months ago, you were like, I think what's the most plausible thing is they're like political donors or some shit to Trump that he's trying to protect, and it's unsavory and fucked up. But that's probably what's going on. Is
but that's what I'm saying. That's what I agree.
But that isn't that by definition political? Like it seems like and also that's horrible. Like if it's the case that there's like this crime of the century and that the Epstein crimes go far beyond Epstein and Maxwell and the few other individuals that we seem to have some information that it went beyond, as a lot of Trump people suggest, and even frankly a lot of Democrats and left-wing people suggest as well. Sometimes I think wrongly, because I think that there is no smoking gun that Trump, did a crime related to the Epstein files. I'll just be upfront and say that. But in those cases, like, if it's the case that he's covering up those crimes to benefit his political donors or Israeli intelligence agencies, if that's like the grand motivation, that's like an impeachable thing.
No,
right?
no, no.
Like,
Now be
resign
careful.
for that.
You're saying multiple things, right? So there's a couple differentiations. The protecting intel thing is horrible, and I'm against it, but I don't know if that's impeachable. My guess is that people in the executive all the time lobby for and do things to protect intelligence agencies and intelligence agencies of allies. And even though I might think that that's really bad, I don't know that that rises to the level of impeachable. If he is doing this to protect people who he doesn't believe committed crimes, it's just benign shit like my name's on a list. It's still bad, but I don't think it raises the level of impeachable.
Really?
But if he is knowingly helping people cover up heinous crimes that they committed, that 100% absolutely is fucking impeachable. Without a doubt. I would say that's too far. If he says, here's Jim Smith, and Jim Smith promised to send me campaign dollars if I cover up the fact that he diddled evidence that he diddled kids on Epstein Islands, not only is that impeachable, but I hope that there's some clever way of charging Trump with accessory after the fact and he spends the rest of his life in prison. That's how I would feel about that. But that's different than if people are coming to him, and it might not just be Republicans, it might be Democratic colleagues, because it turns out there's some embarrassment already that we see with Democrats connected to Epstein.
Same thing.
So it doesn't matter. So that wouldn't be a political motivation as much as just people saying, like, listen, this is going to be bad and it's going to shake up and cause a lot of damage in this country to a lot of innocent individuals. So we would like if you don't do this, if you don't release this, because we didn't do any crimes. And if Trump goes to Bonnie and says, do we have evidence that these folks committed crimes? And she's like, no, we don't really have that. Like, what we actually have is that they were at the island, but it doesn't rise to the level that we were going to make any charges or anything. And so he'd say, fine, then don't release that shit.
I understand that rationale, and there are even situations. This is why what I argued, by the way, in the Hunter Biden laptop situation, where people like, who's this motherfucker? He is Matt Taibbi, was saying like the problem was the FBI didn't come out and authenticate the hard drive when they knew it was authentic, even though they didn't have access to that hard drive. It was a different device, right? Like, I can sympathize with the argument that like ongoing investigations, this kind of shit can be very intrusive, and it can give a lot of indicia of misconduct, even if you can't allege it. Like, for example, when Comey brought out that shit about Hillary Clinton outside of the context of a formal charging decision, whatever, right? That's at least the official reason he was let go by the Trump administration early on in the term. So I can understand in principle or in abstract that rationale. Here's the problem, and something that I think you should appreciate about how bad the administration has handled it. No matter what comes out of the Epstein files, no one is going to believe it if it doesn't confirm, and nothing will convince them because they just have no more credibility and people have lost patience. And so
no, that's 100%. I totally agree with that. By the way, on both sides. Like, agreed. If the files get released tomorrow, and why would you? If you're
Trump's not in them, right? Yeah.
If you're a Democrat, why would you believe it? You're like, bullshit. We've seen him play games. If the files get released tomorrow and it doesn't show anyone committed crimes, a lot of Trump supporters are going to say, bullshit, the cover-up's on. Yeah, no one's going to, and you're right. Now, it's not just on Trump. That's also on the Biden administration and groups that didn't have any incentive and didn't push to release any of this shit either. And the problem with this
they didn't play the same games, Rob. They didn't play the same games.
Well, no, they didn't even pretend to suggest they were going to release it. The problem with all this goes back to a root cause even deeper, though. The problem with this goes with distrust of organizations like the FBI from the get-go. For example, there's people like me that one of the things I see with the obvious crimes that Epstein committed in 2008, and then like sort of the flexible way that they were able to sort of charge him with like basically a nothing crime and then seal the record of all of it, right? Which is basically what happened in 2008 under the original Epstein trial, 2008 or 2009.
You mean the cooperation agreement that was the subject of him pleading guilty to the state offenses in Florida, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And it was like under seal. Like, and then like, so that shit, like people are like, what's going on with the FBI? There's fast and loose here. Then we see things like the politicization of the FBI in the investigation into Trump versus the investigation into Hillary. Even Democrats say, based on the behavior of James Comey, they didn't trust the FBI and Comey because he announced all this shit about Hillary, etc. So the FBI played these games long before Trump that had people being like, we don't fucking trust these people. Would you trust something that Kash Patel or Pam Bondi's FBI said?
Fuck no.
Right.
Yeah.
So why would I trust something that James? So that's the problem. They've played games and they've had a history of this for so long. The big problem, all of this, like the big significant problems start when the FBI was tasked with investigating both the Republican and Democrat candidates for president. And the way they handled
themselves. You trace
this
all back to 2016 and the investigation.
I think that is the most stark example. Of course, there are times when you could say all sorts of corruption with the FBI. In fact, for me, the first wake-up call to the FBI potentially being corrupt was Waco, right? And the actions it saw there. And there was all kinds of shady shit that went on. Like, for example, we know for a fact that during the siege when the fire started, that many of the children that died in Waco actually didn't die of the fire. They died because the mass amounts of tear gas that were thrown in by the FBI agents there, which basically caused it to act as strychnine or some shit like that killed these kids in one of the most painful ways possible. Like when you saw that and like all kinds of other shit, like there was.
But I'm not read into the Waco stuff.
Yes,
so,
all I'm saying is that there was also, or you could go to Ruby. There are all sorts of examples.
Before then, like I agree with you that the FBI does not have even close to a spotless record in terms of misappropriation. And I mean, look no further than the Church Committee in the 70s.
Yes,
the kind of abuses that we were talking about. And so
they're spying on fucking MLK. Yeah. They're spying on fucking Malcolm X. Yes, but the point. Yeah. The point is, it certainly exacerbates and reaches crescendo in 2016. And maybe even if they would have done everything right, it was inevitable because they were tasked with investigating both candidates for president. Unfortunately, they failed spectacularly.
But even if you don't think Trump has made it worse, because now, like they initially say, there's no basis to continue investigating, and then Trump says, now investigate only the Democrats. And I'm like, dude, who you are specifically doing this? So in such a way that no one, no matter what the result is, it's going to further the division.
The horse has been left out of the barn. I don't care that you feel like it's divisive because of that after what we had to set through with what they did to Trump. I just don't care what your feelings are.
Yeah,
I don't.
Like whether you
you didn't give a
shit
for
debate.
You did not give a shit about the obvious politicization when it was targeting Trump. You did not care. And you did not.
I'll never understand this position for me, Rob. You're like, I won't have these kinds of conversations with people who don't agree with me. And I'm just like, why?
It's not that. So am I having the conversation with you?
No, I think
I'm just saying I don't care about your feelings.
Well, okay.
Okay. So I don't care that you're. No, what I'm saying is I don't care that you're like, oh, now it's lamentable that it looks like Trump's using the FBI for political purposes. I don't give a shit that you think that. That's how we felt, and you didn't care.
Okay, but I mean,
so I don't care that you feel
that subjective. I mean, I wasn't arguing that you did care. I was making an assertion. You can either deny it and say that it doesn't apply, but I didn't really sort of say that I thought you cared about what I think.
What I'm saying is that like
you can either agree or not.
It was a predictable thing. The reason, though, yes, two things could simultaneously be true. That we should have equal application of the law, that's true, but that we also understand that there are circumstances that say we should be very hesitant to pull the trigger on taking certain actions when it comes to key political figures, because the impulse is such that it will incentivize political parties to utilize those tools to go after their opponents. And the Democrats started that.
And it's by our own lights, it's going to get worse.
Yep.
I mean, look at what the Democrats. So, I mean, that's what even if you take on your assumptions, the payback is going to be, even assuming that it is political retribution, is going to be worse.
When the Democrats get back in office, it'll be worse.
And right now you think that's the most likely thing, at least for congressional, maybe not for president, but
I would say both right now.
Well, I still have you, and I don't want to take all your time. I do want to ask you about the MAGA Civil War. I'm going to give my opinion.
Real quick, can I just say this? The other part about Charlie Kirk, not just the legislative, they should have been pushing the narrative as well. What's that?
The narrative that Democrats all wanted this?
The narrative, no, I'm not saying the Democrats wanted the narrative, that the Democrats' rhetoric and the dehumanizing nature of it means that so many Democrat supporters are actually cheerful of when heinous things like this occur. They should be out there pushing every day. They should be pushing. They should have done this in 2020. They should have every day that they talk have footage of the left-wing riots that we see constantly. They should be continuing to do that. Every time they give a rally, they should have clips up of the Democrats that are cheering the death of Charlie Kirk, of the rhetoric that we've had of people calling him a fascist.
Why ought
people
they
like
do
you.
that?
Because it would help them politically, and that's what's necessary, because the Democrats really are that bloodthirsty. That's what I want to see. Didn't you want to see? Don't you say all the time, I want to see Democrats be more forceful. I want to see their rhetoric be better to go on the offense. Don't you say that all the time?
Sure.
Okay, that's why they opt in.
I was just asking you why. I mean,
I thought you were like, no, that's why.
I'm not implying.
And it's true. That's why they should be doing it. So,
okay, and that's what you think they crucially didn't do. Like, you don't think they went as they were going so hard on the Kirk narrative. They were really pushing it, and they were really
they did so poor that the victim of the Charlie Kirk assassination was
St. Jimmy
Kimmel.
I don't think that you believe that. I mean,
of course I do. Of course I believe that supplanted the narrative.
Well, then that's their own fault for
yes, yes, I agree. That's exactly my point.
But in going after Kimmel. In response to the Charlie Kirk thing is, then what is it? It's the narrative.
No, it's
problem?
their own fault for allowing the narrative to be spun.
Oh, so they should have gone after Kimmel. They just should have been better about PR.
I didn't particularly like that. I didn't particularly like, who was it? The chair of the FEC?
Yeah, Brendan Carr or something.
Yeah, I didn't particularly like his comments. I didn't find them particularly egregious, but it's just fucking stupid, and it just opens the window to sort of people saying, "Oh, he's the victim." Jimmy Kimmel was a fucking asshole, and he knew what he was doing, and he was doing so for political reasons. And it is true that these broadcast networks are blatantly political and one-sided on it, but I don't want the chair of the FEC coming out and specifically going after someone like Jimmy Kimmel like that. If you want to stop funding these people for political violence on public airwaves or pull their license or whatever, fine, make that a decision you're going to do. You don't talk about it openly.
I don't understand on what basis you can say that they failed to try to do that at the bare minimum. Maybe you say that they didn't effectuate it, but they had a monster truck show for this guy's memorial. They were constantly saying the Democrats want us dead. The Democrats want to kill you. They all it was all no holds barred.
They did not do so in an effective way, and they quickly moved on to it, including Donald Trump.
Because Trump started.
If there was
crazy. Did you see Trump when he was like, what do you feel about Kirk? What's going on? Yeah, I'm not that sad about it. Anyway, look at my ball. Look at my ball.
That was a bad look. That was a bad look. And I understand. I don't think it was. I understand what he was trying to say, but optically it was terrible. And the other thing is this, right? If there had been 2 assassination attempts against Kamala Harris going into the election, it would have been the biggest story in the fucking world. If there would have been a prominent Democrat activist, I don't know who the Democrat version of Charlie Kirk would be. There basically is no one. Kirk was unique in his skill and sort of his ability to affect. I'm trying to think who maybe a Democrat equivalent would be. I don't know if you could think of someone.
I think there's influencers, but I would say, and I heard Gavin Newsom say this as well, and I think he's probably right, that the organizational aspect to Charlie Kirk it isn't being reflected within a direct analog in the Democratic Party, which is unfortunate.
Yeah. And so I don't know who I would look like. Maybe a James Carville or I don't know, a George anyway, someone that you identify with, here's someone that's out there, trying to be a public voice to push for Democrat things, and he has serious connections.
You would forget about it, Rob. I mean, people forgot about the...
That's not true at all. They still talk about January 6th every day ad nauseum.
Okay, I understand that, but that's a little bit... I think the difference is you just don't see Jan 6 as that big of a deal.
It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
Right, and secondly, right, if there had been mass amounts of Republicans that would have celebrated like we saw with Charlie Kirk, right? And then if the immediate reaction would have been conservative media to be like, oh, he said this, oh, never mind, we retract that. And conservative politicians would be like, well, they were a communist, AOC gets killed. And
they would definitely say that, bro. They would definitely say that.
If AOC got murdered, right, at a rally, right?
God forbid.
Maybe she's a politician, but you get it. She's close to Charlie Kirk, maybe an
but
influence.
Rob, you're not looking at me with a straight face and saying they wouldn't call attention to her horrendous views within hours of her death.
They may, but I'm saying
they would definitely.
I'm saying the Democrats would still be talking about it ad nauseum.
Oh, sure. You guys aren't talking about Charlie Kirk. You guys released like fucking "We Are the World" songs about Charlie Kirk. You like half the time that they killed Charlie, killed Charlie Kirk.
Not the politicians, not the Trump administration, not the politician. You're right. We're talking about Charlie Kirk. Candace Owens is fucking idiot.
The whole debate is about whether Charlie Kirk was so like now. That is a self-own on a different thing. Like, I agree, but that's on Candace Owens. And
I agree. I'm not, but what I'm saying is that the politicians are incapable of winning a narrative. If we saw violent riots against law enforcement night after night after night done by Republicans in red areas, where basically the mayors sit back and we're like, there's not much we could do, like we see in places like Portland, the Democrats would be hopping on that. There would be the most massive FBI investigation.
I think Republicans are not horrible at messaging a unity. Sometimes they fuck up really bad just because they're either stupid, incompetent, or whatever. But like, do you think think about Chuck Schumer, right? Chuck Schumer, you already gave a bunch of statements where he's like, these are objectively irresponsible statements that he's made, that he's apologized for. He goes, everyone's so aroused these days. We're all aroused. And then later, a Democratic congressperson comes on stage and says, guys, we all need to fuck Trump. I mean, these people, they're not master strategists. Half of their Twitter
I'm not saying that, but they know how to go on the offense. They know how to weaponize like a tragedy.
Really? I feel like far too often Democrats are like giving explanations and actually answering questions. One thing that JD Vance does that I don't know how effective this is, but it's at least clever, is he will never ever fucking like directly answer a question. He'll just be like, the real question you should be asking is da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I feel like the Democrats, to the extent that they're doing messaging, sometimes with these like bullshit framing from these biased news organizations who are now being more and more influenced by Trump world and being bought out by Trump affiliates, different than CBS, et cetera, et cetera. But one thing I think Democrats should follow suit is they should stop accepting the framing of Republicans and like sort of
they never get anything. Like they hardly ever get any difficult questions. Dude, that's why we saw that woman, what's her name, that's running for governor in California, completely fucking break apart at the most benign question.
Yeah, but that's
Democrats in a nutshell. They're never asked. Nancy Pelosi freaks out all the time when she's rarely asked a difficult question.
You're talking about Porter who is an unhinged person who has other comments of like a potentially and anytime I hear like rumblings, and this was true of Kamala too, that there's like some staff issues of like being abusive to staff. I also find this of waiters, people who like disrespect waiters. There's just something that like goes off. And I'm like, something's not right up here. And I'm hearing that also by Plattner in terms of like problems holding on to staff, these personnel issues. And there was some of that going on with Porter, et cetera. But, and Pelosi is ancient. I mean, she's like she's oldest
leader. What's the difficult question you've heard Chuck Schumer answer?
Chuck Schumer answer? I don't know if I can right now off the top of my back remember all the questions asked to Chuck Schumer.
I mean,
the most recent interview that I just heard was Ezra Klein talking to Gavin Newsom. And in that interview, half the time, like, Gavin Newsom will try to say something, and Ezra Klein's like, you're trying to relate to Charlie Kirk or Steve Bannon as people. I don't need you to do that. I don't want you to hear that. So, like, I can't imagine actually a Republican, fielding those kinds of questions in that kind of way. Maybe there are some. And look no further than what they're doing with the Pentagon press corps. They're like imposing all these fucking stooged losers who are just bootlicking chills, even by your lights.
We just lived through 4 years of human vegetable Joe Biden almost taking no questions that weren't pre-scripted and the media completely going along with it.
Dude, I mean, I think that you over make your case on that. That is just
okay. So Jake Tapper, who has no reason to carry water for the Republicans, correct?
I mean, I don't know that he has a reason to carry water for Republicans, no.
Okay. He wrote an entire book about how the media was duped. And now looking back, it seems odd that they didn't have any access and weren't able to ask like difficult questions of Biden, etc.
Yeah, so I think that there is a certain selection of problems that persist there. The first is, I think that there were people who were willing to just go along and are politically biased in that respect. And I think that that's true even of people at some of these major organizations, including, but not limited to, the New York Times, et cetera, et cetera. And I also think that there's some culpability on behalf of the Biden administration itself for not giving access. And the reason they're not giving access is because they understand what that access would entail. That said, you like blame me for covering up for Biden's cognitive decline. You like pretty much blame every Democratic influencer for lying. And you say like, no one should believe us because we lied.
Yeah, you lied about something so blatant. Well, maybe lie is not the best word, right? You intentionally withheld the truth. And when specifically asked if you saw a cognitive decline, you lied. Is that fair? But I don't know that each influencer was specifically asked. But
No,
yes,
I
when you denied, when you said, if you denied, I don't see evidence of his cognitive decline, you lied. And if you didn't talk about his
but you're not
cognitive
going to find
decline,
you're not going to find that quote for me. What you'll find from Josiah is that Trump is worse than Biden, which I don't accept at the time that happened. And I think that he deserves to eat a little bit of, and shout out Josiah, I love you. I don't know if he's still listening. I think he donated at some point, but I think that some people who are kind of being like, this is just the same exact thing as Trump. But that said, like Trump right now, he looks noticeably worse. And I think
that was never that. No. That was never the accusation of Biden. It wasn't that old man looks older, old man looks less energetic. It was old man looks like he has dementia. Trump doesn't look like he has dementia.
You see Trump, first of all, Trump is talking about how he has like a bunch of doctors like congratulating him on resolving basic fucking dementia tests that are like easy as fuck. He is acting weird as hell.
Trump's always talked like that.
Why is he getting these MRIs?
Trump's always talked like that. He Trump like that in his first term. And the question is, why did the same media that was hyper focused on Trump's health in the first term somehow completely miss Biden's health failures in his second term and now go right back to questioning Trump's health? So the reason that Trump's out there talking about MRIs and stuff is because he's an idiot and he takes the bait all the time, and he sees Democrats' narrative saying this man's unfit. So he's saying, look, I took these tests, I'm not unfit.
I provided evidence of this was a campaign issue in the Democratic primary. So the media was talking about Biden's age issues and gaffes.
That's not. Yes, while you're technically true that some people talked about it in a benign way during the primary, the truth is during almost the entirety of the Biden administration, and even when they did talk about it, they were incredibly sympathetic and not forceful with the obvious truth that everyone with two sets of eyes could see, that the man was severely mentally impaired, cognitively impaired.
If everyone could see it, in what sense were the American people duped? And if you ask them consistently in polling that they all believed it, then I think that your case that they tried to pull a fast one over the American people, at least from the perspective of the media, at least you should acknowledge that it didn't work, right?
Well, it did work for a long time.
I'm not sure. I think people always had concerns about his cognitive health.
Not to the extent that what it was. What happened was, what we do know is this, that the media was never going to cover the story to the extent it deserved to be until Biden shit the bed in the debate.
Well, that was like a national moment. That was like a what the fuck moment. That was insane moment.
Do you think a week before that Biden was much better than he was during that debate?
No, I think they probably had knowledge that it was much worse than what he put.
And yet the media wasn't talking about it.
No, that's not the media. No, that's not the media. That's the insiders, his little group, his little 3 advisor people who I'm not remembering their names, managing him. And yes, I think that is absolutely like that's fucked up as shit.
No, it's not just that. For example, we see people like Jake Tapper and others admitting this. For example, George Clooney admitted at a fundraiser that he did before that debate that he's like, yeah, we saw the signs, we knew it was up. Now that wasn't just the 3 people connected to Biden. That was all sorts of people that were there and saw this, including members of the media.
I want your line in the sand. I want your line in the sand. If it comes out later that someone who's allied with Trump, someone who's close, either his children or some other actor who's affiliated, knows that Trump's health condition right now is worse than it seems. Either he has some kind of like early onset thing, or he has like a brain cancer, and that they're not disclosing it now, that you're going to say that it's political corruption, that it's the height of problems with the journalism and all that shit. That if we have a light case.
No, what I'm going to say is as follows. When the evidence is overwhelming, right, as we saw with the Biden administration, when we see that there is an intentional lack of access giving to the media, and when the media almost on the whole takes the exact opposite stance, that people are believing cheap fakes and things like that see this, which was the line that the Biden...
Somewhere.
But overwhelmingly, you can see there's a problem. And that's the other difference between Trump and Biden.
Did you see the one
Say what you will, Trump is the most available president like in my lifetime. The dude talks to the press way more than he should. And always off script. That's why he gets in trouble so much saying shit.
Fucking up. He says shit that doesn't make any sense. I mean, the other day, I think I retweeted him saying like, we have a Fed where like he's just saying nonsense and like he's messing up his words and saying crazy shit.
It's not even remotely close. It's not even remotely close.
I think you vastly underestimate the amount of gaffes and verbal slip-ups and clear signs of
It's
cognitive
not.
decline of
It's
Trump.
it's not close. We had one man that was basically shielded intentionally from the press, and the press willfully stood by and let it happen. And then we could see him over and over with embarrassing moments that looked like the guy had no idea where he was at. And then we have with Trump, who talks more to the press than any fucking human being ever should, who's
and makes it
public all
clear
the
that he's
time,
going through
off
cognitive
script.
decline.
And he
He's
makes
going through
of
cognitive
the,
decline.
and
Why can't
of
you
the
admit that,
things
Rob?
you could see a few moments out of the hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of minutes where he's talking, where there doesn't seem to be problems. Now, I'm not going to say that anyone could slip up words here and there. That wasn't the problem with Joe Biden. The problem was exactly what we saw on that debate stage. And we could see that guy over and over. And now the same press that was complicit, knowing full well that they weren't being given access, but not speaking up about it, right? And that saw the same footage we saw and didn't speak up about it. Now they're going, oh, geez, why did they withhold access from us? You knew it too.
Listen, so I think that there's culpability within certain members of his insiders. I just don't think it extends as far as you do to like this covert fucking conspiracy that everyone is involved in, including members of the media who I think more plausibly those who did have a light touch. Yeah, I think it's political bias. I don't think it's necessarily like them intentionally withholding. For Clooney, yeah, he was, but I just don't see what is Clooney's affirmative obligation to come forward that you would apply to Trump-aligned people if the Trump-aligned people.
It's not an affirmative obligation. What it is evidence that people around Biden noticed this, right? And no one spoke up. No one.
Well,
I'm not saying George Clooney didn't have any obligation. He can do whatever the fuck he wants. I'm saying the fact that he noticed it shows that probably the politicians around Biden would have also noticed it. His cabinet would have also noticed it. The media people around him.
One of the biggest problems, one of the things I thought was truly shocking was that they didn't have any cabinet meetings for like a full year. That was one thing that I was like, that is fucked up. And so, but there were stories, but when people point you to the stories where they're like talking about it, you're like, oh, that's just a story in the New York Times that who read it and who was like paying attention to it and shit like that. But that's not for a lack of trying. I know your time is short. I want to talk about the strikes at some point. If you're
let's
okay
do
with
it.
it.
Yeah.
Okay. I think it's murder. I think it's a war crime. And I went through it with Avi, and yeah, I don't even see like a good case that it's not. And I can explain
what part of it? The double
strikes.
tap, the targeting of the boats in the first place, or both, you're going to say?
Both.
Okay. So
Yeah.
go ahead.
Make the case. And all right. So
Start with the double tap and then we'll go.
Okay. Will that work? Yeah, I can do it.
I mean, if you want to go the other way, that's fine. I'm not trying to.
I'd prefer it just so that you can understand.
Okay.
I think the framework is a little bit easier there.
Uh-huh.
So the murder is defined as the unlawful killing of a human being with malice aforethought. And that, like I mentioned before, has essentially three elements: that you actually cause the death of a human being, that you do so with malice aforethought, which isn't exactly intention. It's most intentions and some forms of recklessness, but you can downgrade an intentional malicious killing to one that's not malicious for like purposes of heat of passion and emotional disturbance. But in general, intentional killings are malicious. And the only exceptions to these kinds of things are, you can hear me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are situations in which there's a self-defense rationale or public authorization to conduct that attack. And I think that the case for public authorization, first of all, that would eliminate this being unlawful killing. If the law allows you to kill these individuals, then by definition, it is not murder. And some good examples of that are, I think, the Alawaki killing. I think that is lawful and publicly authorized. And I believe, for example,
why was that authorized under the AUMF?
Under the AUMF and under international law, Al Qaeda was engaged in as a group, and there's definitions of that we can talk about. As an organized, cohesive group, they were engaged in a non-state, non-international armed conflict with the United States. And the rules of war in international law, and as further authorized by Congress, allows the United States to engage in hostilities and combat against belligerents and combatants who are part of that opposition group. It would be no different than Abraham Lincoln ordering troops on a bunker to go attack Confederates. Now, he doesn't need to give trials to all those people because it's not practicable to do. It's the rules of war apply in that context. And that gives you public authorization to order the death of those people. Yes. And for Al Qaeda, it's not close. There's explicit congressional authorization for that. And that's just the like kind of the internal U.S. law component of it. But putting that aside, plenty of justification under international law to go after Al Qaeda and its members. There's an additional question here, which is the due process consideration, and there's a gloss here for international law as well. For the death to be justified and for you to have authorization for U.S. citizens, I agree, Al-Awlaki has due process rights, but that doesn't mean that in every context, when it's not practicable to go obtain him and to go with SEAL Team 6 to actually try to arrest him, that you have to do that. It would be like, let's say that Americans were driving a plane or trying to go into like the Twin Towers. You wouldn't need to be like, go try to arrest that plane. You would be allowed to, in that context, make the difficult decision to destroy the American aircraft that's trying to go into that tower, and because due process requires a contextual understanding of what's going on there. And so just like there's no due process violation when it's not practical to give all these Confederates trials before you order their deaths in the context of like actual combatants, then there's no due process issue raised in the context of where you can't go to Yemen and practically abscond with this person and engage in a highly, highly dangerous raid to go apprehend him. So that would be different than him like arriving at the airport where it is practicable to do this and without much danger. So that's the public authorization, which I think that we ought to agree that in cases of actual war or armed conflict, there is authorization for the military, the U.S. military, to kill combatants and to kill these people if they're engaged in that war, according to the rules of war. Now, what you can't do is kill people in violation of the rules of war that have been incorporated into U.S. law, these international laws, some of which have been incorporated into U.S. law, including the war crime stuff. So you couldn't kill hors de combat. You couldn't kill people who, POWs. That would be not authorized under the rules of war and therefore not publicly authorized, therefore murder. And so the analysis is simple. Number one, there was an intentional killing of these individuals. That much you won't even deny. No. The only question is authorization. And my point is that there is no public authorization for the use of force here. We're not in an armed conflict with these groups, even assuming the sufficient cohesiveness, which I think there probably is for the cartels, such that because there is a standard, and you can't define it exactly of like when a group is sufficiently hierarchical, right? This is where you get triggered, where like the Antifa thing isn't considered oftentimes one of these like cohesively enough groups to be engaged in an armed conflict with the state. But I think the cartels sufficiently are, but they're just not engaged in armed conflict as that term is understood in international law with the United States. And therefore, there's no authorization to kill these people. And given that there's no authorization to kill these people, the only possible defense would be self-defense. And there's no good argument, or I haven't seen good evidence that there was a self-defense rationale in that context. And the second strike is it's gravy. Like, even assuming we were in an armed conflict with these drug cartels, even assuming that there was public authorization to do the first strike, under the rules of war, which are applicable, you're not allowed to kill hors de combat. And it seems, at least, I don't see any good reason or good evidence to suggest these people weren't hors de combat.
So, several things. One, the idea that Trump would be charged for murder of this is nonsensical. We wouldn't charge presidents that take out these actions if it would later be deemed that these were illegal. He was given legal counsel that said that these would be legal, and so for them to then later be overruled, it would be absurd to say that we were going to charge Trump. If he violated the order, then perhaps you would have some sort of argument to the case. Second, there's all sorts of potential authorizations for why this would be allowed. First, you could argue under the authorization of military force that these constitute narco-terrorist and groups that were somehow collaborative with the same terrorist sort of networks that were engaged in the war on terror that we occupied, extending from 9/11. In fact, it was very fast and loose how both the Bush administration, the Obama administration, and the Biden administration, including the first Trump administration, targeted terrorists with still connections to groups surrounding September 11th, because the authorization of military force was about groups that were connected to 9/11. So they could make an argument that there are tangential connections, such as there are financial connections, there are military connections between groups like ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and drug cartels that we see in South America. Those are potential arguments we have, though I think that's the weakest of the possible justifications. Third, you can see with Article 2, which does authorize defensive strikes against imminent threats to the United States, right? Trump has this letter to Congress in September that says the imminent threat is the tens of thousands of people that are dying of the drugs that these cartel members are bringing. So he could argue, just like it's an imminent threat to bomb Alawaki, even though it's obviously it wasn't, they argued it was an imminent threat, although they also said that it was justified under the AUM app. You could make the same argument here that the imminent threat doesn't necessarily have to be won through a bombing or physical violence, but the imminent threat is bringing stuff that through secondhand will lead to the death of American citizens. This would justify taking out groups that were intentionally poisoning our people that would kill them, because that would still be seen as a self-defense. The OLC memo also suggests that the U.S. is in an armed conflict with cartels, and it cites things, allegedly, because no one's seen it, but the allegation is that there have been armed exchanges with cartel members and groups that advocate for these, both not just through the U.S. military, but also through law enforcement agencies, particularly at the southern border, that have actually been killed. You could go no further than to cite things like the Obama sort of gun running Fast and Furious, where we had cartel members that took U.S. guns, ended up killing U.S. troops or U.S. law enforcement officials, and things of that nature. So that's sort of the argument on why there was a potential use of force. Even if it would be ruled by a court that, like, no, there isn't a potential use of force here, it's not so black and white that we would say this would justify prosecuting the president of the United States or the people around him with murder, right? Secondly, based on this same rationale, even if it wouldn't be murder, we could say that other crimes that don't constitute murder, but things like negligent homicide and things like that, should be prosecutable for any time that a president orders strikes that kill people that are innocent. For example,
strikes that are not authorized. Yes, right. Now, listen, I want to be clear. I'm not just applying it to the president. So I'm just trying to establish that a crime was committed by a particular individual. Here, let's just take Hegseth, because I think Trump's going to be largely okay because of the Trump for the United States. That's going to be the main thing. Even though I think this is preposterous, I think this is probably under the logic of that opinion, an official act. And he'll probably almost certainly get some version of immunity. So I'm not speaking about Trump specifically, but I will bite that bullet to say, if a strike is not authorized under AUMF standards, not AUMF, under the standards of the U.S. law and the rules of war, of course I would say there should be potential.
But that's the double tap. When I'm saying, you're saying even outside the scope of the double tap. And what I would say is, so if we see, for example, the Biden strikes on ISIS-K, right?
Yeah, it depends on whether,
That did not target ISIS-K. It actually targeted innocent people. May have been
it did not target innocent people. They tried to target. This would be like a self-defense. Now, the question here, like, analogize it to self-defense, and you wouldn't have a problem with this, right? So if it were the case, now I'm not saying public authorization justification defense is the same as self-defense in every respect,
correct,
but use it as a tool to guide the inquiry, right? So there could be cases under which a cop, right, using in an objectively reasonable sense, not rejecting any unjustifiable risk or anything, could use self-defense to an innocent person who poses no risk. Someone pulls something quickly. They're trying to pull out their notebook or their phone, but any objective police officer in that place would have seen it as like a threat, like a quick draw or something. And under the mistaken impression that this person, but reasonable impression that this person constituted an imminent threat to serious bodily injury or death, a cop could be justified in shooting them, notwithstanding that there was actually no threat. And so you just have to think about it in that context.
That's not an apples to apples comparison. A more apt explanation would be this. Let's say the cop sees someone that they think is a killer, right? There's a warrant out for this arrest. He's a serious criminal, right? So this killer doesn't pose an imminent threat to the cop right now, but certainly the cop's justified in drawing his weapon and arresting this person, and he could be a danger.
Absolutely.
The cop draws his weapon, shoots at this person, and kills an innocent person behind him.
Yeah, so the reason why, I mean, there could be liability, right? So I'll give you the different examples in which there's liability and when there's not liability. In the case in which this person really presents, he needs to be an imminent threat. It's not enough for this person to be a general threat, right? It must be that he is like a continuing threat to serious bodily injury or death. For example, if he was like asleep, right, and they all surround him, you can't just shoot him in the face. He needs to represent, and maybe different though, if there isn't really an easy way to access this person in the given context, and he's about to escape and he's committed these murders on the run, maybe a different situation. But in the examples I'm going to provide where it would be justified, this bystander death, and where it would not be, suppose that this cop is really, really drunk and Now, it is the case that he's on the hunt for a like potential killer, and it is the case that this person, it would be justified to shoot him, even maybe on sight, given whatever context that is. But he's very, very drunk, and he confuses the address of where the killer is supposed to be, and he goes to a grocery mart, and he's so drunk that he thinks that this very obvious innocent person is the killer, shoots, misses the person who's an innocent person, hits another innocent person. In that context, not murder, right? Probably not murder, unless it's gross, reckless conduct, like really depraved conduct. Maybe then it would be malicious. But I would have no problem charging that person with negligent homicide or a reckless killing or like.
But I don't understand it. The two examples you give. I think my example is more apt to exactly what happened with the bombing of ISIS-K, which is it was someone that wasn't an imminent threat. These people of ISIS-K weren't said to be preparing an attack right then, and within the hour or so were going to commit an attack. There's no evidence that that was suggested. This was considered retaliatory.
No, because self-defense wasn't the authorization there. So we're using self-defense as a lens to view a potential justification, but it's to show you that there could be successful invocations of that defense and unsuccessful invocation. So you could try to invoke self-defense as a justification for a police shooting and fail, and you could, but notwithstanding the fact that someone innocent died, that you, but you could also invoke it and succeed, notwithstanding the fact that someone innocent died. In the case of the strike against ISIS-K, there you have a much closer nexus to public authorization. Why? Because you're in Afghanistan, a place where you specifically were authorized to do war with Islamist groups. ISIS-K is an offshoot of Al-Qaeda. They're affiliates in that sense. And so you have public authorization, not to just attack in self-defense, but to kill combatants who are engaged in a war with the United States. So you don't need to have an necessarily imminence in the context of self-defense when it comes to public authorization to use force in an armed conflict. Those are. I don't know that.
I don't know that. Is ISIS-K an affiliate of Al Qaeda?
It's an. I think ISIS developed out of Al Qaeda.
I think that they hate them.
They might currently. I mean, there's great deals of rivalries.
I mean, so it's. I think that that's fast and loose to say just because they're Islamic terrorists.
I mean, come on.
Links them. Wait, I do. I think that. I think that it's clear that you could see if you allowed those extrapolations of the authorization of force to be legitimate, then clearly it's just a stone's throw away of saying that you can have some loose. Yes, you could have.
This is the BS, Rob. This is what frustrates me so much. You're saying because there's some vagueness in the AUMF and which groups are going to be targeted, that we can't ever make a distinction on that basis between a clearly unreasonable extrapolation and one that is way more in line with what was being authorized by the AMF. So if Trump claimed, for example, that Antifa was a foreign terrorist organization, which he has, affiliated with ISIS, Al-Qaeda or something, and just starts killing Democrats that he says are affiliated with Antifa or whatever, you wouldn't sit here, or I hope maybe you would, you wouldn't sit here, would you, to be like, oh yeah, well, I guess, if it's okay against ISIS, it's okay against Antifa Democrats. No, I mean, there has to be some reasonable interpretations.
What if there is evidence that these narco terrorists in Venezuela have engaged in gun running, financial deals with Al Qaeda? Then what?
Yeah, no. Wait, deals specifically with Al Qaeda?
Correct.
No, that I don't think that would be. First of all, that evidence, I haven't seen it, but I don't know that would be enough to establish that that group is currently in an armed conflict with America, such that we can invoke the rules of war.
But wait a minute.
No different than like so if they're like you're selling arms. When Russia is selling arms to Ukraine and America is selling arms, Russia's buying arms from China. And Ukraine's buying arms from America. Does that mean that we're at war with Russia or at war with China?
No, but that's not what the AUMF said. It was far more broad than that. Right?
The AUMF, hang on. So
it said that the joint resolution to authorize the President of the United States to use armed forces against those responsible for the recent attacks launched against the United States, whereas September 11th, blah, 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 whereas such acts render both necessary and appropriate.
In general, this is a quote.
Yes,
that the President is authorized to use all necessary and appropriate force against those nations, organizations, or persons he determines planned, authorized, committed, or aided the terrorist attacks that occurred on September 11, 2001, or harbored such organizations or persons in order to prevent any future acts of international terrorism against the United States by such nations, organizations, or persons. So there's some broadness there. I'm not going to deny you that this is not a model of clarity. What I'm trying to tell you, though, is that A, if this was purporting to authorize force against people who are not in armed conflict with the United States, it wouldn't matter. I mean, you're like, I suppose maybe it would be operating on whatever framework that is, but it's not the rules of war as understood internationally. But even putting that apart, this is not, I don't think you can reasonably interpret this to mean mere violations of American drug policy.
No, they could say that it's not just mere violations. It's that these narco-terrorists are funding things that are attacks on U.S. citizens, or they're cooperating with Islamic terrorist organizations, etc. There is potential there. Now, to be fair, I haven't heard Trump's team make this claim. But if they do later make this claim, you would have to say that it's broad enough that there's a possibility that could apply. Nonetheless, getting back to
by
the
that
ISIS,
logic, we're in an armed conflict with anyone who sends weapons to, or any kind of money by that logic, or any kind of benefit whatsoever to Afghanistan, send any kind of benefit whatsoever to.
Well, no, I would think a reasonable
Pakistan?
interpretation that would be that it intends and accomplishes sending money to terrorists. A illegal organization is intending to and accomplish sending aid to one of these terrorist organizations. That would be the harboring.
But assuming it was just drugs, you would grant that that's unreasonable to read the AUMF as authorizing it as to drug runners. I mean, by that logic, wouldn't China be in an armed conflict with the United States? You wouldn't grant that, right?
I would say this: if they don't make the connection to any sort of collaboration with some terrorist group, that the AMUF probably shouldn't apply.
Okay,
that's what I would say. But they don't need to necessarily.
Authorization.
It could be that they are just using drugs if it was to profit other groups that were terror groups. I think that would arguably still apply, because my problem is I don't like the AUMF because I think it's intentionally broad, and basically you could cleverly use it to justify fucking murdering anyone. All you have to do is have a tenuous connection to, like, well, you're tenuously connected to Islamic terrorism, which was an offshoot of Al-Qaeda, and 25 years ago there was this attack in the United States. Now we have broad range anytime we say Islamic terrorism to bomb the fuck out of anything.
But also understand that the AUMF would apply internally as well, right? Like, this would give authorization, because understand, right? The rules of war, right? We were at a war with Al Qaeda. The rules of war in these armed state conflicts, they don't just stop at particular borders, right? In the context of the American Civil War, that was another non-state conflict to which America was a party with internal people. That the rules of war and authorization here doesn't just, it's not just, now it's a matter of policy that Trump hasn't yet, done bombing runs on internal drug smugglers in this country. But if you take the view that we're currently in an armed conflict such that the AMF applies, such that the rules of war apply with these various different cartels, then the use of force is justified under public authorities internally and externally, in the high seas, in our waters, and in our border. There's no limitation there. And
well, you have to agree with that.
No, I don't.
Why?
No, because we actually were in an armed conflict, in a non-state armed conflict with Al Qaeda, and he was a member of Al Qaeda. I mean, it's clear in terms of the.
It is. The idea of whether it be foreign or domestic is non-consequential to the AUMF. It would not say that, for example, we can't attack Al Qaeda groups that are domestic, right? It wouldn't say that.
That's my point. That's my point, is that the AUMF, if there were Al Qaeda cells in the United States, there might be some additional due process concerns raised in terms of apprehending U.S. citizens who are involved there. I'm not saying the due process clause doesn't work potentially at times to protect al-Awlaki, for sure, but it's just, is it practicable to apprehend this person? That's the question. And in Yemen, where al-Awlaki was, it was not practicable for the American. It would be different, like I said, if it's in an airport or somewhere else, but it would justify. You are correct that the AUMF does justify the use of the military against al-Qaeda operatives in the United States.
Correct.
That's how.
I don't understand the point you're making. Yes, we're both in agreement.
No, but would you grant that the basis of the alleged armed conflict between these cartels and America would justify the use of military authorities to kill in this country with military force and strikes various different members who are facilitating drug propagation?
If they could say that those facilitations were done with the intention and knowing of helping Islamic terrorist groups that we somehow connected to 9/11, yeah, I don't see why that wouldn't be the case.
Do you have a reason to believe that there's any association with Al-Qaeda?
No, I just got that. Well, no, that's what I said. I said if Trump makes this case, the AUMF would apply, right? That's all I'm saying. I haven't heard him made the case. I was clear about that. I'm just saying that you could potentially say, and by the way, the wording of it is another thing I dislike about this is the wording of it's just like, let me get it again, but it says something very vague, like that the president authorized all necessary to prove against those nations, blah, 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 that he determines. Which is very problematic because it doesn't matter if it's correct or not. All that matters is that he determined it, which is bad, but that's how it's written.
Yeah, so I don't know that we've ever addressed the scope of reviewability of the determinations of the president, but by that, you would not, would you, grant that the mere subjective determination by a president of someone's connection to, one of these various different groups that it authorizes force against would be sufficient to make it legal, right? Like if Trump declared and says, I say that Barack Hussein Obama, he is a member of Al-Qaeda. He started ISIS. He's the founder of ISIS, which Trump has said, by the way. He founded ISIS. And then Trump bombs him. You would not be like, okay, well, I guess that was legal because he determined that Obama was a member of Al-Qaeda. You wouldn't say that, would you? Would you say it?
No, I would like to think that I would say that that would be illegal. And it's one of those things, as we talked about when it came to the sort of Supreme Court decision, we would find other ways to creatively arrest that person. There would be enough wiggle room that we would do that. But the problem is, as you well know, just like when you were talking about the insurrection law, it doesn't matter how we would like it to be used. The way the law is written is the way the law is written. I think this is intentionally vague, even for other reasons. Like the idea, like, dude, listen, this is so fucking bad. This is why I was against this from the first place. It says this, it says, force against those nations, that organizations or persons that he determined planned, authorized, committed, or aided terrorist attacks on 9/11. Fine, you could argue that's reasonable. Anyone that arguably helped with the terror attacks on 9/11, great, yeah. All right. But then this is where it gets problematic. It says, or harbored. How do we define harbored? Such organizations or persons.
Yes. Listen. I buy. I'm going to buy what you're going to say, which is this is broad language. And it's potentially problematic language. I'm not here to dispute that whatsoever. These are neocons who are writing this shit.
Right. I hate this.
With bipartisan support. Right. And I grant that. However, there are reasonable interpretations and unreasonable interpretations. And I promise you, if I know anything, I know that if Joe Biden said, I determined that Donald Trump, he is a member of Al-Qaeda, and so we're drone tracking him right now.
That's different. That's such an absurd. None of us are buying that.
No, I'm just granting the principle that the mere determination of the president, you would not be like, well, it says he determines it, because there are some determinations that you say are so preposterous, are so wild that you would not accept it. You really wouldn't.
But if Trump could make a case, it's like, look, I had several intel people tell me that they saw financial connections between Al-Qaeda or ISIS or Al-Nusra or Al-Shabaab and these cartels, which evidence has shown quite frequently, and we've heard this a lot, that the cartels do have connections to terrorists around the world. If he can make that claim, it's going to be problematic to argue that these weren't legal.
No, I don't.
Based on the AUMF. So no, we haven't seen that evidence, but I'm telling you, that's going to be a potential claim that they make. And they're going to say, we didn't have to release that evidence publicly. That's intel. We don't have to do that.
Hang on. Whether or not that there would be some remedy that we could charge them, I'm very not optimistic at all that anyone is going to be held responsible for this whatsoever. I mean, if you were to ask me, what are the chances that someone has held criminally liable for this? I would be like less than 0.2%. Because Trump is just going to pardon everyone involved, and separate from why you're shaking your head.
But no, that's not even my point. I acknowledge this implicitly. However, what I'm saying is it's going to go beyond that. If there's a solid chance that the courts will rule, yeah, it's not even that he could pardon or that we don't have the mechanism to charge. It's literally not illegal. No, it's not a matter of it's illegal, but we can't charge.
No. I understand. It could be possible that a court could say this is authorized. I think, by the way, if someone I don't think Obama should have been immune for the Al-Awlaki thing. I think that he shouldn't have presidential immunity. He should just be able to raise a public authorization defense. And I think Obama should have won on that defense. And for that reason, I think it's so clear, the Al-Awlaki strikes, that they were justified in terms of legal justification, not in terms of policy. I'm just saying legal justification, that I wouldn't support charging Obama for it, because I think it's just so obviously authorized under the AMF and under the rules of war. But that is a separate question. Like, it is possible that a court could say it was authorized. My contention is not that a court could say that it's authorized, is that based on currently available evidence, I think it's a preposterous
Okay, let me
determination that
go
we're
further.
in an
Forget the
armed
good
conflict
thing.
with the
If hypothetically you saw evidence, you were able to see it. Now the chances of the public ever seeing this sort of evidence have existed, but it was evidence that you believed that was like, listen, these Venezuelan cartels and the Venezuelan government itself that is connected with these cartels are financing Al Qaeda.
yeah.
Would you then think, and you believed, yep, I see the link. Would that be justified to strike them under the AUMF, in your opinion?
So under the AUMF, if they're explicitly funding Al Qaeda operatives and that kind of thing, then I think you have a better. I have to think about it, but if there's a direct tie with Al Qaeda as it is, I think it's possible the AUMF would authorize those kind of strikes. You would need to show, however, that America is under the rules of war. I believe, in addition, I think America should follow the rules of war in addition to its own authorization strats, that we are fighting with combatants who are engaged in that conflict. I don't think it would be enough to show that there's a mere connection between them. I think so. For example, I mean, there's a connection between countries potentially, America and Ukraine. That doesn't mean that Russia is in an armed conflict with America just because we're funding Ukraine, unless you buy
they could say the AUMF doesn't say that's necessary. It says in order to prevent future terror attacks. It doesn't have to be conflict occurring in real time.
What I'm saying is that the authorization by Congress is a necessary condition, not sufficient to justify, in my opinion. I'm not saying that people can disagree. In my opinion, that congressional authorization is not a sufficient condition to justify a public authority's use of military.
I think morally, you might make that claim, but I don't know that legally you would have leg to stand on. Nonetheless, I want to get back to something. Forget. Let's do the double tap real quick. I'll just say what I was saying about ISIS-K is it's not that they would be charged with murder; it's that they could be charged with negligent homicide or other sorts of crimes because they were wrong in the way that they applied.
No. Not that they should be charged. They should be allowed to be charged. I don't agree with the immunity decision. And the question there would be, when you had this basis to do this strike on this place, is that a strike that, under the circumstances, was reasonably that they had a reasonable belief was authorized in that sense? That, in other words, that the authorization itself, the question there would be whether the strike was authorized given the information then available to the people who made that decision. But I do think, right, like, imagine this, right? Like, you would not, if this were a more insane situation, you would obviously grant it, right? Like, let's say that in the context of the war on Vietnam, there was just like a very clear, like an American car filled with white kids traveling in New York, and some, again, I'm going to give you an insane hypothetical so you bite the bullet and understand it. And some like really fucking high or tired person's like, oh, I think that's the Viet Cong in New York driving this. And they're just so negligent. They're grossly negligent. And they fire it. And they kill like a car filled with 4 American college students. You would say then that, okay, now he claims, and he might have even subjectively believed that they were Viet Cong, but the basis to say that you were authorized on the strikes, given the facts there, is so preposterous that we're not going to give you that defense here just on the mere allegation that that you subjectively believed it. Even if you did believe it, that we're going to apply some kind of standard here for public authority. Otherwise, it would just
I'd say
potential.
I don't know. Shooting. I think you're making sort of the opposite point that I thought you were going to make there. I'll just say this to get to the double tap thing. 2 things on it, right? One, like the original narrative that was put about Pete Hegseth was blatantly a joke and a hoax from the get-go. There was never any evidence to suggest that Pete Hegseth authorized a double tap ever. Even CNN's reporting and the other, the New York Post that reported this, none of it ever suggested that Hegseth specifically said, go ahead and order a second strike. This was a hoax and a narrative that was pushed out from the get-go that was
When you say hoax, what do you mean?
I mean that there was never any evidence. The way that this was spun was that Pete Hegseth committed a crime because he ordered a strike, saw that people were surviving, and ordered a second strike when they were orders to combat, or that he ordered, don't take any prisoners, no quarter given, or something like that. There was never any evidence to suggest either of those, despite the narrative that was pushed.
So the specific reporting, I don't think sort of ferrets out the specific individuals in charge for making the decision, but it does suggest an intentional decision. Whether it came from Hegseth or an admiral, I still think that needs to be, we don't have the full facts there. We need to have hearings and shit over what's going on. I hope that you support that there should be hearings there should be an investigation into this. You would grant that, right?
I think that there should be the normal amount of oversight. I don't know that we need special hearings, and I'll get to the reason why here in a second.
Okay.
Because literally every time that we use any sort of drone to have an attack, it's almost every single time a double tap. Almost every single time, under every president. There is never the ability. Let's say that there's a target.
That killing or is the combat.
Yes, correct. So, for example, let's say Bin Laden. There's an order given that says take out Bin Laden. And let's say we did it with the drone strike. If we hit him once and he's wounded, right? Are we allowed to hit him again?
It depends on whether you're hors de combat by virtue of your injury. And that's
define hors de combat.
The international law and the manual of the Defense Department references that standard. So hang on.
Go ahead.
Hors de combat. Okay. So this is the international law one that the ors that the I believe the Americans follow, and they've incorporated these. Anyone attacking persons who are recognized as hors de combat is prohibited. A person hors de combat is A, anyone who is in the power of an adverse party. So like someone who is captured, right?
Hostage or something. Yeah,
yep.
Okay.
Anyone who is defenseless because of unconsciousness, shipwreck, wounds, or sickness. Anyone who is defenseless because of unconsciousness, shipwreck, wounds, or sickness. And C, anyone who clearly expresses an intention to surrender, provided he or she abstains from any hostile act and does not attempt to escape. And that applies, by the way, to everyone. You can lose hors de combat status, but there's a specific
define defenseless.
I don't know that there's a specific definition of defenseless here. What they're saying is someone who is unable. Some of these are going to be primitives, Rob. Right? I can't define what is defending oneself.
Okay, so let me give you a hypothetical. I'm in Vietnam. This would apply theoretically to a conflict like Vietnam, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm like a tunnel rat, right? And I come out and there's a Vietnamese and he draws his gun on me and I shoot him and he's critically wounded and he can no longer lift up his gun. But he grabs his radio and starts saying, "He's here, send more troops." Am I allowed to shoot him to prevent that?
Yeah, he is now not abstained from a hostile act and he's lost hors de combat status.
So the argument that we hear from the Trump administration is that they were communicating with other people.
No, but that
then they're not hors de combat.
Hang on, that would presuppose the rules of war applying and that the introduction of drugs themselves are hostile acts. So
right. So we're back to step one.
No, but that's step one. But in addition, the evidence provided is, you would admit, contradictory. There are some people who said they have radios. Other people who have walked out of that have completely different interpretations.
What were the other things that were claimed?
So Democratic people said that there was no evidence of any radios or of any communication.
If there was communication, there's no hors de combat then, correct?
No, mere communication. You would agree, mere communication. That's not what it says.
No, that's absurd. That's absurd. Let me explain
what do you mean it's
why.
Absurd?
Because if they're radioing someone, we don't wait to hear what they're radioing. Under the auspices that they could be radioing in help to attack us.
If you, what I'm telling you is that mere communication. If it's the case that the indicia, show, and that there's precedent to suppose that the mere talking or communication by itself constitutes a hostile act, I mean, then we can have a conversation. I'm not aware of those international precedents, but if, for example, which is often the case, that these Americans were able to intercept their communications, if we knew, for example, that they were radioing to get cargo, or they were radioing with respect to their families to say goodbye to their families or something like that. There are situations, you would agree, wouldn't you, that mere communication, supposing the Americans knew that they weren't doing a hostile act and not attempting to escape, that's what most matters. Now, you could say that calling by itself should be interpreted as a hostile act, and then you're going to have to cite some precedent for that, or some interpretation.
Well, I think that it would. I would think that, so for example, what we see here, it's not just that these people were targeted, but it was that the boat itself was a military objective, correct?
So assuming that the rules of war applies, assuming that we're in an armed conflict, and assuming that it's a hostile act and these people are combatants, then yeah, you're allowed to shoot and destroy the boat.
Okay.
So that's not true, though, but go ahead.
Yeah, right. And you would be allowed to destroy that target even if there were people on it.
you would be allowed to destroy it even if there are combatants on it. And sometimes you can have even third parties, but you would need to do the kind of calculus that is normal of these kinds of acts of war.
Right. So given all of those things, if they either directly communicated, the overwhelming evidence would be they're not hors de combat, right? Because the potential.
That's your case to make.
No, I think that that's entirely reasonable. I think that like in that situation where it's like someone's radioing in, right? That would say that is the potential that they're radioing in backup. And so therefore the ability to radio in implies that they're not hors de combat. And furthermore, if there was a fear that they would do that, it would justify.
Oh, really? Any fear, and no matter how
I would think that that's. I would think that that's.
So then, what? So what is this rule actually doing? If you're saying even a fear that they call someone, then this rule is totally teethless.
There would need
to be the right interpretation.
There would need to be affirmative given by the people that showed that they were like actively surrendering or incapable of communication, etc. That would be a different situation.
It says anyone who is defenseless because of shipwreck.
Okay, but you wouldn't be defenseless because of shipwreck if you're capable of defending yourself in that you're capable of calling in backup.
Where's the, source?
That would mean you're not defenseless. Your ability to pick up your gun and shoot at me means you're not defenseless, even if you're shipwrecked. Would you concede that?
Yeah, but that would be true of potentially like all number of shipwrecked people. I'm sure there's tons of people who have the physical capability to call individuals in terms of their body. That wouldn't be justification enough that they've done a hostile act just because they have the capability to call someone.
No. But if it's someone that was specifically targeted, if it was someone that was specifically targeted for military operation, and they just because they're shipwrecked, if they're capable of shooting back at you, that wouldn't make them hors de combat, correct?
Wait, just because, say it again.
Just because they're shipwrecked, if they're shooting back at you or capable of shooting back, that wouldn't make them hors de combat.
They've lost hors de combat status.
Right. So the shipwreck doesn't give a special status that you're automatically hors de combat by being shipwrecked, is what I'm saying.
It does, and then you can, if you're rendered defenseless because of shipwrecked, then
so it has right. And so it's not just the. It's not just the shipwreck. You have to be rendered defenseless while being
because of shipwreck. Correct.
Okay.
Because of shipwreck.
So we accept. Take the ship out of it now. We're back in that Vietnam situation. Why? I'll explain why in a second. Okay. Scenario 1 is guy pulls up a gun shooting at me. Clearly not hors de combat. Scenario 2 is I wound him. He can't pick up the gun, but he's picking up the radio to call in for backup. Also not hors de combat. Right?
Potentially, I think that there are situations in which those communications. I think in general that in those situations in the combat where there is actually like at least some indication that there's a risk of that call being to call a backup or to help him escape, that you could lose hors de combat status. And I believe, though I'm not certain, that would apply. That there is cases about that. Yeah.
It would have to make sense. And here's the reason why. You can't demand that the soldier sit there and wait to hear exactly what he's saying, or else it would be too late. We clearly understand that'd be an unreasonable burden to place on a soldier.
Definitely. No, I don't deny that someone calling can be a hostile act. What I'm contesting is that it's always a hostile act. And so that's one. And two, that the potential of being able to call is a hostile act. That is what you said, and that's crazy.
Here's why. Here's what I'm saying, right? So the mere fact that they're reaching for the radio before I hear what they're going to say, I can interpret that as a hostile act.
That's your claim to make.
I don't understand how you could think it wouldn't be that.
So if they're going to call, like, and if it looks,
but you don't know that you're the soldier, and if he calls in, you're dead.
Yeah, no, but what you're suggesting, if someone is going to, and it's clear that their manifest intent is to radio, for communications in especially on the land and especially in the context of an actual armed conflict, I can totally understand them losing hors de combat status. What I'm telling you is merely the following: that the mere calling isn't sufficient for them to lose hors de combat status.
You're right.
If for example, that
if they're calling their wife.
Correct.
Okay, but the problem is you're not going to know in that moment when you see them reaching for.
Okay, Rob, you hear me say if, right? If.
Right. So let me clarify what you're saying. He shot, can't pick up a gun, reaches for radio, not hors de combat, not hors de combat, not hors de combat, not hors de combat. Says wife, I love. Now he's hors de combat.
So I'm telling you, if so, you can either fight the hypothetical or not. If the person who is presuming to shoot this individual knows, for whatever reason, just accept the hypothetical. Don't fight me on the hypothetical. Knows that this call, this communication, is not related to a hostile act or attempt to escape. it is not, you have not lost hors de combat. That is just an analytic truth based on the reading of this rule. That it
Right,
needs
but
to
what
be a
I'm
hostile
saying,
act. And
what I'm saying is that it wouldn't be impossible to know that without some sort of mind reading powers.
no. If, for example, we've tapped into their communications or something and they've already picked it up, so it's not like you have uncertainty.
Right,
They've already
but
picked
we're
it
not
up.
talking about when they already picked it up. We're talking about when they're
Rob,
reaching. That's
Rob,
what I'm talking about.
So I'm just telling you, no more, no less, that I can see examples in which communication by itself doesn't constitute a hostile
The reason
act.
that I'm suggesting this, and the fear that they could radio in, that they're still
That's what you
moving
need to
about
prove as well.
the fear that they could radio in would justify them not being hors de combat. So there's two things that we have going on. That one, that they actually did radio for help, or there was a reasonable fear that they could radio for help because they weren't wounded to the point where they're incapable to. Those both things could make them.
That rule would render this so toothless, Rob. That would mean anyone who's able to move their hand and blink their eyes and say words can never be hors de combat because they could call, regardless of
That's
any evidence
probably how the rule would be interpreted.
Based on what? In virtue of what?
Based on the most reasonable, because it would be absurd to say that one of our soldiers could not fire on a person until they absolutely 100% made sure that either that call was going to an ally as opposed to the wife or something, or B, that they're incapable of making a call. It would be absurd to say that standard. Like, imagine what firefights would like. You wound someone, you wound them. Hey, are you okay? You're not capable of calling anyone? Everything good?
That's not what I'm suggesting. What I'm suggesting is in a context in which they are rendered defenseless. So you meet that first part of the test. So we're not talking about that first part of the test. Someone who's rendered defenseless because of shipwrecked. And they're just in the water, like, please help me. I'm in the water, please. Rob would say, you're allowed to shoot him.
No,
yes or no, Rob?
It depends. And I'll explain why, right? It depends, because if it's an act of surrendering, that's different than being defenseless whatsoever.
No, because that's under C. Anyone who clearly expresses an intention to surrender, provided he or she abstained from a hostile act. Now, you could express an intention to surrender, and notwithstanding, what you're interpreting is the hostile act component, which applies to all three, A, B, and C, provided he or she abstains from a hostile act. So all your analysis about hostile act and the potential for a hostile act would apply both to B.
But the difference is if you see, the difference is a reasonable interpretation would show that someone that's affirmatively surrendering is more likely to not be radioing for help than someone that's still milling about. Just because, for example, we could say this was a drone, right?
There's a dispute. I think the best evidence is that I'm not saying there's a dispute. There's the communication was it was either a drone or a helicopter. I think the best evidence suggests that it's a helicopter.
Okay, let's say it was a helicopter. Do you think that the small arms munitions of the people in this boat would have been able to credibly issue a threat to the helicopter?
Credibly issue a threat or be a threat? Yes, it could have been. Yes.
Okay, so do you think it's possible, even once they were in the water, that it could have credibly been a threat?
It could have been a threat.
Okay. So how would you know?
By could you mean logically possible?
Yes.
Okay, so yes, it could have been a threat.
Okay, so as long as it's logical, so what I'm saying is this: they would have to see that the people were like basically damn near unconscious. If they were allowed to be targeted, which is what we're saying, then what would the standard be to know that they're hors de combat?
It was anyone who is defenseless because of shipwreck.
How would you know if they're defenseless?
Based on your vision and senses, and assuming the uniform nature of causation, and the same way we determine anything, Rob, the same way we determine self-defense.
But again, right? It would be.
How do you know for sure that someone is a threat to your life? Or I mean,
well, no, you're making this out to be ridiculous. But in order to claim that this is murder, you would have to know that they were hors de combat. If you didn't know, then it wouldn't be something like this. You would have to know and believe that they were defenseless for this to apply. You don't?
So if someone, I'll ask you this, and you can answer it. If someone had the subjective belief that someone was hors de combat, was not hors de combat, and it was literally a child holding a lollipop, there wouldn't be hors de combat. There would be civilians, whatever. But I think that the same kind of the rules apply, whatever. Let's say that this child expresses an intention to surrender. I do think that what I just said was accurate, just to be clear. But let's say that this child expresses an intention to surrender, is holding a lollipop, and says, I just really want to surrender to you, Mr. Sir. And the military officer says, oh, and shoots him. And he says, and he's honest, says, I thought that she wasn't hors de combat because I thought licking a lollipop was a hostile act. Would you accept that and say
completely the analogy?
no? Just answer it first. Yeah.
No, I wouldn't. And the analogy's absurd. A better analogy. You added all sorts of things. You added that it was a little kid. You added that they were licking a lollipop. You added that they were clearly.
Why do you think I added that, Rob?
Because now let me give you the more apt analogy.
Wait, no. The reason I gave you hard facts, Rob, is to show you that the mere I'm isolating for something, Rob. The subjective intent, the mere subjective intent of a military person that, oh, well, I thought they were in hors de combat, that isn't dispositive. That the mere subjective beliefs, if that were the case, then we'd live in Looney Tunes land.
You're shooting at someone. You're in a foxhole. It's World War II. You're holding your gun outside the ditch shooting. You hit the person but don't realize that they're bleeding out. You put your gun up again and shoot again. You just committed a war crime because you killed someone that's hors de combat.
No.
Why not?
No. Hang on a second. So in that situation, right, there is no basis under which anyone could make an assertion that you were had the intent required of a war crime, okay, to commit the actual offense that constitutes a war crime. I didn't say that subjective intent played no role whatsoever in whether you did a crime, or intention played no role. What I said was the subjective determination as to the law of the individual is not dispositive. Do you understand the difference between those two things?
I do, but what I'm suggesting, is I think that you're almost, it's not dispositive in the fact that there could be some rare instance in some strange hypothetical that would be the case. However, what I would argue is that overwhelmingly we would have to say, if you cannot make visual confirmation that beyond a reasonable doubt that someone's hors de combat, and you're still fearful that someone that you were allowed to target as an active participant that was an active target may be non-self-defense or may not be defensive.
If there's a reasonable basis not to know that they're hors de combat, or that anyone could determine whether they're hors de combat, right? Or a reasonable basis to think that this person never did the things that would qualify them from hors de combat, or that they reasonable basis think that they committed a hostile act, even if you're wrong. You're just reasserting the test. But the only thing I'm telling you is that you can't just say, well, he subjectively thought that it was okay, and therefore that's all the law requires. Just use self-defense as a way to.
Again, it's not just the point is, when we're looking specifically at this from the context of a helicopter that was allowed to target these people, to see them and see them still moving about, knowing that they would be able to have munitions, would be able to possibly think that in that point that your subjective interpretation is that they could either radio in or fire back, which would make them non-hors de combat. That's the claim I'm making. I think that's the reasonable interpretation.
But what you suggested was not that someone who is calling, not just that someone who is calling is automatically, or at least presumptively, and I might even agree that presumptively, in the normal course of events, you can assume a hostile act, provided there aren't other circumstances that change your interpretation of that communication attempt. But what you're saying is not just that, but that the mere ability, by which you mean physical ability, to be able to call is itself a hostile act to justify loss of hors de combat status. And my contention to you is that is an absurd standard that would make this rule toothless.
I don't think that that's the case. And the reason is because this would especially apply in situations where you have some sort of aerial combat. So like I said before, people that have been involved in these sort of missions that work for the military have said almost every strike we have from Obama through Bush through Trump through Biden that utilized drones basically were double tap operations. It would be to eliminate a target, and we could see, you could find the footage right now online of infrared footage where you'll see one of these drones hit, and you see a big explosion, then you see people crawling about and they hit again. Every single one of those would be hors de combat under this interpretation. Unless you say, well, no, because these were targets that were allowed to be taken out, and the fact that they were still moving justified that they could still be someone that could get away, that would be able, because there's no ability really in an easy way without harming yourself using these aerial tactics to get troops on the ground. And so this would mean that you would have to say anytime someone was wounded and says, I surrender, we let them go. We just say, oh, there's nothing we could do with the drone. We can't go pick them up. So if bin Laden, for example, said, hey, I surrender, and we took him by drone.
It sounds like you're disagreeing that this is a good idea to have this rule.
No, what I'm saying is the way that it plays out.
You're talking about whether it's the pattern in practice for them to do a double tap strike. Maybe there are other military targets there that would justify the the loss of status, that you're not attacking the person who oars the combat. The difference is here, the ship was rendered unusable. I mean, the ship was floating pieces of debris that they were hanging to. So it's not like, okay,
but we don't know exactly what the status of the ship was that it couldn't float. And
the best evidence suggests that they were like hanging on to debris.
Even still, the implicit nature is it wasn't just the ship that was the target, but the cargo of the ship. Agreed?
Hang on a second. So the cargo of, assuming, by the way, this is all assuming that we have the prerequisites to even use the rules of war as a public authorization for which murder doesn't apply. I just had a raid, so I just want to make sure people understand that what I'm saying here is all contingent on what I think is an illegal armed conflict and murder anyway. But assuming that there's a justification of the use of force against that target because you consider the drugs to be active hostilities against the United States, perhaps you could make a determination that a strike on the drugs itself, that would be justified. But if you are attacking the persons, right? If the intention is to attack the persons, then you haven't gotten anywhere close to what you're talking about.
No, because I believe the intent was probably the mission justified the attack of both the persons, the boat, and drugs. Right?
Not if they're hors de combat. That's what would make it a war crime.
Okay, if they're hors de combat, then fine. The problem is, even in hors de combat situation, as you've already conceded, it's still, if they are on a target that is of military objective, you're still allowed to strike the military objective as long as you feel that the strategic benefit of taking out that military objective outweighs the death of the hors de combat.
If it's the case that would qualify as a military objective, again, we're all assuming that, but if the intent is also to attack hors de combat, that is a war crime. You can't have that. And the best evidence suggests that they did want to kill these people. That's what the best evidence suggests.
It does.
You might disagree, but the Trump administration, that's what they're saying, is that they had complete right to kill these people, and they wanted.
Well, they did have the right to kill them in the sense that they were people that they were sufficiently allowed to target,
and they were targeting those individuals to.
And they're saying that we were allowed to do that because we didn't feel that they were hors de combat.
Hang on a second. So they are going to make, they can make whatever argument they want about their subjective belief, but that's what I'm trying to impress upon you is their subjective statements that, they're not hors de combat. We don't have to accept their word. And this is never a standard that you would apply to a Democratic administration. By the way, right now, you are basically defending that you're taking the neocon stance. In other words, you're taking the view that America doesn't have to, hem itself in to the rules of war, to its own laws, and we just have to take the discretion of the commanders and, imagine President Bush in that case, and whatever they determine subjectively, that will resolve the question about whether they're hors de combat, whether they're war crimes, Abu Ghraib, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You know all the examples.
No, what I'm suggesting,
but I will give you the last word. I have to touch in 5 minutes. Is that okay?
Yeah, what I'm suggesting is that once we authorize this use of force, it is unreasonable in putting our military undue burden to suggest that they have to sit around and wait before they see that people are firing back at them to say that they're not hors de combat. I'm also suggesting that there's a clear double standard, that both you and many Democrats that are making hay out of this absolutely without a shadow of a doubt know that there are routine drone strikes that operate in this exact same way, that there will be terrorists or whatever that are targets and they are drone strike, and then there is a second drone strike after we could see that there was crippling ability to hit in that first strike. It doesn't stop to make sure that they're not hors de combat or anything of that nature. This is the normal way that sort of drone warfare goes. And no one ever makes any sort of hay about it, but they're doing now because it's not that they're concerned that this is an actual war crime. They're doing it for political motivations. That's the only reason that they're talking about this now. So there's a significant, and this whole story and Hegseth and a change with what Hegseth said, and it's all based on anonymous source and all of this shit. All of it is just yet another hoax and shit that we hear reported by the news that was anonymous stories, anonymous hoaxes, as we've seen over and over against the Trump administration. And then when we actually get to the details, the story is much different than what was said. The real problem that you have and that everyone had is we've known about these sorts of strikes since September. You were unable to successfully push the narrative that these strikes were illegal. And so you're able to get back into that conversation. But you were unable to prove it or convince enough of the American people to give a shit about it. Right. And so a clever way.
In virtue of what? Trump's they say he's the president. I think he's an occupant. The illegal Oval Office occupant, Donald Trump, you
don't think he's the legitimately elected president?
Oh, he's elected for sure. I just think he's not qualified for the office.
Well, it doesn't matter if you think he's qualified. He is president.
No. What I mean is constitutionally, I think he's disqualified. But
I disagree. The courts disagree.
whether they have enforced Section 3, I don't have to take the view of the court's determination. That's the self-executing nature of Section 3 to make that determination. But anyway, what I'll say is he has been elected for a term of office, and you're saying the American people weren't convinced by you in virtue of what? In virtue of the fact that he's still in office? Like, in virtue of what have we failed to convince the American people?
It wasn't a story. It wasn't. It was such a failed story that it was no longer in the news cycle, really. That it wasn't even a message that Democrats were out successfully pushing. There wasn't mass calls for people in the United States to demand that this be stopped. None of this was occurring. So what happened was by pushing the hoax that Pete Hegseth ordered this double tap, which ended up being a hoax, it allows you to get right back to back to what we knew in September. We think it's illegal. It's going to probably be found out. I would say a very good chance that courts are going to rule that this wasn't a legal strike when it gets to the highest level.
They're not going to review it, Rob. These criminals are going to just pardon each other and fucking rub each other's dicks and balls, and they're going to be able to
You don't think that any court's
going to be a proceeding? No.
Okay. Great.
Who's going to bring it?
No crime. Great.
No crime because no one gets prosecuted. That's your view?
I think that a reasonable interpretation could be that this wasn't actually something that would be that was clear cut, black and white. And so if no charges are brought in this, then I don't know how we could just. No, what I'm saying is it'd be different, right? It'd be different if we could see something black and white, like clearly someone's tied up with their, hands behind their back, chained, and they torture him and they kill him. That would be different, even if there's not.
Isn't it possible that he has a secret fucking earpiece, and the fact that his hands are bound, he could be calling someone in this little radio that he has in his ear, and so why should he have orders of combat status if his hands are bound? That seems like he could very much be calling for reinforcements.
I'm telling you that the reasonable interpretation of this would be we do not wait for people to see that they are affirmatively not calling before we say that they're allowed to keep treating them as an enemy combatant.
Someone whose hands are bound could have a radio in their ear that they're allowed to just talk and call for backup. And then, so why should we give the presumption of
the reasonable, if there was something, if the hands behind the back, the reasonable interpretation is that they wouldn't be able to do that. If we hear them, if they're saying things that subjectively sounds like that they are attempting to call, like, shit, he got me right here, he's at this target, blah, blah, blah. Are you saying that you wouldn't be allowed to shoot him?
No, I'm saying in the absence of that.
Oh, so there is hypothetical situations.
Yeah, hypothetical situations where there's indication that he's actually doing that. But like now, what I'm telling you is not a situation in which there's good indicia that he's doing that, but a situation where he merely could have a secret earpiece in his head, which he could use to call. Because that seemed to be the standard when it came to someone who is like, what
I'm saying is there is a reasonable aspect to this. And that reasonable aspect that I outlined in that situation on the ground in Venezuela is actually exponentially better when you're talking about someone that's using things like aerial combat and they don't get to be able to see the specific details as much. If they reasonably feared, the target that we think is important to destroy because we think that this target is going to kill Americans in the sense of this fentanyl or whatever these drugs were, they're going to radio in to prevent this. They're still milling about. Then yes, it probably means they're not orders to combat to strike that target again.
On current evidence, you are not convinced that this is justified as an armed conflict or as under the AUMF. What's your view? You're saying that Trump could argue it, but what's your view?
It's certainly not under the AUMF.
Okay, so certainly not under the AUMF. No. And you're not convinced that we're in an armed conflict with these cartels, do you?
I think that Article 2 would be the best case for the most likely scenario. And Article 2, the way it interprets it, is it just expressly armed conflict? Let me see.
There's nothing in Article 2 expressly. When people say Article 2, there's people talk about the inherent powers of the president, some of which, by the way, I wouldn't deny. I think that the president does have some kind of some wiggle room in terms of defense against armed conflicts, insurrections, invasions, that kind of thing. I just think that it's preposterous to think that we are currently in one of those categories, such that the president can use his inherent Article 2 authorities to conduct these strikes.
Article 2
it doesn't textually say it. It's an implied power, which I'm not even denying. I think that the president probably does have implied powers to use force, even deadly force, in certain circumstances. I just don't think it applies to any violation of law. It applies to invasion or insurrection and those kinds of military situations where the rules of war apply.
No, I don't think so. I think that it wouldn't just be invasion or insurrection. For example, I think there would be certain situations in Article 2 where you could have attacks that would be on a U.S. interest. You would agree with this. There's a U.S. tanker out there, right? That's not an invasion. That's not an insurrection. And there's an imminent attack on that. terrorists are firing rocket propelled grenades. Article 2 allowed to attack, right?
I don't know under Article 2 whether you have the authorization to defend against piracy. I assume that I would assume that there probably is to defend, like for example, let's say that there's an American citizen that is being attacked by a foreign power or something. I think that there could be some in exigent circumstances like that, and that there probably is something under U.S. law to defend those U.S. citizens or U.S. assets or whatever from attack and from piracy and that kind of stuff. That's just not what we're seeing here. Those are, again, international law applies in those contexts and for like piracy and those kinds of things. And
I think the argument's going to be made twofold. That one, the drugs themselves constitute an attack on the country because they kill so many people, and that actually there's more proof that they kill Americans and are directly targeted Americans than many other Article 2 attacks.
So we're in an armed conflict with China. We're in an armed conflict with China.
No, the difference is because these are specific cartels that are imminently bringing in these illegal drugs at that point. Similarly,
China is making it all.
So, similarly, if you had a boat of China of cartel people that are bringing fentanyl, yeah, there might be a legal authorization to attack that boat if you had that imminently coming and bringing those actual drugs.
No, but like on the heist, the question isn't. Well, maybe it's possible to wait. You think that someone smuggling drugs across the border and like they're getting into American territory, you think that the U.S. government can just blow them up?
It may be under Article 2. That may actually be, like, you seem to imply that this would, if it was China, it would be somehow more ridiculous. I'm not so sure. I think whether it be a cartel or China, if you could make the argument that we think these drugs are imminently going to kill people in this country, like, for example, what if it was biological agents? Would you be allowed to do it then?
Yeah. I think that there could be some arms in terms of armed conflict with respect to certain biological agents, chemical warfare, but that's not what we have here, Rob.
Well, there's
a distinction between recreational drugs that people ingest and that represent violations of the civilian law of the United States, and attacks by other country with the intention and purpose to kill, with their conscious object is to kill Americans using, like, I don't know, anthrax or some shit. And if everything becomes not, like, to you, this kind of like game of like categories mean nothing because you can't like precisely define when a puddle becomes a lake. Now we can't have any standards whatsoever.
That's not the point that I'm making.
You would never say this of like beef products, of cigarettes, of alcohol.
That's not the point that I'm making. The point that I'm making is that it's not as clear-cut as what you're saying. And this is an argument they're going to make. And what I'm going to say is they'll say, listen, this is basically arms, or this is an attack on us because this directly causes the deaths of American citizens. So we're justified,
beef, right? So does beef, and
it's not true. It's completely different. It's completely the level of this is completely different, because what we can see is one is something that's illegal that predictably has an insanely high mortality rate, like and something like beef. People could use a product that can't be used for good
so like heart-related stuff is like the number one cause or number two cause of death in America.
Yeah, but beef isn't the number one. Like it's
okay, but
absurd,
any food that has
any
food that has as its tendency to be addictive.
You're literally doing the very thing you're criticizing me about. You're taking an absurd distinction.
It's a criticism of your point, Rob.
That's exactly what the point. What I'm saying is, what they're going to say is that these drugs constitute sort of an attack on America. And it's an argument that they're going to make. Secondly,
I'm not asking if they're going to make it. I'm saying, do you buy it?
I think that they're probably going to say that it's legal.
No, not whether they would say. I'm asking you, do you buy it, that this is an armed conflict?
I think that in coalition with the fact that there have been armed exchanges with U.S. law enforcement and cartel members would, yes, constitute that this probably is an armed conflict.
Okay.
Probably. And I hate the fact that they're attacking them, but they probably legally have the right, because I think that Article 2 is going to be so expansive for good reason. Because we don't want to have the situation where a president is hamstrung by saying that it's very strict in the way these attacks could apply. I would like to see Congress further hamstring through legislation to clarify what's allowed. But I think given what we've seen over and over and how expansive Article 2 powers, and for that matter, the AUMF are, I think that this falls in line with a bunch of other ridiculous shit that I've seen. I find Trump's strikes on Syria more heinous than this. I think that violated Syrian sovereignty.
At least there's a nexus with, okay, so
bombing Assad?
Wait, well, hang on a second. So the strikes on Assad's like nerve gas centers, right? So there's a closer nexus between that and like some amount of combat where, you know, at least there's some case you could argue, right, that like he's funding or helping fund some aspect that has that bears on the potential danger to Americans. All I'm saying is whatever you say about the Assad strikes here, I think that like in terms of what constitutes conflict or a hostile act where arms are involved, I think you're going to have a tough time you know, showing that the drugs situation is like an easier case than a situation in which like we have troops on the ground in Syria and something from a belligerent in a conflict that America's involved in is doing something with nerve gas. At a bare minimum, I agree. It's maybe a looser. Maybe
no, the reason I'm not saying when it comes to the level of like conflict and when it comes to the level. By the way, the U.S. wasn't there fighting a war with Assad. That was never the intent. We were.
No, I'm not saying. I didn't say that they were there specifically to fight with Assad. What I'm saying is they're in a conflict in which the Syrian regime is a part of that broader conflict.
Supposedly on our side.
I'm not saying that those strikes were justified. What I'm saying is it's an easier case there than like just
that's a part of the case. There are parts of it that are easier, but the parts I think are less easy that it has nothing to do with imminent strikes on U.S. citizens or the U.S. homeland.
But what happens is bears on U.S. troops and their safety.
Right, but you could say that about anything. This would be far more intense. So we could attack our allies. If they have weapons that we think could potentially, hypothetically hurt our troops, of course not.
No, the whole point that the reason I'm raising this is not that I don't see like there's a particular part of the conflict or the alleged conflict with the drug boats where I could see you saying, well, this bears on the homeland of American and this represents a maybe you know a greater existential risk to American civilians, etc. But where you don't even get there's a category error here, which is we're not talking about armed conflict. This isn't armed conflict. And so you can put the kind of burden on America as high as you want, and you're not going to make it armed conflict any more than it's like armed conflict.
What I'm saying is the idea that we are in armed conflict with Assad, although there are some things that suggest that was more closely likely the case, I don't believe it. Just like here, I would tend to find it tenuous that this is armed conflict. However, used on how these things have been interpreted to allow things like strikes on Assad and strikes all over the place that we've seen carried out by Bush, Obama, Biden, Trump, that I think is too expansive, I think this will fall in line with it. Even though this isn't the nature of attacking people necessarily with guns that are shooting at us, most of the times that we've attacked people in this way, it hasn't been that. The difference here is there are people that were armed that were coming to the United States that had products that would kill Americans. I still don't particularly like the strikes, but because these were people that are actively hostile to the United States in drug cartels, right, that were bringing products that would kill Americans, I find that more justifiable than striking someone that there's no evidence whatsoever that they were going to try to kill Americans.
So you say you don't like it. The question is, should he have done it?
I don't know. Probably not.
Okay.
It depends. I'd have to see the intel and exactly what they thought was going on here. But if in general the story's just like, should we kill drug runners that are coming into the United States? No, I think probably would be a better policy to just like try to survey them, get them at the border, and capture them. But I think that...
do you have a problem with Democrats like pouncing politically on Trump for a policy you don't even agree with?
Do I have a problem with them pouncing in the sense that they could say, we don't like this? No, not at all. Okay. Do I have a problem with them spreading a hoax, claiming that it's a war crime, and then implying that people should not follow orders? I have a massive problem with that.
Even if they have a genuine belief that it is illegal?
Yes. First off, when they specifically came out with this, they didn't have any evidence of specific things that they said were illegal. Several of them, like Slotkin was asked specifically, she's like, I don't know, like A Few Good Men. Like, it's clear what they were saying was the Venezuelan strikes that they disagreed with, and I think they're also saying National Guard deployments and ICE deportations. They're implying, what the Democrats are implying here, and it's incredibly dangerous, is this. Listen, when we get back into power, we'll prosecute you, so you better disobey Trump if we think the orders are illegal. Ignorance won't be a defense for you. That's what they're implying.
But you agree with that?
No, I think that's terrible.
Wait, what do you mean? So you think that ignorance of the law is a defense? Oh, I really thought I could massacre that village of civilians.
I think if you can't see the obvious danger of one political party saying it is our subjective opinion that we think some of these policies are illegal, and therefore we're going to prosecute you and attempt to prosecute you when we come into power, so you better not follow them. What it does is we give a presumption. There's supposed to be a presumption in our military that the orders they were issued are legal. If we didn't have that presumption and instead we left it up to every soldier on any given order to determine, is this legal or not, it would be mass devastation and cost the lives of our military.
I'm not making that point. What I'm saying is ignorance is not a defense.
But the point is that to say these sort of things is outrageous. Because yes, of course it's implicit. Every soldier should know and have it beaten to their head without needing to be told. Of course, if you were to do something that is blatantly hostile, like if they said, we want you to cut off that guy's fingers and feed them to him and then assault his wife. Yes, clearly that's something that would be so heinous that you should know that's illegal and refuse to carry out that order. But if it's, we think that you should attack these cartel members, right? To have them sit down and be like, let me read the AUMF. Let me read Article 2. Let me try. I think maybe this is illegal, so I refuse to carry out this order. That's an absurd standard. That's going to lead to soldiers dying.
No, I mean, I think that we expect our members of government, including police officers, including military, they get protection. They get quite a bit of doctrines to their benefit. They have access to defenses that normal citizens don't have. They have access to privileges that aren't available. And the reason we honor them is because they're upholding a higher standard. And they, yes, have an obligation to follow the law. And they're not allowed to waive that obligation. It's an
absurd. You know what you're doing. You know how dangerous it is. Do you agree that there is an assumption that we want our military people to have an assumption that the orders that offer them are legal unless there is overwhelming...
A rebuttable presumption that requires in order to have something called a rebuttable presumption, there needs to be constantly on their mind. What do you mean? No, they need to have they need to be.
It's outrageous. You know what's going on. You know exactly what I'm saying. Fine. Then I hope that the next Democrat that gets into office, right? Anything that they order law enforcement to do, like we order you to go arrest Trump, I hope that Republicans say, we just want to let you know we think this arrest is illegal and we will prosecute every single law enforcement officer that carries this out. And you'd say, first of all, no one said that. But you're not taking. Why couldn't they say that? They're allowed to say that, right?
Wait, they are definitely allowed to say it.
Okay, and you would say that's fine.
Do you agree with that? Do you agree with that? That they're allowed to say it?
No, I think that's probably the purpose of the law I don't have in front of me that says that you're not intentionally allowed.
So the First Amendment, if someone has the position that this entire thing is a war crime and that you have a legal obligation under U.S. law, if it's their position to stand down and they're saying, guys, you're breaking the law right now, you're saying the government can arrest that person for that belief.
I'm saying that it could rise to the level if you're intentionally telling people to not carry out orders because you don't like them that will predictably lead to...
No, that's not the example I gave. What the example I gave was the person is trying to tell people, hey, don't follow these orders. These are illegal. You guys have to stop. You have to stop what you're doing right now. You have a legal obligation. You're saying the government has cause and the First Amendment will not protect that speech.
That may be the case, yes.
Oh, I disagree. Let me give you my last word. I'll give you the last final word. First of all, guys, everyone follow, if you like these kinds of discussions, because Rob has them a lot with Democratic people. Rob Noer on, is it Normal America with Rob Noer on YouTube? He's in the middle of a 24-hour stream, and I just took him for like 5 hours. You must be fucking, your head must be...
I got beef jerky. I'm ready to go.
Yeah, you have like at least 4 more hours to do.
Yeah.
My final word on the strikes is I think we don't even get out of the starting gate. This is not, in my opinion, it's not an armed conflict. In my opinion, it's not authorized under U.S. law. In my opinion, it's murder. There's no public authorization here. In my opinion, that the best of evidence suggests that these people are hors de combat and that they didn't have radio communication. And that's what I think is the current state of it. And therefore, I think it's a crime. Therefore, I think it's illegal. Therefore, I think it's murder. And I think that it's like a very obvious case that should be investigated. Last thing I'll ask you, and then you can give your final word there, is why do you think that this should not be vigorously investigated? Or do you think
I think that it should be investigated in the sense that all military conflicts should have oversight. I don't think that this is an investigation that's necessary to have some sort of congressional investigation beyond the scope of what normally happens. The context of whether or not there should be an inquiry into whether the strikes in general should be allowed, I don't mind robust questions being asked about that. But as far as the double tap, it is clear to me that this is actually the norm in how we use aerial strikes, and that this is just being presented for political points. That's what's going on here. So I think that I'm perfectly fine with the normal sort of military oversight that would look into these situations. No problem there. But the idea that we need to have some sort of Democrats there so they could continue to politicize this it's a joke.
Well, I appreciate so much you talking to me during your 24-hour stream. Keep up the good fight, Rob, and hope you get to the 24 hours and get a long sleep. All right.
Yeah. Thanks. All right, see you, man. Thanks for calling in.
Later. Yep.
All All right. Let's see here.
Oh.
Avers, run the show for a second. I gotta take a leak. I'll be right back.
Running the show. It's me and Chair. JS. Oh, you asked everything. Yeah, I was in. You literally asked the day we were in labor. You didn't even ask to come on your stream. Like my baby was born like right after you asked. I don't know what you're asking there. We have 2 people on deck. Seems like we got a new caller and an old caller. Fantastic. Hey, Emmett. Hey, Joseph. Hey, everybody. Abby, how are you? Homeless man, hi. Fuel to my fire. How you doing? Oh, you know what we could do? I could tease if we get to 50%. Or I can play the music he hates most. Hold on, let's see if I can do that. Hold on, I can do that. We can play the song he hates. Hold on.
All right.
Oh no! I was trying to bring up the song you hate.
Oh shit, my headset's all screwed up.
We get that to 50%, then I'll bring it up. He got back too quick.
Oh shit. All right. Hey, we need to get super chats in. We're trying to get to $5,000. I'm gonna bring up potentially criminal Sean and talk to him for a bit. Also an attorney, and see what he has to say about the conversation. So I'm gonna do that now, Avarice.
You're done before the super chats?
Yes, and then I'll do super chats later.
Super chats after then, gang. Like Rosa Parks.
What's up, Sean? I would have brought you on, but I didn't want Pisco to feel like I was ambushing him or anything.
No, I didn't want it to feel like that way. But I mean, honestly, this is where, going back through all of this, I kind of said this back in February when these cartels and everything were designated FTOs. I was like, this is a bad idea because now we're like going to weave the war on terror, which was kind of a disaster for America, into the war on drugs, which has been a major disaster for America. And honestly, I don't like. I just turned 40. How old are you?
41.
You're okay.
Yep.
So you remember? I'd say Pisco probably won't remember this because he would have been a lot younger. But do you remember at the time there were like these commercials, like 2004, 2005, where like, if you buy drugs, you're supporting Al Qaeda terrorism.
Yep.
And then there was this one where the kid bought weed with like a $20 bill and it passed around to a bunch of different hands.
I remember.
And then it showed some guy in Afghanistan
like a turban. Yeah.
And I was like, all right. At the time I saw that and I was like, okay, bullshit. Wait, are you just on YouTube right now, or are we all banned with all the special words we can't say?
I'm on YouTube and Twitch. I don't give a fuck about Twitch. You say whatever you want.
We don't care. Is that really sorry? Is that a Zaku right next to the red hat?
Yes.
Oh my god, Avarice winner. Top favorite guy on the stream.
Okay, well, so I saw that part and I was like, I'm like, okay, this is all bullshit. We all know it's bullshit. Then when we get to today, if this is the Bush administration, they would entirely say the AUMF is the reason why we're doing this.
Yeah.
They'd probably say something like it'd be some hashed over kit bash of Sicario 2 and the most recent Call of Duty where the cartels are helping the Quds Force or Islamic terror groups out.
Yep.
Okay, that's about the only way you could force the AMF into this. No, I don't know if Pisco said it this way, but I kind of said it from the start. I don't think you get through step one of how are we allowed to do this.
That's basically what his argument is. Yeah.
Well, yeah, because we're doing clear and present danger, basically. And if you guys have never read the book, the movie's pretty good, but the book is even better because the book is there's a shadow war against the cartel. So not only like our boats being attacked, but there's like a special forces team running around Colombia blowing shit up. And then on top of that, there's actually kind of a gnarly part where the Air Force has a squadron of like F-15s flying out of Puerto Rico, and they just troll across the Caribbean every night, shooting down all the airplanes ferrying drugs. So there's a lot there. Now, Clear and Present Danger wasn't meant to be an instruction manual. It was meant to be this is really bad, and this is where it ends up. And yes, it turned out to be a disaster. A president lost to, basically a presidential administration collapsed. I don't know what authorization they have. Is there something maybe they put together in this? They've probably got some memo somewhere, and I don't think their memo is simply just Article 2. I just don't know what their authorization is. And there is some credence to the idea that presidents have gone a little bit out of the box dealing with the cartels. Okay. This is like really, really far compared to every other time the presidents have ever dealt with the cartels. So I don't know. I don't know what this is actually going to be. I mean, yeah, it's like, as the attorney, great. As the guy who sits here and drinks Budweiser, fuck yeah, hit him again. Like, let's just, I do think I think ultimately what this is going to turn into, this stuff with the drug boats, was subterfuge, because I think that we will see military action against Venezuela very quickly, like on a massive scale. And I think this was kind of like the prelude to it. That, we're going to start popping some drug boats. So it's not a big deal that we're sending out the Navy and we're sending out air assets, because now we've got like a ton of like Air Force assets in Puerto Rico, and Puerto Rico is only 500 miles away.
Yep.
And as of today, satellites there are now tankers. And then the most important part of this, the combat search and rescue units are now deployed. Which you don't bring those guys out unless you need them. And there's, and today apparently flight trackers showed some of the F-18 Navy aircraft in the Gulf of Venezuela, which is we were up their ass. So I think that's kind of where this is going to go.
Yeah, I agree. It's going to be conflict with Venezuela. There's all sorts. We didn't get into this, but there's all sorts of potential crafty, but still, I think, kind of sleazy shit that they could say. Like, they could say that there was like some sort of shadow armed conflict that was going on with Venezuela proper that justified like sort of attacking. There is CNN and New York Post reported that there's an OLC that was proffered that says, and this might go along with that, or it might just be general. It's going to use Article 2 that says, we're authorized to use deadly force against a broad range of cartels because they pose an imminent threat to Americans. The list of cartels goes beyond those the administration has publicly designated terrorists. It appears to justify open-ended war against a secret list of groups giving the president power to drug traffickers. Now, here's the problem. Like, I don't like these attacks. I think I arguably could stomach it more than some of the attacks we've seen, like on Libya and attacks we've seen on Syria, because I could at least make the argument that I could draw a direct line from drug running into the United States to people that I know whose lives have been affected. Well, I still don't like it. I don't like it for two reasons. I don't like it politically because I think that it's antithetical to what I wanted to think about Trump and his non-expansive nature. This seems to be some amount of military interventionism, regardless how you speak it. I also don't like it because, not just from a political sense, but I don't like it from an ethical sense, because I'm fucking tired of bombing and getting into wars. And this could quite literally lead to boots on the ground in places like Venezuela. So I tend to, I could sort of like, I don't even think it's the worst bombing that Trump's done, but it definitely breaks precedent in different ways. And the other reason I don't like it is because I'm afraid that they will say that this is probably legit, that it's legal. Where do we go from here? All of a sudden, cartel, any group that we consider drug running across the world, we could say, hey, it finances terrorism. So it looks really dark and bleak. But
well, I mean, there's been more and more things against the cartels, like the Mexican Senate authorized, and I think through the Mexican, whatever they call their full legislative body, they invited like the 7th Special Forces Group, which is like the one responsible for Central and South America, to come down and help assist the Fuerzas Especial, like their Special Forces Group units, work on things. Which, how does that work? Well, we're going to go down and train them, and we're going to teach them, and then we advise them, and then, hey, eventually they have to go on a field trip to practice everything we taught them. And guess what? We have to go along and be chaperones to help make sure they know what they're doing, and we go and support. Oh, and then our guys are getting shot at, so guess what? They have to shoot back, and we killed a couple of cartel dudes. Like, whoops-a-doodle.
Yeah, it's,
Or God forbid, a couple of SF dudes get schwacked in the cartel operations.
It's very complicated, right? Because I do have mixed feelings. Like, fuck these cartels. Like, particularly what you hear about many of them coming through the southern border that traffic so many children and women. Yeah, it's like, fuck these people. And if you see them in the act, am I going to lose a fucking night's sleep? That, we saw these motherfuckers in the process of, like, assaulting and trafficking some woman. Fuck them. I don't care. But this is different. This is. I think this is different than seeing that occurring in the act. And so, it's on one hand, it's hard of all the fucking things to be outraged over all over the place. This seems to be one that's hard to like get my guard. And I absolutely know that this is something that Democrats are just politicizing and they don't really give a shit about. And they would defend this in a heartbeat if it was Democratic administration. But I try to be better than that. So I'm ultimately, my gut feeling is it's not a scale of 10 of me not liking this, but it's like a 6, a 7 of me not liking it. And I don't know. So, the double tap portion of it, I just think that Pisco's wrong about that. I think that if we would accept that, if we accept that this was a legitimate strike and legitimate targets, I just think that, they're going to have a tough leg on that.
It all depends on what was going on, and we haven't seen the follow-up stuff. Like, how badly damaged was this boat? Were they actually calling to, hey, bros? Because I don't think people realize this when you look at a map of Venezuela. Like Venezuela and like Trinidad are like, boop, like that close, and then they just run them up the islands. Like they're not just hauling ass across the Caribbean towards like Jamaica. They're going up the island chains, and I don't know what was happening there. And I mean, initially, like I don't trust the Washington Post because it started off as, well, these poor heckin' fishermen were just, and they said, "Ay, por favor," and it's like we hit them again. It's like, no, that didn't happen. So I don't know. Like I said, we don't know. I don't know enough to know if it's right or wrong at this point.
Yeah, it's definitely some other things. I'm thinking some other legal matters that I was talking about.
Well, the other thing I was going to say, I think that there's, just the whole Venezuela thing is we're having to deal with China and more China than anything screwing around in Venezuela. So this is like a Monroe Doctrine. We got to protect the backyard. And it's like, that sounds great and all until you realize the people are in charge of the same people who brought us the Arab Spring and destabilized the Middle East. And it's like, great. Or how bad are we going to destabilize Venezuela, which could lead to the destabilization in Colombia? And then we've got, Venezuela and Guyana right next to each other with a border dispute over all these resources. And Brazil's going to come into the fold. And I just,
Yeah, it's definitely like, this is something that I've said a lot. Like, I don't buy into the doctrine of like the U.S. needing to be interventionist and being sort of this like world police as we've been told, right? But even if I did buy into that argument, I would only accept it on the condition that the people running the show in the United States were both competent and benevolent, and they're neither. So even if you could make a role for the United States sort of being the world police and preemptive striking and shit, we don't have the competent or decent people to make those decisions. We have the very people that brought us the Arab Springs, the attacks in Libya, the disastrous Iraq war, disastrous policies in Syria, disastrous policies in Afghanistan, but this time they'll be right. It's like, no. And I don't buy it that it's like, well, all of a sudden that Trump's there, now everything's going to go swimmingly. No, I don't buy that. It's not going to be, he's going to be trusting the same cohort of people that have led us to all those other decisions.
Yeah, until it's like, the only way it wouldn't be is literally he'd have to fire everybody and it'd be like people like me, you, even people like Pisco. Literally people have no ties or experience to any of that. And to be honest, we'd probably all really fucking suck at the job.
Yes. We would just do nothing, which would probably be better than...
Be like, we could do that? Yeah, sure, let's try that.
Fuck it. We're going to, some things I thought was funny. I was talking with Pisco.
I didn't get to hear all you guys. You guys.
The concept of I mean, he did provide a source that said that
what?
So he goes very broad with the term insurrection, right?
Yeah,
as you've heard before, and that insurrection and treason are synonymous.
I didn't get to hear that part. I mean, it could be. I just don't know.
And he reads this guy Graeber that's basically like treason is levying war. Which is any insurrection, right? So it would be considered levying war if me and you protest marijuana laws and we start shoving a cop to stop them from carrying out the end of marijuana. That's an insurrection, which is treason. I mean, to me, it's like, I don't know. I think that the broad level of that is such that it's like, my goodness.
I wouldn't like that reading of it, but I'd have to really read the rest of what he cited there. So I'll go back and try to see when you guys talk about that.
Yeah, it says he cites some guy named Graeber. And then the other thing, it's just laughable. And this is the shit like with Pisco that just aggravates the shit out of me, right? Like Like, and he gets this little smirk, and he's full of shit and he knows it. But we're talking about like political prosecutions. He's like, oh, Trump's team, political prosecution. And I was like, look, this is why it was a bad idea to break the seal on this, right?
Yeah.
And he's like, there was never a political prosecution to Trump. I'm like, you're saying that none of the charges of Trump had any political motivation? Nope. And it's just like, come on, man, go fuck yourself. And
one of the people Trump's prosecuting right now, or trying to prosecute, literally said, "I'm running for office to go fuck him in half." And
we brought it up, and what he said, I was like, you said it at a political rally, and she's like, no, she just said that she was going to continue an investigation that was already happening to Trump. I'm like, yeah, but she said it at a political rally, sort of because she knew that this would increase her chances to win because her constituents wanted her to prosecute Trump, and like. What he does is, like, he'll just have this plausible deniability. He's like, no, I subjectively don't think that it was political, so we're okay.
I mean, I will say that on the left, they are far better about being quiet about it. Trump just comes out and says, yeah, I'm doing this and I'm doing it and you can't fucking stop me, which that is, that's one of the things that helps. If, like, you could just shut up about it, it's very important.
Yeah, Trump, the problem is, it's like, I've likened it to this. Like, it's the difference between, like, a street-level criminal and the mafia. Like, right? Like, the street level criminal will be like, he'll go up to your store and be like, listen, I'm going to come back tomorrow. You give me $50 and I'm going to break your leg, right? And the mafia says, why don't you give us $50 to protect you? It'd be a shame if something bad happened, right? That would be a shame, right? They're both saying the same thing, but the mafia is saying it in a way that there's plausible deniability. Like, oh, no. We were literally just offering our services, So, I mean, it's very interesting, but, yeah, I'm trying to think of other legal shit that we talked about.
I just didn't know what else you guys were talking about, but 24 hours, dude. So I talked to Black Elk. I was like, hey, man, what happened? And he's like, oh, Rob was going and he forgot to, like, manage his time, so he just went right into it. And I'm like,
don't let Black Elk escape you. What happened was Rob went tunnel vision.
Yeah.
What I like to call plaid. All right? He went plaid. And he just straightforward ignored all private chat. Said, Rob, we got a 24-hour stream soon.
Yeah,
Rob, if you don't cut the cord now, ignored all mods.
You went all night, chat.
Every mod was DMing me. I swear to God, they're like, is he gonna give up? Is he gonna go? I'm like, I don't know. He's not even paying attention to me, boys. He's not even paying attention to me.
That's awesome. No, I mean, like, you can do it. I've people keep telling me to do a 24-hour stream. I'm like, no. I mean, when I do a trial, it's just
I got 4.5 hours to go.
Going 8 or 9 hours is good enough,
dude. Good hours.
Are you a Char Anzubal fan, or are you a UC guy, or I'm stuck on it now?
Which I couldn't hear you. What was that you wanted me?
Are you a Char Anzubal fan, or are you a UC Gundam follower, or are you guys?
I'm not. I mean, I really only barely dabbled in Gundam. One of my viewers sent that in for me for a model to build.
Oh,
because I do model streams.
Is that the high grade or was that a master grade, real grade?
I don't. Geez, shit, I don't remember in the box. I don't remember which one.
That's what I do for fun. I spend about 6 to 7 months per model using panel liner and brush work and everything.
Working on my own.
Yeah, I just do Gundams.
Okay. Gundams. I do a little bit of everything. So
I originally got into it with my father. My father had the little green army tank men. Remember that? And you had to build all the tanks. So I had all the tanks, and then I went from the tanks. Do you remember this thing called long ago? I don't know if they're still around, but they're like similar to the American Legion. It's called the Elks Club.
Yeah. Oh, they're still around.
So I went to this Elks Club thing, and they had a train model with the actually
the foaming. That's dangerous.
And I was gone.
That's like doing heroin, doing foaming. But no, I did I do model stuff, but I do tabletop. I do bolt action. It's kind of like Warhammer, but it's like World War II stuff. So anyways, you get to make like little cool dudes like that, and you get I added the branches on.
I'm a pretty big nerd, so
yeah. No, so am I. Nerd.
You bastard.
Well, I just wanted to know. I got control of Baby Avarice right now, so I have.
Oh well, congrats.
Yeah, he's in my arms. I got dad mode now. No, I was just wondering because I'm a huge Gundam. I'm a big Gundam guy. So
yeah. Oh no, I don't know the lore. I just know big robots with guns. That's my understanding of Gundam.
Yeah, well, the road to autism is just two ways, right? Space, big robots, or trains, right?
Yes.
So
Don't get my chat started on trains.
I love trains. Like the problem is, my problem with trains is that Santa Fe was bought out by BNSF, and now, my favorite company is now gone, and I've had to look at the stupid fucking orange and black ever since, and they've gotten rid of my hot silver and red. So,
oh no.
Yeah.
So yeah, you really are a foamer. You are a foamer. Okay.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't know what foamers are? Or you mean? Oh,
they don't exist around here.
Okay.
I do not price out my models via what kind of trade cart it is. Fantastic. Oh, we've been at this forever, Rob. It feels like
19 and a half. We're not,
you guys are chugging here. Let's get some super chats in chat. Rob needs to be here.
That's right.
Let's get this roll. Let's get some subs.
I'll read them here, right? Coming up. But what I was supposed to ask you about the Epstein shit. What do you think of that?
I mean, which parts of it?
I mean, I guess it would be sort of the lack of transparency thus far. I mean, we talked about this months ago.
I think the black bars of transparency, we're going to see a lot more of that. It's going to be, we're not going to see nothing there. And I talked about it my show when it actually came out. We went through that bill. Like, you know how much stuff is going to get redacted out, and they're going to be like, meh, oh well. It's like,
it's so dumb. It really is. Like, I get, like, I can't. Okay.
It's really going to be interesting though with the left when they try to do the whole Trump email that Trump, like Trump's name, and then they blacked out the one. It's like, and then they blacked it out. It's like, well, you don't know who it is. It's like, oh wait, it's the one who said that Trump never did anything to her.
Right. Yeah, it was so, and it was funny if you read it knowing that the context of that, what it really sounds like. I'm obviously reading between the lines, but it's like Epstein saying the dog that's not barking is Trump. It sounds to me like a dude that's trying to figure out like who the hell's talking to the FBI, right? Oh, hey, you know that Virginia Giuffre that like went to the state? You know who she talked to? Trump. It's weird. He hasn't said anything, right? Like saying like, is he ratting me out? That's what it sounds like it's saying.
I don't know necessarily that Trump ratted out Epstein, but the biggest problem with Trump is, and this is something that routinely happens, he is so obsessed with his fucking ego that anything that happens, every slight to him is inches off his dick. And we've all met people like that. We've all known people like that in their lives, and they're fucking insufferable. And I think for Trump, honestly, something's in there. And you know what? He acts like a retard and gets all, oh shit, I forgot some word. Can't say it.
No, it's it all the time.
He gets all stupid about shit. And what happens normally? Something happens, and it's usually not a big fucking deal, but for Trump, it's a big deal. Mm-hmm. And he acts like a tard. And this is probably going to be one of those situations where he acts like a tard for no legitimate reason, and whatever's in the Epstein files that's out there, he's going to look like $1 million. And it's like, why do we do all this? Because he's stupid, and he does this all the time. So that's like, I think that's ultimately what's out there. Like, we're not going to find pictures of him cornholing a freaking 13-year-old, or there's not going to be any allegations of that, but it's going to be something there like that, honestly.
Go ahead, Rob.
No, go for it.
I mean, that's what I think.
I don't usually talk about the Epstein files, especially in a big public, because I don't know how contentious my thought is. So but since a lawyer is here, he might be able to stop me if it's too contentious. Okay. But so here's my idea of why it's not released. My official why they're not released. I think because once the investigation has been wrapped up, this is honest. I really believe this.
So you think they're still investigating?
Well, no. Once it was wrapped up, and then they packaged it all up in a neat little bow. A lot of it proved to be not only the victims being the culprits, but they're also the perpetrators. And you'll find that a lot of these women that were used and looked like the victims, no offense, are going to end up looking a lot like the perpetrators, and the optics is going to flip real quick when they've realized the big cat calling that the women did to invite their friends, to invite their friends, to invite their friends, and that ring that went behind it. Once they realized that it wasn't really the guys just showed up, but it was more the girls recruiting all of this. And that was the big problem. I think that's where the contention's going to rise. And that's going to be the big issues. Like, yes, I get that there were some issues, but once you start realizing, let's just say that some of them were actually 17 and they realize that they're actually taking money, it's going to be a lot, and they're not really 13-year-olds. No offense to the contention. They're going to look more like predators. No offense.
Yeah, I get what you're saying there, but that turns into, and I'm not gonna say you're blaming the victims here, but just so you understand, because I've had to deal with this, because I did work for a while as a prosecutor.
Yeah, and again, I'm not saying that the men aren't wrong.
Yeah,
right?
but these ideas, well, as a 17-year-old, yes, they get. The way this works is if you properly do grooming, you've groomed someone who then gets more people for you, and then it's like Amway. It becomes a self-sustaining cycle of recruitment and drawing into the thing. So yeah, I don't doubt. I would 100% guarantee you that's happened.
In that regard, then, right? Based off what I know, what I grew up with, then that's a totally different thing. That's called a cult. That's what I grew up in. So
I mean, it's
those kids. You're getting them ready for whatever they're getting ready for, and that just becomes the habit.
I wouldn't say that becomes, because it's even if you want to call it a cult, but it's not. It's people who have manipulated children who then use that to manipulate other children who are in vulnerable and weak positions. That's not at all the kid's fault. Like, how dare you get how dare adult tactics were able to be manipulated and ply your mind.
To me, that sounds like a pretty spot in Oregon that happened just 20 years ago with a guy named Osho, where he took 18, 19-year-old hippies, 17-year-old hippies, and made and some of them were underage too.
Yeah, and at some point, I get what you're saying there, but the whole thing is meant to be psychologically manipulating and preying upon people who are weak and are able to have that happen. So I wouldn't agree with that, actually.
Yeah, I do believe that the men are in the wrong too, right?
Yes.
But what I'm saying is that there are gonna be women that in the writing, I do believe that you'll see are taking advantage of the situation. And I believe that a lot of them came out as the victim, right? When they weren't.
I think we're going to have to agree to disagree on that one. I based on my experience, I just don't see how it works.
I still think the most likely reason that this hasn't been released is, this is what I've said all along, right? I'm not saying I agree with this. I think Trump handled this like a fuckhead, right? But it basically goes something like this. Trump is someone who's been accused of sexual dalliances, which he didn't do in his estimation, right? So he's well aware of how it's like to be smeared as something like this. So meanwhile, powerful people come to him and say, his FBI's coming to him like, there's no there. Like, if there ever was these tapes or something, it's not there. We don't have evidence, like videos of, Bill Gates banging a 10-year-old. We don't have that, right? There's a bunch of shady stuff that kind of implies, but we don't have anything that we could charge anyone else. It's just not there. Yeah. Simultaneously, people are coming to him like, look, Trump, my name's going to show up here, but I didn't do anything. I just was at this island. I was at a party, had a couple cocktails left, or I had consensual sex with like a 30-year-old woman or some shit. I don't want my life ruined, right? And you know what that's like. And I think that Trump's probably like, oh, okay. Yeah, that's stupid. In addition to that, I think that he knows his name appears somewhat more in some capacity. In fact, I'm going to take an outside shot and tell you what the actual thing might be, because I've heard scuttlebutt of this through the most stupid connections that I have, which is almost nothing. I heard that it's going to be about Melania. That there's going to be something, not necessarily accusing her of crimes, but almost accusing her.
That she was getting dug out by everybody or something?
Yes.
Okay.
That Trump met Melania through Epstein, and that maybe she was going to some orgy type parties.
Yeah, she says, Donald, please do not let them know about me.
Yes. And so he's like, oh, fuck that. Fuck that. I don't want this being released. Or it could just be something general. Like you said, it's going to be something benign. It's going to be like, oh, actually.
That would be the type of thing he would get all retarded about.
Yeah. And it's like, the problem is, and here was always the problem with not releasing it, right? When you don't release it, you give the other side the option to selectively release to paint the picture that they want. So they can keep this in the news cycle for 4 fucking years. Just drip, 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 selectively release things like they've already started to do. So your best bet's to rip the fucking Band-Aid off. Here it is. Here's everything.
Well, I have a theory, and I think Mike Johnson tipped his hand to it. And it's not that Trump was snitching. which I do think Trump probably was interviewed by the FBI at some point about Epstein, and that hasn't for some reason come out yet. But I do think that Mike Johnson was right when he tipped his hand by saying this is a national security risk. The translation is, oh my God, people are going to start, trying to hang us from every lamppost that they can find if they find out how many names are really in this. And people aren't just going to care, and they're just going to start trying to kill everybody they can get their hands on, which I'm not going to lie, like, you definitely shouldn't go out there and do it, chat. But if a lot of people just took the Epstein files and just said, fuck it, everybody in here, I'm going to go try to do something about. I'm not saying that's a good idea, but I'm also not saying, like, you're probably off course there at the end of the day. And I think that's actually a big concern. They're where people are just going to start hunting. And I don't want that, but I fully think that would be a very likely outcome if these were fully released at that point.
I guess it depends on what it says, right?
Well,
if it just is like we've already seen, just names of people on a plane, that's one thing.
Yeah, well, I don't think somebody's going to go off of every manifest, but if you start seeing in there like Rob Noer has been to the island 35 times, it's like, oh man, Rob, I'd be careful.
I talked to you about this before, like the weird juxtaposition of like, yeah, fuck everyone. Like I sort of agree with that. But then the other thing, like I'm the kind of buffoon that could see myself something like this. Like, let's assume I started streaming full time 5 years ago, right?
Yeah.
And like
Dan Clancy invites you out.
Oh yeah, so like I'm doing this thing with Sam Tripoli, right? He's a comedian's kind of connected to Rogan. So let's say through him I meet the comedian Drewski. And Drewski's like, hey Rob, what are you and your wife up to? I'm going to this party this evening. You want to go? There's going to be a bunch of celebrities there. It's at this dude Diddy's house. And I'd be like, yeah, why not?
Yeah, that Diddy cool.
He'd say, he's saying, right? He sang that Every Breath You Take cover, I remember that shit back when he used to be Puff Daddy, before he was Diddy. I remember that shit.
Yes.
And then I go and I leave at like 7, 8 o'clock. And then all of a sudden, like 4 years later, it's like, look at this guy, Rob, he's in the Diddy files. And I'm just like, wait, what the fuck are we talking about here?
Yeah. Like, you're like, I just went to a party.
Yeah.
Yeah, Diddy party. Dun,
yeah,
dun, dun.
Diddy. You got Diddy.
No
you're like, not like that.
Diddy party.
No. So, I mean, I don't know. Like, it's a weird thing because obviously I don't think everyone who's going to show up in a manifest that and the other did something. But on the other hand, it's like there is a problem with like corrupt, asshole, evil, fucking wealthy, powerful people. And almost no one's ever held accountable. So this is like at least red meat you could sink your teeth into. And people are going to be like, yeah, fuck it. We got him this one time. And of course, there's not going to be legal justice for any of these people. But we could smear their name or we could do worse.
It's not the legal justice I'm thinking people will want to seek out. Like,
that's what I mean. They know they won't get that, so then there's an answer.
Yeah, No, that's what I'm worried about. Like the semi-pro forms of justice.
Mm-hmm.
Not to derail mods. Go ahead and time this one out, and just for a minute, and then every time she texts, time her out again for a minute, just for fun. And we'll just say patriarchy. You see, she just typed again. Go ahead and just type first one. Time her out. Get the bonus avarice. Patriarchy FTW.
But yeah, I don't know.
Like, but I did want to say though, just on some other things. Congratulations for working with. I hope you still are. I didn't hear otherwise, but like doing stuff with Andrew Wilson a little more full time. Yeah. And congrats doing this full time, man.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm having a good time. Yeah, absolutely.
Got to start smoking cigarettes like along with him.
Yeah, I got some whiskey. Nah, my fucking beat up lungs couldn't handle tobacco. Yeah. But no, it's a lot of fun. I'm enjoying streaming full time. Trump makes it hard.
You have to deal with me all the time.
That's true.
Yeah.
Trump makes it hard, man. Like you doing this politics shit, it's just like, man, it makes it hard to have to come on here and be like, hey, Trump fucked up again. He's not even as bad as the Republicans, though.
No, I know, but like last night, I was just like, L, chatting, like, we're going to start off with some L's. Letitia James, L.
Terrible.
L. And then the whole Kilmore Abrego Garcia thing, reading that opinion. It's like, then he, like, oh, we're going to ship him off to the nastiest shithole imaginable. Like, all right, cool.
Oh,
did you actually do anything about it? Well, no. It's like, we want to Afuera this guy. Okay, cool. And it's like, okay, well, we're going to send him to Uganda. Did you actually talk to Uganda? Well, no, we actually didn't talk to him. It's like, then I thought we wanted to get rid of this son of a bitch.
I just don't like.
Like, let's actually, if we're gonna deport him, let's fucking deport him. He says he wants to go to Costa Rica. Great, he's not here.
That's how I feel.
Like, I get it. Costa Rica, they want him to go suffer in the potassium mines of like Tajikistan. That's not happening. I don't think we can accomplish that. But guess what? He can go to Costa Rica, and then he can worry about the Crunchwrap Supreme gang or whatever there was chasing him down because his mom makes.
What was it? I can't remember the term they used.
The pupusas.
The pupusa.
Those are Crunchwrap Supremes, basically. When I googled them,
the pupusa gang after
the Crunchwrap Supreme gang. It's like, come on,
got him. Yeah,
I mean, say Crunchwrap Supreme. We've been at this for 17 hours. And I haven't had a meal.
Yeah.
He's keeping me chained to the desk.
But yeah, like, let's just get the hell rid of him.
Yeah, I don't like. There's so many mistakes being made by like his DOJ, like the Lindsay Halligan thing. Like, now you had to know, anyone with half a brain knew that they would challenge her appointment. So
but I think though, and I don't blame them for trying to make, because it's still only at the district court level, the argument that the 120 days and how that all works out.
Yeah.
I mean, like, whatever, but it's just the idea that they got to do it right, because the thing is, even at the end of the day, somebody like Comey, I still think Comey walks, because you're going to try him in Alexandria, Virginia, glowy central.
Yep.
Guess what they're going to do to stop the orange man? Not guilty. Like,
Yep.
I don't like, you could have like full things about Comey saying that. Yes, a lawyer said that. Yes, that's how the fucking real world works, buddy.
Yep.
I mean, like, you're a lawyer, you're awful. Ooh, it's like
Marilyn sent in a tithing. You guys can give her a 10-minute break. Go ahead and give her a 10-minute break, mods.
Yeah.
I'm
just saying, it's like, I am very disappointed how this is. It seems like they've got it. Like, they got it. They just got to do it right.
Well, with Halligan, the thing that was frustrating to me is, given that I think that ultimately they have a case to be made that she's legitimate. The problem, though, is why wouldn't you have Bondi or someone sign these warrants, sign off on them as well? I don't understand that.
Because the attorney general, like, you need to have like somebody from that office doing it.
But you couldn't have a second person if you knew she was going to be
They couldn't just they just hire some kid right out of law school in the DOJ. They do that all the time. They hire kids out of law school. Like, find some kid who's in the Federal Society. Will you sign off on this? Yeah, sure. Ta-da, done.
It's
easy enough. And then I will say the thing about Lindsay Halligan, where she went to the reporter and started bitching her out and saying, I'm like, you got to be fucking kidding me.
Yeah.
Like, you are the U.S. attorney. Like, you have so much, like, go out there and go fucking do some more political prosecutions. You have more people to keep terrorizing, honey. I don't need you doing this right now. Go do my will.
It's so much of that with the Trump, like it jumps in sort of a catch-22, right? Where it's like, let's assume from my perspective that there is a swamp, right? So the problem is you need people from outside the swamp.
Yeah.
But the problem is there's like no one competent to do the job from outside the swamp. So you end up with it's like, well, we got Pam Cash Patel. Cash, we need someone to do a press conference and like have a nice pin on. There you go. You're on top of that. Actually doing things, to help out with the country and fight corruption. Not so hot there. Not doing a very good job there. But man, you could give a mean press conference. It's like, oh my goodness. All these people,
Yeah, no, Cash Patel, don't get me started. Like, I'm going to clean up the one of the most corrupt organizations in American history, which has been, when it wasn't doing J. Edgar Hoover's blackmailing operations, was, wiretapping, sending death threats to MLK, doing COINTELPRO, possibly involved in Waco. Don't Google PatCon. All the fake terror plots they did during the War on Terror, Crossfire Hurricane, everything they've ever done. Whitey Bulger, like, insert whatever. It's like, yes, these are the guys where you're like, I'm going to turn them into a great organization. It's like, brah.
It's just, it's so sad too, because there was so much. I mean, I know that he's got his personal piece of shit things, but I miss Matt Gaetz instead of Pam Bondi. I feel like Gaetz would have at least been a prick about it, you know?
Yeah, but God, the thing that's scaring me, and I hope it's just meant to be engagement stuff, is the whole Trey Gowdy coming in. Oh my God. I saw that tweet. I'm like, I about had a heart attack on that one.
Oh
Trey
my
Gowdy
goodness,
is AG. Oh my God, that'd be awful.
So here's a funny Trey Gowdy story. I love the show First 48. Hey, cool
Yes.
Vic, thanks for the raid.
Yeah, he's in those. He's in
Yeah,
those
have you ever
in the
seen the
FBI files.
episodes that Trey Gowdy's in there every
Yeah.
once in a while? I remember I was watching one night, like half asleep. I was like, what the fuck is that Trey Gowdy?
Yes.
What's he doing on this? That's great. One of my like favorite television viewing experiences ever.
Mhm.
I have this friend, right? It was a good friend of mine from back in the college days. And he always told me this story that he's tangentially connected to an episode of the First 48 because the girl he took to prom is so horrible. The girl he took to
no.
prom, her dad murdered her mom, right?
Oh,
So
jeez.
like, like 3 years after the out of prom, he hears, "Oh my gosh, this girl I took to prom. I had dinner." He's like, "I met this dude 4 or 5 times, had dinner with the family."
He seemed like a nice guy.
Yeah, and so like he told me this story for like a couple years, and finally he's at my house one time. He's like, "Do you got like whatever streaming service First 48's on?" I'm like, "Yeah." So we watched the episode with him, and he's like pausing, like narrating. He's like, "No, this is the Walmart I used to shop in. You see. Now his house would have been right around here." I'm like, "What an excellent experience just watching this fucking like murder porn stuff."
Hey,
with a
hey,
guy
you know what?
that's like
You know what? That'll never get old to tell that story to people.
Oh, I love it. I was like, I keep
For
telling
him.
him, like, Tom, are you connected to any other murders or something that I could look forward to? Maybe a good viewing experience
Yeah.
going on. Thanks, Cool Vic. I'll get to the super chats here in a minute.
Yeah, we have so many super chats to get
Yes,
to.
I
Yeah.
know.
You can start doing it. You can start. I'll hang out if you need.
all
Or if you
right,
want me
here
to
we
kick
go.
rocks or whatever. Yeah.
No.
What do you mean?
All
It's
Nate.
enjoyable.
Okay, we got that one. Thanks for the 5. Says he also owe a video to EOD. Cherry Blue, thanks for being a member. Logical Thoughts, I feel his pain. That's in reference to the guy that was talking about living in New Hampshire and a bunch of like big city slicker lefties coming into his community. And Logical Thoughts had that conversation with me yesterday about the same thing happened to where he lives in the South.
Yeah.
Unforced Ego, $100 says, congrats, Avarice.
Nice.
Thank you. Our buddy Jungle, $20 says, because I said so, locked in word war. Booked and not shook. Turn up and turn down for what? See you in a month, guys. Cheers. W. Rob and Avarice. Oh, hell, chat. Well, I mentioned this earlier, but I suppose worth mentioning, Jungle, or anyone else that's listening. Andrew is no longer doing word war. I'm not saying that you shouldn't go. I'm just saying that Andrew, as far as I know, they parted ways amicably. I don't think there's any hostility, but
What word war? Is that like the BaitCon?
yeah, Sam Tripoli and Andrew Wilson put together. It's like this big debate thing that's going to be in Atlantic City every 2 months. And they got a really cool studio out there. And Andrew was working. Yeah, it's cool. Andrew was working on the project, but I guess he got busy. Now, I was working on it through Andrew. I think I'll be going out at least to the first one, though I don't know.
Here goes chat. Chat is blowing up. Yeah.
Oh, they didn't know that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mentioned it earlier, but
you mentioned it earlier with a different crowd. This is all.
Yeah, you're not too far
crowd.
from Atlantic City.
No. So, all right. So here's the deal. Tune into Andrew and find out what exactly is going on. I don't know, but I don't think anyone has bad blood or anything. The question I have is, as someone who is working with Andrew, happy to go to WordBoard to help out with the project. As someone who's not working with Andrew, well, the problem is this. It's January 10th, so I'd be out there the 9th and the 10th, and my son's 5th birthday is on the 9th. So I don't know that I'm going to go do it for free. Yeah, go out to Atlantic City for free like I would have necessarily with Andrew, but we'll see. So I might still be heading out there. As of right now, I am still heading out there, but I'll just have to negotiate with the guys running it and see what's up. So, and then
I still got to talk with them too. So I think I'm still working.
Yeah, Examination Show says, will Pisco debate Andrew at Word War this year? I don't know. Cherry Blue, $10 says, my husband made a good metaphor with the ice ops. When you fish for tuna, you may get some dolphins, meaning you're bound to get some innocent victims. That's just the risk we have to accept. Good.
Yeah, but there's some problems. Like in California, they talked about like the one guy, he got picked up twice in one day. And there are some instances of ICE being like, fuck your paperwork. I'm not looking at it. And it's like, okay, it's one thing you arrest the guy, you stop him, you check him, you give him his papers. Okay, you're good. But for some of these people who have sat for a while and things like that, like, no, sorry. Like, you got to do it. If you just do it the right way, just like, look, it's not hard. Do it the right way, and then we can like afuera everybody. It's easy enough.
I mean, Yeah, but I also understand that, like, the problem is, again, I'm not excusing the bad behavior that happens. And when it happens, it should be excoriated. And those people should be punished, particularly if they're doing it maliciously and on purpose.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is the fucking thing with law enforcement, right? This is it. Anytime you're talking about mass law enforcement actions, it's fucking inevitable you're going to get some assholes. Like, it's just inevitable. And the scale of what we're left to deal with because of the fucking disastrous policies for the past 30 years, particularly under Biden, it's like, I guess that like when it comes down to this is I could absolutely say when things are done inappropriately, we should call it out. But the problem is every little thing is used as a moment to see no more deportation, see no more deportation.
Well, that's different. Yeah, I agree. Because then when you get to some of these people and their arguments, and it's just like, just tell me you don't want any deportations. Like, let's cut to the chase. Like, they're now talking about this guy, like this poor guy, he was in the army and then he gets deported. It's like he shot a house full of people up, and it's like, just tell me you don't want deportations anymore, and I'll go along. Like I'll take that argument point and deal with it. But I'm not wanting that. I just like, let's fucking do it the right way. Let's do it the right way. Like Kilmer Abrego Garcia, get the pieces of paper signed. You're telling me we can't find an immigration judge who could say afuera, go home.
Yeah,
just
it is.
Get the paper signed. Bye. Like
it is frustrating. It really is.
Let's just
like,
do it.
I don't understand. Like. I don't understand like a lack of basic competence on some of this stuff, you know? And yeah, I do think that there's like, even the way that this is being carried out, like even Trump's messaging on the deportations is just like, he'll be like the most aggressive motherfucker you ever seen. You're like, all right, good. Send these fucking Smallians back. Blah, blah, blah. And then 3 days later, he'll come back and be like, actually, I was touring a battery plant in fucking South Carolina and there were a bunch of illegals working at this plant. They're really good dudes. It's like, what the fuck are you doing, Trump? Like, I can't get a read here, man. Like,
I agree.
It's so frustrating.
And then you got the H-1B nonsense on top of that. And
how about, do you think Vivek's going to lose?
No, I mean, I don't know. It depends. Like, he's going up against the COVID queen. Like, Amy Acton was our public health director during COVID. So, like, I think once people remember who she is, everybody's going to be like, ugh. But I don't know. Vivek is his own worst enemy. But I don't necessarily know if I want Ohio to be redeemed at this point. So
it's just so funny. Like,
maybe I could pay my taxes with Google Play card, so that'd be kind of cool.
Vivek sucked with his H-1B shit last Christmas. Like, it's just terrible.
Yeah,
he was my first choice for going because he said he wanted to disband the FBI. I was like, yeah, get those fuckers. But you know,
I agree with that. Yes,
the idea, like, sometimes you have to understand that someone that could be a good candidate, you have to have them for the right position and the right time and place. And I'm just gonna say, you know, Vivek. With the name Vivek Ramatupata, that's how most white blue-collar Ohioans are going to see this, right?
Oh, yeah.
And this dude that's basically all but talking shit on, like, the white working class, and it's like, and here's your candidate for governor. It's like, you could have had any Tom, Dick, or Harry, like, you know, from a local bar in Ohio with a brown shirt on, and he'd fucking win running away. But you picked the one guy who has some political talent that this is, like, the absolute worst place and worst position for him to be running for, but
you have no idea. But hey, you know,
next chat,
we'll see.
Premonition.
I have enough problems and anxiety over this.
$2. Thank you, Premonition. Always appreciate it. Call Mark Talks. $5 says, in a globalized system, the distinction between foreign and domestic policy is meaningless. Yeah. Max Reddick, $5 says, Pisco, I hope this shows that populist conservatives are not cultists. We're pissed with a lot of what this man does. Yeah, I mean, it's always like with Pisco because he knows that I'm like good faith. He'll be like, oh, here's a bunch of shit that I know you're pissed about Trump about. And I'm like, yeah. And I'm like, when do you ever reciprocate with that? And he's like, well, I was pissed off that, you know, when Biden pardoned his son, like, whoo, taking a principled stance there the last day of the Biden administration. You crushed it, you know.
Yeah, like that was the only thing you had a problem with?
He also had a problem. Here's some other things he had a problem with. He did not like Biden's executive orders to secure the border. He thought those were illegal. So take that for what it's worth. Yeah. Another new account, $10 says, once again, Pisco's Whiskey Rebellion standard for charging politicians and giving aid and comfort to an insurrection to bar them. It doesn't apply to Chaz Chop because, well, it's different.
Well, I was about to say, yeah, Chaz, like, if Chaz and Chop were insurrections, like they literally said the laws don't apply here.
I don't understand. I was ground zero at Chaz Chop. I say it all the time. Ground fucking zero. Like my company was right where the barrier was. That was my company. Like my building was right where the fucking barricade was. And they looted the police place. You couldn't go out there at night unless you knew people from Seattle. It got
Oh,
dangerous.
that didn't matter anyway.
It was like literally just there was no police response in that area. That means taken.
Mm-hmm.
If the police aren't going there, if you ain't getting DoorDash there, you ain't. That's taken over.
Well, it got so bad there. Somebody got hurt, and the ambulance wasn't allowed in because they're like, we have to escort. And the ambulance is like, we're not letting you do that. Well, you're not in charge of us. So people died. I mean, like, and it's funny. They hated the police so much. They speed ran the entire thing and made their own police force who shot up a car full of black kids. And it's like, good job.
Do you remember? I can't remember. That's not funny, but the reason I chuckled,
I mean, in a way,
I
I
look like a monster chuckling because wasn't there like some fucking like dude that was like basically some like his name was something like T-Bone or something?
Yeah, they had a SoundCloud rapper.
The rapper that ran.
Yeah, what was his name?
The SoundCloud rapper who had the trunk full of guns. It's like, that's
he's like
not
some
weird.
fucking local warlord's like, I run this shit now. Like it was his own country.
Yeah.
It was,
Yes.
It was.
They 100% did it.
It was like straight out of like Escape from New York. Like he was like fucking Isaac Hayes, King of New York, #1. Like
Yes.
fucking guy.
He's like the Warriors. He's like
funny.
Cyrus.
And the thing is, they should have all been fucking arrested.
Well, the problem with the insurrection,
the National Guard should have rolled in there and suppressed it.
The problem with the insurrection narrative from this Price of Pisco is one, it's overly broad. My contention's always been with this. Like, even if it's technically on the books, no one's charged with it. It's sort of like the Logan Act or something like that. And so the idea of going after Trump for it on this time seems a bit like just rank partisan political is what was going on. And the problem was the way they tried to take it was the nebulous idea that he engaged in an insurrection. And when you asked him, like, well, what was the engagement? Like, the shit that they cite, like, that the Colorado court cited, like, I don't know legally how this works, but aren't you sort of obligated when you're putting out evidence that you're not just putting out shit that's, like, meaningless? So, like, they're building this story, right? And the story's like, well, Trump said fight a lot of times.
Yeah.
Right? So this is a story. And it's like, okay, I'm willing to hear you, right? Because there are contexts that you could say, like, if Trump said, like, you need to fight Nancy Pelosi, pull her by the fucking hair and drag her out of the street. It's like, okay, like, that's a bit much. But, like, so you look at some of them, of course, we know the, like, fight like hell and stuff like that. But, like, some of the examples they included was shit like this. A tweet from Trump that said, we need fighters like Jim Jordan, not people that are unwilling to fight like Mitch McConnell. We need people to get in there and like slug it out. Fight, 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 or something like that. And I remember debating Destiny with it. I'm like, are you really telling me that was like Trump being like, Mitch, time to tape up the fucking hands and get in there and throw haymakers? He's like, possibly. That's what he's saying. And it's like, see, that belittles your whole case. Because when you're saying that, yes, this is proof that he was saying like use violence, it's like, dude, he's telling Mitch McConnell to fight. It's not telling Mitch McConnell to fucking start throwing haymakers. It's just so frustrating to me to see that shit.
I guess I'll say it like this. It's courts will cite, when you're in court and you have a hearing and you cite facts that you want the court to go along with. The court will, is probably going to pick one or the other. And this court wanted to pick this set of facts. So, I mean, that's just the nature of how things go. Now, we can all agree it's bullshit and it's wrong, but that's just the nature. Like, I hate to say it is what it is, and that's the nature of this business, but this, have you ever watched the movie Conspiracy?
Yes, with Mel Gibson.
Long ago.
No, I'm sorry. No, okay, not that movie. Not the movie. There's another movie
that was
called
Conspiracy Theory.
This has got Kenneth Branagh, Stanley Tucci.
Oh, yeah.
Where it's about the Vante conference.
Yes.
And the one guy who's in the SS, he, was a lawyer. Like almost everybody at the table was a lawyer. The one guy who wasn't a lawyer walked up and he's like, well, how do you square all this with being a lawyer? And he says, the one thing the law has taught me is to be very suspicious of language. And he's like, a gun says what it means. And I'm like, God damn, that's really fucking accurate.
Yeah.
That's all I've learned through the law is, oh my God, we can be like, as lawyers, absolute
this
fucking
brings on a new question now is how come lawyers always know what movies every fucking lawyer is in, but if you're in a different position, you never profession, you have no idea. Like I got a degree in math and I know Rainmaker,
or A Beautiful Mind, maybe. Yeah.
Sure, maybe, but I go to a lawyer. They're like, oh, my cousin Vinny, this, that.
Yeah.
This is all lawyer movies.
What's the best law movie? Like, what's the best movie that includes like a lot of legal shit?
Lincoln
My cousin
Lawyer.
Vinny's, I think, is probably the most accurate of like
there,
being
yeah.
factually correct on
Everyone
everything.
says-
No, it's true, and it's true. But as far as like other movies go, most of them suck. It's like watching Suits. If Suits was 1/100th of 1% as interesting as like being a lawyer is every day, oh my god, that'd be so much fun. But like, also, if you watch the show Suits, like those guys are working till 10 o'clock at night. You know what those people end up doing after they kill themselves? Like working till 10 o'clock every night? No, I ain't doing that.
I don't know if you ever seen this one. The most accurate that I've seen
Yeah.
this in how they act is one called, and I know this is it's a little bit dramatic at the end.
Franklin
too,
and
but
Bash.
wait. No, it's
Oh.
called Raising the Bar. It's a TV show that had the guy from Saved by the Bell. And it was 2 seasons. One of the
Which
judges,
guy? Mark,
the guy that
like-
played Zach.
Zach. Okay. Zach.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it had the mom from Malcolm in the Middle.
Oh,
as the
okay.
judge. Yeah, and but it was like, so what made that more accurate to me wasn't necessarily
Mm-hmm.
the lawyer in between, but it was the fact of the matter is that you had the defense attorneys and the prosecutor, and then
Mm-hmm.
at the end when the day was done, they all were at the same bar just talking.
Yeah, I
and-
mean that doesn't know. Like, and that's the
yeah.
thing. People think like I remember I had a guy one time when I first started practicing. I was in the public defender's office, and he's like, "No, I know how it goes. You guys all sit down at the bar, and you guys sit down and you talk about who gets to have what cases." And I'm like,
well, I don't say they talk.
"We
see,
must
we're
be
talking about
doing
the
this
case.
wrong because we don't fucking win shit."
Yeah, they weren't
That's
talking
what-
about the cases. They were just more
Yeah.
talking, just more about like what they learned at college or shit, or just their
Nah.
subgroups.
Like
So-
the prosecutors hang out on their own. Like there's bar meetings where like everybody gets together and that's kind of a thing. But no, like for the most part, like you don't like there's not like a whole big thing of that. The judges are kind of off on their own. You know.
Well, I would agree. That's
Yeah.
true. The judges were.
yeah, no, but I mean it's not like that. And you know, I like if I was as a defense attorney, I was like, I wouldn't want to be hanging out with prosecutors. That'd look real fucking bad.
For me,
Like-
the best lawyer show, I'm gonna go Harvey Birdman. Did you ever watch
That's
that
a good
back in
one,
the day?
That's a good
I
one,
love- I remember. You remember there was the one judge was Mentok the Mind Taker. And
Yes.
He would just be like Mind Taker. I remember my friend. We were watching it. We're like in high school, and I don't like. He just
Did you
walks by.
watch
he's-
Space Ghost too?
Yeah, he's holding.
Oh,
an
I
or-
used to. Oh my god, that was so much.
My buddy's
were the
holding an
days.
orange soda. And I was like, hey, man, sorry about that. He's like, what? And I just fucking knocked it all over him. Was like, mind taker. He's like, I fucking hate you.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I gave him a little mind taker. I didn't see that coming. Michael Ruiz, $10 says, sorry, I don't have PayPal, but I'll send more. Get him, Rob. Thank you. Unforced Ego, $10 says, the old I'm intentionally and aggressively misinterpreting what you're saying, which makes you wrong technique. Classic, yeah. That's a classic with
Well, that's what we do as lawyers too,
Yeah.
though. I mean,
AJC $5 says, what's first degree murder then? I'm confused. Doesn't that imply that they had intentions or a plan before they made it? He said he wants to charge Trump and Hegseth them with first degree
Lots you
murder
don't do.
or-
Lots you don't do.
over the Venezuelan
Boats.
boat strikes.
I mean, yeah, they decided we're going to do this, and that's the other thing, though. You can develop your mental state with like it only takes a second to develop premeditation. So, and that's like every state. And I think like as far as if you get charged with first degree murder, you don't have to sit there and have like a whole plan. It's like you could decide to make the plan to kill somebody. Like, yeah, I'm just going to kill them now, and that could be first degree murder. So, yeah, I don't think so in this regard. I don't.
That's why
the
you
problem is,
always
even if
draw
it's
people-
the nature of
Yeah.
this is, and maybe like, here's what people don't understand.
Mhm.
Like, listen, I don't begrudge Trump. And I don't begrudge people connected to him, and I might criticize and stuff, but okay, I supported Trump, right? I still do, right? But here's the thing. If we're going to aggressively, by the letter of the law, have this most hyper-aggressive going after politicians law, and we would be like, fuck it, murder Trump, how about that, for these strikes? And I could be guaranteed that was going to be equally applied. So all of a sudden we're going after Obama and we're going after this and that. And like, or like things like the FAR violations. Yeah, okay, we're going to go after Paul Manafort, but we're also going to go after the Bidens.
Assad.
And we're going to go with the thousands of other people that lobby without failing to
Yes.
register in the country. I'd say, yeah, I'll take that
Assad.
trade. I'd take it, get them, right?
Yeah.
So I don't really give a shit.
I'm sorry. Forgive me. I was coughing a little bit.
Oh, no, that's okay. Chop. $10 says it's been a blast, but I'm well past
Oh,
the 24-hour mark. Thank you, Rob.
Yeah.
Sponsor regulars for having a community we engage with the crew. Not one step back. Thank you.
Have you done 24 hours before?
I used to do it every before, like I do it like on the Saturday before every election on an even year.
Oh, Jesus.
So the big elections. So like the 2024 one was a pretty good one.
Yeah, well, probably wasn't. I'd say.
Yeah,
that.
yes. Well, I actually with that too, because I used to have a radio show here. Normally, what I do is I have these set up, and I actually get a lot of guests that are like politicians, like state level senators, or Representative Glenn Thompson here in PA, or Dan Muser, people in the PA Republican, the RNC. But this one I was going to do next week, and then I got a call that I might be doing a debate at America Fest in Arizona next Friday. So I bumped this up. I bumped this up today, and now I'm not doing the debate at America.
Oh, bummer. Well,
It was supposed to be with Brian Shapiro. So
I think you're telling me you're going up against Candace.
Oh, that'd be great.
Going to whoop that ass. Just whoop that ass. Just
Dude, she like her. I didn't commented one fucking thing. Yesterday, I think it was yesterday at this point, I did a stream.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, what is exactly she saying? I'm like, I'm willing to give the benefit of the doubt. Look, by all means, I'm distrusting of the FBI. So give it to me straight. What's Candace alleging?
Yes.
And the hostility from the people in my audience that were like fans of hers, because they would say shit like that. Like, this is what they told me. They're like, well, what about these planes? And I was like, well, okay, what's the planes? Give it to me. And they're like, well, there were these planes flying over Erica Kirk. And I'm like
okay.
Like the day of the assassination, you know, and they're like, well, it was like 73 times. I'm like, 73 times? Yeah, for like a year and a half to 2 years. I'm like, okay. And get this, they flew out of Egypt, but they were Israeli. And I'm like, okay. So what's the story? Give it to me.
Yeah.
Where does this add up? And they're like, well, she hasn't said that. She's just like, isn't it suspicious that there were these planes? And I'm like, I'm struggling to steel man. Now, I'm quite the fucking wacky conspiracy type guy. And I'm sitting there struggling like, where is the link? Because I'm like, okay, is the implication they were spying on the Kirks? Because there's no fucking way that the best way to spy would be airplanes for everyone to see in the fucking air.
Yes. Like yes, we have an airplane. Some guy just taking pictures of them everywhere they go. It's like, they can have some guy follow them around just like doing it.
If the story was like this, there was an Israeli plane that flew out of Egypt, and an hour after Kirk got shot, it landed in an airport 15 minutes outside the location. You could be like, oh, the implication is a Mossad agent got in the plane and fled away. Okay, I can at least make sense of what you're trying to say. The best I could come up with for this theory is maybe the implication is that like Israel was intimidating the Kirks. And so they were constantly like, hey, Charlie, you better do what we say. You see how we have planes in front of your wife every single day? But why bother with planes? Just send some heavies, right? That tail her around or some shit. You're going to do I don't know.
Well, isn't some of this too? There's an argument that like they aren't really like she wasn't really pregnant too. Isn't that some of the nonsense about? I don't know. It's just all I want to know is this like how does this prove that Brigitte Macron has a penis? That's kind of what I want to know.
Dude, I shit you not. I should probably not even say this, but like I help Andrew prepare for debates. That's one of the things I do work for the Crucible. I was like with him for like a week and a half. He's like, all right, I got an assignment. I need you to find me proof that Brigitte Macron's a woman. I'm like, what the fuck do you want me to like, hey, what's up, Macron? You got any VAD shots of your wife? Like, we're really trying
He's like the guy in John Wick. He's like, I gave Rob an impossible task.
That's just like, okay. But yeah, it was quite fun. I don't know,
test
man.
Your skill.
Like my only thing, but anyways, I brought this up was just like, well, I'm just trying to figure out what she's saying, and people were like, fuck you, you fed bootlicker. And I'm like, what? Or someone's like, you shouldn't talk about this. You're talking out your ass. I'm like, how? I'm literally asking people that claim to like understand.
I don't know anything about this.
And I mean, I guess the argument is, well, you could sit down and watch her videos. Like, how long? Like 20 videos?
I don't have time to catch up on the lore.
Yeah, like 40 hours sifting through Candace Owens' lore? I don't know, man. I don't think so.
It's like if I tried to sit down and read you through the Ethan Klein lore against the Reddit mods. You're like, I ain't got time for this.
Look, I got autistic friends to read through all that stuff. They just give me the cliff notes. All right.
Yeah.
For me, I'm just like, the only, like, it's the most benign broad stroke shit I have about this is like, if you're going to accuse someone by name of like a really heinous thing, and on top of that, it's someone who's connected to the victim. Like, if I die, right, And you come on, Sean, and you're like, well, I think it was his wife. I think that's who did it. Like, that's fucked up unless you have something that is good evidence that leads you to that conclusion. But to just say, I'm just asking questions. Where was Rob's wife that day? I'm just saying she stood to benefit.
She knows all his movements. She knows his schedule.
Yeah. Well, then I was doing the old, like, okay, if we're just asking who benefited from Charlie's death, didn't Candace? And then I was like, furthermore, am I not benefiting as well now? Oh shit, was I involved?
Yeah, did I do it?
Yeah, no,
I did a whole number of shows on it, and tomorrow I'm gonna do Tyler Robinson's hearing, and it's like I'm grifting off of it. Dun dun dun.
I sleepwalk, so I don't know what I'm capable of. When I fell asleep, who knows? Magus. 10 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Airborne Animal, $5 says the New York Times had to retract the Charlie Kirk smear or they would have been sued, and rightly so. They knew what they were doing. Yeah, that's one of the weakest arguments that Pisco had here. So within 24 hours of the Charlie Kirk assassination, the New York Times puts out this expose on Charlie Kirk, and they're doing this whole thing like, well, he was a fascist though. That's sort of within 24 hours what they're doing. Yes. And it says he quoted and he said this basically anti-Semitic thing, right, on his podcast. Yeah. And then 24 hours later they had to retract it, and it said, version yesterday needed to be corrected. We said that Charlie Kirk said this phrase that was anti-Semitic. Well, it is true that he said it. He was quoting someone else and criticizing them.
Yes.
And it's and Pisco's like, well, that's good. It shows that the New York Times is correcting. It's like,
yeah, but they knew that at the time.
Yeah, they knew.
And it's just now they get to do this and say, well, we complied, we can't be sued. And now that it's out there and everybody on Twitter says, isn't it true the New York Times said it's about Charlie Kirk? Charlie Kirk said this? And it's like, yeah, and they cite that article, not the retraction. It's a laundering information.
So Josh with $5 says, Pisco has no duty to call out these insurrections the same way because it ruins its credibility. He wins the point by becoming someone to ignore. We were talking about, based on Pisco's definition of insurrection, there's been quite a few insurrections against ICE. One of the things that frustrates me about him, I was like, you got a ballpark idea how many of those insurrections occurred? And he just plays dumb. He's like, I don't know. I have no clue. I don't even have a clue.
Which types of, you mean the attacks on ICE or what?
Yes. Do you mean? So his definition of,
I mean, does that count where the Antifa terrorist cell in Texas, all 10 of them tooled up and then they kind of lost the fire in their nuts as soon as their one buddy got shot in the face? I mean, does that count?
That would count. That would count, my
friend. Does the guy who trying to fight all the evil fascists when he accidentally murders 2 Mexicans, does that guy count as a insurrection?
So here's now Peace.
But I don't know. I honestly, like I said, I don't know what you guys' criteria was, so I can't really say.
This is Bowden Paulson, one of the guys. Now Pisco doesn't use him anymore. He uses this guy Graber, but this is tantamount to what him and Destiny were defining an insurrection. An assemblage of people united for common purpose, resisting the implementation or execution of a particular law or interfering with the course of government proceeding by way of force or intimidation for a public purpose. Now this would be basically my reading of this, and I've got Pisco and Destiny both to admit this to some degree. This would include anytime 2 or more people come together to protest ICE, to stop ICE from enforcing the law, and they use violence or intimidation. So pretty much
that is a very vague. That's almost like the mayor of Denver saying, I'm going to have the police interfere with ICE and I'm going to have them stop it, and then had to walk that back. It's that is a very, if that's what they agreed upon, that is a very easily manipulable.
And that's what I said. I was like, I told them this at the time when they were arguing this about January 6th. It's the problem is that's so broad. That's hundreds of times. That's basically every Black Lives Matter rally. Anytime that they shove police, that's it. That's an insurrection. They're clearly protesting the law being implemented, etc. when it comes to racial injustice, right? Yeah. And it's constantly there's just playing ignorant, I guess it's
for Destiny. That's pretty easy.
Yeah. Well, He's got other things on his mind, Daddy Diz, $5 says this lawyer is ignoring the legal definition, and then when accused, you get a trial to defend yourself from this federal felony. He's a hack. Unforced Ego, $10 says.
Hold on. Oh, I think what
Pisco, not you.
No. I know, but what's he saying here?
Let's see. Ignoring the legal definition. This would have had to been when we were talking to you about insurrection.
Is he saying if you agree with this definition, you get to go to trial and argue about it?
Yeah, I think, yeah.
I mean, well, I don't like that idea because I don't like the idea of like, well, hey, you have to go to trial. It's like, yes, you have to risk your freedom to find out if you're definite. Like, if you're correct in your thing, it's like, no, that's not where we shouldn't be using courts, regardless of what side you're on, for novel prosecution theories. The courtroom should not be an experiment. Should not be for experiments from the prosecution side.
Unforeseo $10 says, I can twist this plain and obvious wording to plausibly mean something different. Therefore, all the poll responses did the same thing. Poll invalid. This was referencing a poll that the plurality of Democrats, it asked them who is most responsible for these incidents. And the two that it asked was the assassination attempt of Trump and the assassination of Charlie Kirk. And you could adjust to look at just Democrats. So if you looked at just Democrats, a plurality of Democrats said that the person most responsible for the assassination of Charlie Kirk was Charlie Kirk. And the second most responsible was the person that killed Charlie Kirk. And Pisco's argument was, well, it depends on how you define responsible.
Well, but that's, well, on the left, you know how many people still think Kyle Rittenhouse murdered black people? Like he just walked down the street throwing a Roman while he started shooting black kids.
Which is funny for like 15 reasons, not the least of which is there were no black people shot.
I'm surprised a lot of you guys don't go to this, but I always get them when they go, oh, well, they went through court, so that's the way it is. I go, so once they're through court, you kind of set them up. So once they're through court and they've been prosecuted or let go, that's the official definition of what it is, right? Yes. Okay. Is O.J. Simpson a murderer? Then they just pause.
Yeah. Well, I just, well, like the scariest, one of the scariest things in the English, like, well, one of the scariest things people could say is we had a vote on something. Okay, cool. One of the other scariest things is we had a trial.
Yep.
Okay. Like a lot of people have been to trial. Like a lot of people have been wrongly convicted. Like there's been, Dred Scott went to court. Look how that turned out for him.
Well, when I debated that Brian Shapiro guy the other day, it's so frustrating because everything we said, like you'd say like, well, this happened and it was corrupt, right? I'd be like, oh, I said there were illegal FISA warrants that were used against Carter Page. Yeah. He said, who went to jail? And I was like, well, no one went to jail. Okay, there was no crime then. And I'm like, what? Like, what are you talking about?
Yes, you're telling me. Well, like it's kind of like the Kevin Kleinsmith guy. He's the only guy in the FBI that was like, he's the only bad man. Like it all came down to this dorky looking moron in the back office of the FBI going like, orange man, take that. That's really how this all came out. No.
And then his big punishment was what? Like 2 weeks of like fucking probation or something, and then he lost his bar for a year.
He lost his law license for 6 months, and it's not like he's not going to get hired anywhere after that.
Yeah. He's back working, baby.
Yeah.
Airborne animal. $5 says the Democrats celebrated the death of Charlie Kirk, MLK, Lincoln, and more. They pretend to like they don't schmurder their political opponents, but they do. FDNY, thanks so much, man. $20 says, hey, I'm time traveling. Still watching your debate with the lib about COVID lockdowns, economy, Trump versus Biden. Like 4 hours ago, you deserve this for absolutely shellacking I'm witnessing. Maybe at some point I'll catch up. Oh, man, that poor kid. He's not even a kid. He's 30-something, but I was running him in circles. That's why this ended up being 12 hours early because I was fucking having fun keeping that guy up. Once he told me he had work in the morning, I was like, I'm going to keep this guy up all night. We were talking about COVID lockdowns.
Yeah.
And we ended up spending a lot of time on the locking down of schools because one of the things I realize is when you talk about lockdowns and you're like how bad they were, people will say something to the effect, well, we're using the best available evidence we had at the time. And it's like, okay, but how about the school lockdowns? Right? Because basically 4 months before the United States, all of Europe was like, yep, we need to open up schools.
No. The bigger thing is when people say, well, we did the best we could with what we had, there hasn't been you're right. Like, this idea that like, oh, we were a bunch of, the loss of faith in these people. There hasn't been you're right. We really did screw this up. We really did abuse this position of trust we had. Yep. No, they're just like, how dare you question us anymore? We tried. Oops. Yep. Sorry.
So you're absolutely right. And so when I'm looking, it's like, well, here on this, we didn't have the best available evidence showed the opposite of this. And like the hoops that this guy was trying to jump through, other than just be like, yeah, okay, that fucking sucks. It basically came down to this. If I could distill it, he's like, well, okay. But here's the thing: the teachers were fearful. It's like, okay,
sounds like they were idiots.
Yeah, I'm like, but they knew it would harm children. Well, a little bit, but they didn't know significantly. I'm like, even though, they didn't look into it. And I was like, could it be that like they were just enjoying getting a paycheck while staying at home?
Yeah.
You know, like everyone else that was happy that got to stay at home and get a paycheck? No, because they cared about the kids. But if they cared about the kids and they knew it would harm them, why did they do the lockdown in the first place?
Yeah.
Well, they didn't care about them that much. And it's like, oh my God. Like, it's just...
Brian Shapiro's the guy he wears a flat cap, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's right. Sorry,
No, it's
I recognize faces more than names with the people you interact with.
He's the well poisoner.
Never lucky. Remember, 3 Months Next says it's old, but Black Elk versus U.S. was a 1900 case for it. Bad Elk.
Yeah.
This would have been insurrection stuff, I think.
Mm-hmm. I think that one's about
Witzius, $2 says I'm light. Thank you.
Well, he said tight.
Oh fuck! See, I've been up too late. Thank you. I'm tight. Nice.
Ooh.
Nate. Yeah, well, maybe too nice. Nate, $10 says go Rob, go. Thank you.
Yeah.
Ron Quay, $5 says no one's above the law. The bar for starting investigations is very low. Yes, that's my catchphrase. That's what I said over and over. Like people be like, "What do you think about this investigation? You know, Trump's team's investigating. James Comey." I'm like, "No one's above the law. The bar for starting investigations is very low." That's the mantra I heard over and over. So turnabout's fair play.
Hey, we gotta. Hey, if you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear.
Yep. I don't understand what the problem is. Unforced Ego, $10 says there's a dated handwritten note by Comey showing he lied to Congress. Yes. I don't know that it proves it. I know what you're talking about. I forget exactly what the note said, but yes, it's basically like him admitting that like, hey, I told so-and-so to do this. I didn't recall it at the time. I'd have to look up the specifics, but I know you're right that I saw the reporting on that note.
And remember, like I said, chat, the DC federal workers.
I want to give you a little pushback. I like to hide my family jewels. I keep them stacked away, and I still got nothing to fear. I'm just letting you know.
There you go.
No, they're right next to my schmeckles.
Yeah. Hunter Killer, $2 says Millennial Woes is undefeated. Baxter Boy, $2. Thank you so much. Reality Strikes, $5 says Pisco's a hack. Thank you. Unforced Ego, $20 says, Mr. Noor, this is masterful. I've never in my life seen a leftoid crumble this hard. Pisco's arguing with a mirror and he can't deal with it. Yeah, what that part was about was him saying, nope, there was no political motivation in any of the prosecutors that went after Trump. And then he asked me, he was like, okay. And I was like, that's bullshit and you know it. He's like, you can't prove that. Oh, how would you know? That sounds good to your audience, but you don't. And then he's like, anyways, when Trump's saying he wants people to go after, James Comey or go after, that's clearly political, right? I was like, nope, that's convenient. You tell your audience that, but nope, I disagree as well. Now what? Now where are we?
Well, even if it's political, did they do the crime or not?
Oh, no, because he argues if it's political, it's unconstitutional and therefore illegal to do it in the first place.
Well,
so his that's why he has to pretend that it's not political when like Letitia James or Fannie Willis or Alvin Bragg were going after Trump. Because then he knows he'd have to say, shit, that's illegal. We shouldn't have did that. So he has to go down with the ship. Nope. I don't see any evidence that any of that was political. It's so silly. Vernon Desert, 5 memberships. Thank you so much.
Nice.
Fuel my fire. $5 says, Pisco, stop lying /talk.
Jeez.
These people are harsh. Michael Reese, $10 says, Rob's an animal here to take my lunch money. Thank you. Logical Thoughts again, $5 says, notice the more he lies, the faster he speaks. Exact same way with Destiny and all the other lefty goofballs on this article. Unforced Ego, $10 says, he's obfuscating and nitpicking an intrusive versus non-intrusive surveillance. Bulk surveillance is more than metadata. It gets you the actual SMS messages from your carrier, unencrypted comms, etc. Yeah, the big hang-up we were having here, maybe you have something on this, Sean, the nature of the 2-hop rule. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, when they do surveillance, yeah.
Does the FISA warrant justify a 2-hop rule? Pisco says no. Pisco says the 2-hop rule applies to bulk surveillance, but not to a specific FISA warrant.
I'm pretty sure that's not how the FBI treats it, because that's what they did with Carter Page. They started hopping everywhere.
He says no. He claims that's not the case.
Well, I agree. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be allowed.
That's how I think, but yes.
But no, I think the FBI, for any surveillance at all, no, the 2-hop rule, they They surveil everybody. Here's the point. It doesn't matter because they're hoovering all our data up anyway. So it's like I'm not,
By the way, I said hoovering data.
Yeah.
And he started I could tell that there was like some confusion. I don't think he's ever heard that term in the sense of vacuum. He meant like J. Edgar Hoover. I was like, oh no, I don't mean hoover up in that sense. I mean hoover up like vacuum.
Yeah, I know. We're getting old, man. Don't remind me.
I was like, oh shit. Another new account. $5 says Fox News reported Molotovs thrown on May 30th, Lafayette Park. Officer Inspector General reported thrown fireworks, flares, caustic liquids, etc. Yeah, so we went over this, and Pisco went. If I remember now, going back on this, yes, it was reported, but the official Secret Service and Inspector General account did not mention that on May 30th that there were Molotov cocktails fired. So only Fox News was the only source. So I don't know that I would say that that's credible.
Well,
Lonesome $5 says Happy Friday, everyone. Activist prosecutors like Alvin Bragg and Larry Krasner should be disbarred. Lawfare and refusal to enforce laws is just evil. No one's above the law. Dark Side Deacons $5 says just wanted to say hi. Hi, what's up?
That's my favorite hooker. That's Amanda.
Nate the Eagle, $5 says for the whip and any caffeine that you need today, Rob. Mad respect going 24 hours. Thank you.
Yeah,
Trace,
that's no feat.
Yeah, I'm pumping it. I got 3.5 left. I'm gonna make it.
I don't want to we also had the morning show yesterday too. I haven't even slept since yesterday's morning show.
Oh geez.
No, I haven't.
Yeah,
I've been up since 8 a.m. yesterday. So
oh my gosh.
I've been up since 5 a.m. yesterday for the morning show.
Trey Sailor, thanks, Rob. $10. Thank you. Thanks, Rob, for fighting tyranny and people like this that are kind of clueless. Thank you. Unforced Ego, $20 says President of Order Combat does not automatically disallow the destruction of a military objective, which the boat was. Otherwise, you could put your artillery batteries next to a field hospital and they'd be untouchable. Yeah,
that's the whole. I will say the whole issue of being Horde Combat. Yeah, this is something I kind of brought to my show one night. Read the DoD's law of war manual. Is out there. It's like 1,200 pages, but you can do a lot of reading. It all becomes very situational dependent.
Yeah. Well, listen, it's even cheaper, man. You can get your AFPAM 10100. All right, you get that right on Amazon, and it has every airman that went overseas through Iraq had one of these in their cargo pocket. I swear to God. This is not making this up.
Well, no. I'm saying the DoD manual is free to download off the Pentagon's website.
You can potentially download this for free, I think, too. But on the plus side, it does give you the simple breakdown of law of war and how to fire your weapon.
But I will say we're dealing with the boat. You're dealing with the law of the sea, and that becomes a whole nother issue. It's the same issue why seizing the tanker. There's a bunch of different things that play with that tanker. For example, the fact that it's a flag tanker out of Guyana. Well, guess what? To seize that boat, if we had gone to the Guyanese government and we're like, hey, bro, can we fuck with this? Guyana does not like Venezuela right now. I'm sure they said, yeah, go for it. Guess what? It doesn't matter what you do at that point. The flagged country was okay with it. So that's an issue. But it also turns out if they're flying and they're not actually Guyanese flagged, they're now stateless, which means they're free to be boarded by anybody at any time. So there's a lot of different issues with that, but also how do you attack a boat that's sinking, whether they're shipwrecked? Like I said, the law of war manual covers like if they're in the water, if they're on the land, if they're in the air. There's all kinds of There's a lot to that. There's a lot.
I haven't read through all this, but my understanding is when it comes to the concept of military objective, I forget the exact term for this, but it's basically this. Yes, it's true. Like, let's say the military objective's like yellow cake uranium, right? Really important to destroy that, right?
Yes.
Are we allowed to destroy that even if there's an hors de combat laying over it? He gets wounded and he's like, yes, probably. But my understanding is basically it comes down to like situational in this sense. There has to be an evaluation that the target is worth more value than sort of the negative that comes upon it. So it would be a negative to kill an hors de combat, right? So what is the value of that negative versus what is the positive of taking out the target? Now, it's obviously sort of absurd to try to put like numerical values on that, but that's basically what you're doing. You're weighing the pros and cons.
Well, there's some of that, but a lot of that would come down to like if I'm trying to blow up some like yellow cake uranium and I do a strike and some of the guys that are guarding it are injured. It's like, Okay, well, I'm still in the attack. Like, I don't have to stop the attack because they are now wounded on the field.
Right.
I think that's what you're getting at. And yes,
and
that's correct.
I tried to explain this because it's like pretty much every drone strike's like a double tap.
Well,
Like-
I mean, then again, though, there are issues about whether that shit was legal or not anyway with the
Well,
drone strikes.
Yeah, but I have a hard time thinking that the double, like, here's how I'd put it. Like, let's say
Mhm.
Obama's like, Osama bin Laden's here. We're sending the drone. Take him out, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and there's no people on the ground. So this drone flies like 200 miles inside Afghanistan. And there's bin Laden. And it's about to strike. And bin Laden does this. He throws up his hands and goes, I surrender.
Well, the drone can't take the surrender. We're seeing that in Ukraine all the time.
So, or is the combat, right? But you're allowed
No,
to take him
because
out?
part
Or
of
it's
hoarding
not-
combat is their surrender and your ability to take that surrender feasible under the circumstances? That is actually a critical part of this. So, for example, in the Pentagon's war manual, they use the example of a fighter plane diving on an anti-aircraft battery. And does the anti-aircraft crew get to throw their hands up at the last minute and say, I surrender while it's in the middle of a dive? No, it's too late. Another example of that is, and they bring it up, is in like soldiers surrendering during an infantry assault. There's actually been a lot of footage of this from, hold on here, sorry. There's been a lot of footage of this in Ukraine, where like the Russians or Ukrainians are assaulting through an objective and dudes are putting in work, and all of a sudden somebody goes, I surrender. Bah! When the fight's on, the fight's on. And for example, in the middle of the battle, if you just throw your hands up, they might not take that.
That means nothing. Yeah, that means absolutely
So,
nothing. When you're
so it all depends. But one of the biggest
because
things
you don't know
with
about the
hoarding-
three guys behind him too.
Yeah.
Just because one guy's go, you got three other guys firing.
Yeah, but even if they all are, it's still it's all about, is it plausible and practical to take that surrender? If you can't do that, it's a problem. But also can you do it without jeopardizing the safety of your resources? So, for example, if we blew this boat up and it's in like coverage, well, I mean, like it's probably going to be pretty close to like some Venezuelan SAM battery. We don't have to go risk that. I mean, this is the reason why during World War II, like German U-boats for the longest time, they would offer first aid and help and resources to ships they sunk or pilot, like if they shot down a plane. Then there was a situation where they were doing it and they hit a boat full of Italian prisoners, and the captain immediately broadcast on the radio, uh-oh, please help. This boat's going to sink. All these people are going to die. And he had his boat surface with a big red cross flag on it, flying it. All these prisoners and sailors were on top of his boat. And this is in the Caribbean. And an American B-24 is flying along. It's like, oh, there's a submarine. Oh, it's full of people on it. Whatever. And it attacked. And like a couple hundred people died. And it was an incident that in the middle of things, yeah, it was bad. But like when it came to Nuremberg had to be like, at the Nuremberg trials, like it's the reason why Karl Donitz didn't get sent to prison, is because Chester Nimitz had to go, yeah, we actually committed war crimes too. And like, yeah, in the heat of battle, things get a little hairy.
That's why the double tap argument to me is not persuasive. The better argument is that the attack in its own right was wrong, even without the double tap.
Well, the double tap, it all depends. Am I double tapping kind of like how they would do it in Syria, where all the people would come out to start digging out the rubble, and then I push a secondary attack?
Yeah, that's different. Yeah.
Yeah, but am I just no survivors? Then that becomes an issue.
I don't know.
Like I said, there's the law manual is very good to read.
Because I can't envision a scenario at this point. Like maybe you would know the answer to this. Let's say they are wounded, right? And you clearly can't go pick them up. You're on a drone or you're on a helicopter. Yeah. It's like, I'm not going to get down there. Is it more humane to just let them drown?
No, you can't mercy kill people like that. Like, if they're wounded and they're bleeding out, you have to be like, okay, nature has to take its course. You are not allowed to just like, I'm doing this to help them. Now, but if there's nobody around, I've heard stories of, okay, things happened. But like, if let's say you're on it's on camera and everything, and you're on the drone, and these guys are just laying there dying. No, you're not just supposed to just keep attacking them like that. But I mean, it all depends on what their situation is. But yeah, the idea you want to kill them humanely, no, you don't get to. That's not a
See,
consideration.
But what about this, right? What about
Yeah.
like if you still have value in taking out the target?
Yeah.
The value of the person that either has option A, they're not going to live anyways. They're either
Yeah.
going to drown there or they're going to call reinforcement, which would mean they're not ordered to combat anyways.
Yeah.
Like their value would be severely diminished in that, well, that's it for them anyways.
Yeah. Well, you're going to like the boat's not sunk yet all the way.
Right.
Yeah. Oh no, you can still attack. Like I said, if they're in the way, it's like, sorry that happens.
Why
Yeah.
do we always like? I'm at the point like, and I know this sounds a little freaking doomerish, but I'm at the point why do we always have to hold the moral high ground? I'm more like with this guy right here, just fuck it. You know?
That's well, because
I've been overseas, I've been there, and they don't show us the same fucking courtesy. So I never understand why over this stupid boat, right? But if you go overseas, they literally took our supplies, took our shit, killed us, for no remorse.
Well, what I would tell you is that we are a nation of laws. That's how laws work. But also the reason why
no laws invade us.
That's a separate. I understand that. I'm just telling you when it comes to dealing with these boats and stuff, it's do we wish to have the protection of these laws in a situation where they would be applicable? Yes or no? And if we're gonna play the game of we'll just fucking schwack everybody,
I know, I mean.
Then like at the time, like we actually these may be applicable, they might not be applied.
Yeah, it's really tough, right? Because it's easy for me who's never seen combat to say that, right? I understand from the perspective of like, dude, I saw my friends get shot. I've been wounded. I understand the frustration. Be like, you know what? Fuck that shit. I get it, but I also understand there has to be some semblance of sort of like some moral law, or what's the fucking point? But Verna Desert. $7. Thank you so much,
Canadian,
man.
nice.
Yeah.
3.5 toonies.
We'll take them. I'm Forced Ego. AUMF. Who the president identifies. LOL, done. Trump just has to identify the cartels having taken part in 9/11, even without evidence.
Yeah, but I agree. I don't want that.
That might be true, but I sort of agree with Pisco that the way that it should be interpreted, I don't know if it would be like, well, there has to be a some level of reasonability to it. Like, you don't want the president just being like, Nancy Pelosi, she worked for 9/11.
Yeah,
Fuck her,
Antifa. Antifa was helping ISIS.
But I do think that I don't know. I don't know what the fuck they're going to say. I think that they will make a claim under the AUMF that they'll say that Islamic terror groups like Al-Qaeda, Al-Shabaab, Al-Nusra, ISIS, etc., that we still link and still apply because of the AUMF, and there are financial and shady drug dealings and gun running between these cartels and Islamic terror. That's what they're going to say. And I don't have to like it. I think that that's shitty, but does that meet? Because the fucking AUMF is so shitty. It's so broad and shitty. So given that
guess
we've
who could fix it? Congress.
Yeah,
Congress could repeal the AUMF.
Yes, but the point that I'm trying to make to Pisco is I don't particularly like these Venezuelan strikes, but at the same time, is it possible that they're legal given how fucking broad we've allowed the president's authority to be on this shit? Probably, or at least there's a good chance. I don't know, but I think that it's between the OLC memo that's supposedly out there, the AUMF and possible connections to Islamic terrorists that they'll make loosely, and Article 2. And here's the thing. I do think that you're right, though, Unforced Ego, that language says whoever the president identifies, as long as he could make a claim of reasonability and say, look, I talked to a couple intel agents that said, yes, we do see connections between these cartels and Al-Qaeda. Good enough for me.
Yes.
And I don't think clearly the language wouldn't say who the president identifies as if it required like a level of proof beyond reasonability. The fact it says who the president identifies as does allow some layer of, you don't have to have definitive proof. You just have to have like a strong inclination or something. Roland, $25 says $1 for every hour plus a bonus. I wish you could send more. Oh, I wish I could send. Thank you. I feel like we let you down, Rob. You're a good dude who deserves better. Thanks, Rob. Oh shit, let me down. Now, granted, we're $3,000 short right now, but I haven't even started to yell at people. First off, just let me say,
whip talks yet.
you guys are great. Never feel. It's one of the weird things. So, like, I'll show you this, Sean. So Andrew, when I started working for Andrew, someone sent me this.
Yeah.
So I'm always like, I only send money if you have money, you know? And then Andrew would be like, you fuckers, only $2. Like, but I do feel bad because I do feel like I'm busking a little, like I'm playing my guitar outside the fucking park.
We basically are. That's what we do.
If we want to let off the big guns, we can always do this.
No. But I do not. Please never feel bad about donations. Abby, $10 says congratulations to Avarice and Mrs. Avarice on their newborn son, and then says happy to hear how Rob and Courtney met. Yes, I love my wife. We have fun. So the other part I didn't tell, I've told before. Thanks again, Abby, for the 10. The first night I met her at this party, I'd met her a couple times before, but I didn't know it. Like I'll go into a little longer version of the story. I was the only one who paid rent in this fucking basically den of inequity I lived in where we were just a bunch of drunks. So we'd always have these like random people popping in. So like I'd go to work and come back, there'd just be like 6 people in my house and I'd only ever met one of them. Like, who the fuck are the rest? Whatever, we're drinking, it didn't matter. So we're there one day.
Baked.
In fact, the dude I'm talking about here was in the chat earlier. I don't. It's a friend of mine in real life. Me and him were playing Wii golf. We were heavy drinkers and would play Wii golf. We'd play like hours at a time. Just like, you know,
I did that in college a lot too.
Oh, it was fun. Whoever lost the hole had to like take a big drink. It's just something to do. You pass the time. You're having fun.
Yeah.
Well, another one of my friends shows up and he was in a fraternity and he has these like 3 sorority girls with him, and they come in the living room and they sit down. I was a little older. I was like maybe 24, right? And he was 21. Right. So they come in and I would not be surprised if they weren't 21. Right. They're college students, but whatever. They sit down and me, hey, how's it going? You know, and me and my friend, they're like, who the fuck are you? How old are you? What are you doing here? I was like, well, I'm the only person who pays rent here. So, and then they're like, we don't want to watch this shit. Put something interesting on. I was like, yeah, you're not going to come in my house and tell me what I could do. This is fucking bullshit, blah, blah, blah. And so I'm all drunk. I'm like, that's it. Every bitch out of the house. Get the fuck out. And they're like, what? I was like, every girl, you're out. Get the fuck out. Unbeknownst to me, a girl was in the kitchen who is now my wife, but she came with someone else, like another friend of mine, and I didn't recognize her. I thought she was with these girls. I'm like, get the fuck out. So the first time I ever met my wife, it was literally booting her out of my house.
I knew it was love at first sight the moment he called me a hoe.
Yes. We get, you're out. Get your ass out.
I go, you're the perfect hoe. And I just put a chain
Get the
around
fuck out, yes.
Yeah.
I remember those words. They're seared into my heart forever.
And then I was at a party, and her friend was sort of seeing my brother a little. So I'm talking to, this is the first time I ever talked to her, and I'm talking to her, and we're sitting there, and she's like, you know, we're both drinking. She's like, someday I want to get married. I think I'd be a good wife. I think I'd be a good cook, and like, I'd love to be a mom someday, and blah, blah, blah. What would you bring to a marriage? And I said, a good backhand. And she laughed, and I was like, hey, this chick's all right. You know, like a little spousal abuse joke she thought was funny, you know? Abby, $10 says, hope you reach your dono goal. Yeah, it'd be nice, but if not, no worries. Another new account, $10 says, test for Pisco. Yeah, I didn't get a chance to ask this, but this is sort of what Sean's talking about. Are Russian soldiers that throw down their rifles and run away still getting deleted by drones or to combat?
No.
If so, where's your call for war crime trials? Or maybe you're so wrong. I will say, regardless,
Ukraine is a mess on both sides, but like that's about as far as you can really get into it.
I will say this: it's. I think I just got a text message from that Wii golf friend. He must be watching. I guarantee it's like. I'll check it in a second.
That's a pretty cool story, though.
Oh yeah.
He's like, you're missing some historical inaccuracies here, Rob. Remember, you were in your underwear and you had on your body.
Yes.
Yeah, and a dick was drawn on your face.
Oh yeah, right. But no, the one thing I will say about Ukraine, regardless of legality, it literally turns my stomach. I can't, and both sides, like the Russian troops that are being killed and the Ukrainian troops, you like doom scroll through X and inevitably people will be posting these videos like, oh, look at this. And I'm like, you evil motherfuckers. Like, it's so gross to me. It's like, God damn it. War is hell. I get it. Like, and sometimes you shrug your shoulders and say, well, what the fuck do we expect? There's going to be really shady looking shit, but it is the middle of the war. But to see these fuckers that are sitting back home on their couch like, I don't give a fuck if it's a Russian or a Ukrainian. Man, does that unnerve me.
Well,
I hate it, you know?
Yeah, but yeah, the whole thing in Ukraine, just because you surrender doesn't mean you're out of the fight.
Yep.
So,
well, especially, yeah. I mean, we've covered it, but yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
You don't have a duty to put yourself in lethal harm's way because of like, well, I have to make sure that you're completely out of fighting. Like, it's just nuts.
and also a lot of, I'm not gonna lie, you know, those FPV drones are only one way thing. I will say though, that whole thing is nightmare fuel because I've watched one or two of those videos where the guy's got his he has his camera on him, and you can tell he's laying down on the ground, and you just hear the drone going. And you can hear it searching for him, and he's just laying in the bushes, hoping it doesn't find him. I'm like, that is absolutely fucking scary.
I mean, it really is like a Black Mirror episode. There's that one Black Mirror episode where it's like their little mini, like almost like RC little like fucking things. And it's just like these robots that are just killing machines. They don't look super huge and menacing. They're just these little, and it's like, yeah, that's the future, man. That's going to be war. Like the most terrifying thing's not going to be like some fucking dude in an Abrams tank. It's going to be some little pissant drone that's this big and it's going to scare the shit out of you because it's going to be like the most unstoppable fucking lethal thing you can imagine.
And some of these videos of, like they're just driving along and they're in the back of a truck and they're like, oh shit. And they're just all of a sudden being attacked like in a video game. It's like, yeah.
Yeah. I have not, man.
I have just fields of the fiber cables. Because when the drone's gone, the cable lays there. And you hear some of these videos where they start panicking, say like, oh shit, there's drone cables everywhere. And they all start looking because they know if there's drone cables, that means there are probably other drones in the area.
It's crazy.
There's some intense videos on YouTube, especially of that.
I don't know, man. Like, I can't imagine the future of war. How fucking, gosh. Abby, $10 says, if you're all enjoying the stream, send some donos. Support the channel. Yeah. Thank you, Abby. And then check this out. Gorilla Biscuit, 1, 2, and becomes a member for 3. Thank you.
Yes. You guys want Rob to have a better setup than Darkside Phil? You got to help him out now.
I'm trying to lose weight and get more handsome than Darkside Phil. So, you know.
Oh, did you say handsome? There's a song.
No.
Half the ball.
No.
It talks about Rob's half.
Abby, $10 says slouch status cheap today. Thank you. Gooberang, $20 says Rob's a machine, a very patient machine. Sometimes arguing with Pisco, like with the absurd hypotheticals and stuff.
Make a $500 donor. I'll make him sing it. I'll give him the words and he'll have to sing it. I'll get the lyrics.
Can we hit the goal, chat?
Yeah, if we get to 5,000, I'll sing
50. Well, how much is a membership for you?
$2.
$2. 250 subs, chat. Can we hit the goal?
Nail it. Michael, $10 says, let's go, Rob, halfway before he passes out. Not half, yeah. Abby, $10 says, keep going, Rob. Thank you. Joel, $20 says, I served in the military. You can affirm that your rules of engagement are stupid if they're directing your forces to literally wait for the hostile action. This was a problem before with the OIF. What else are they calling for? Pizza. And what we were talking about here, Sean, is like the hypothetical I was giving. Like, let's say you wound someone and reasonably it looks like they can't pick up their gun anymore. That's how wounded they are. But they do this. They got a radio on their chest and they start hitting it. And they're like, he's at this location, send backup. I don't think he would be hors de combat. You're not obligated to make sure that the call's not going to be to some benign group, you know? Fuel My Fire, $10 says, matching Abby's donation. Thank you. And then Abby gives another 10, says, spare this guy from himself. Thank you. Oh, someone.
Sorry, Rob, I'm back. Sorry.
No, it's fine.
I got summoned by my producer.
We were just saying, like, or what I was saying to Pisco is like, let's say you shoot someone and like you're in Vietnam, you shoot someone and they're so wounded they can't pick up their gun. So seemingly it's like, okay, they're out of the fight. But they go like this. They start reaching and they have a radio on their chest and they start hitting to call someone. You're allowed to take them out before that call because there's a chance that they're calling in backup, right?
Yes, that like calling for assistance, calling for help. Like if this boat's being sunk, but they call their bros and like, hey man, help us. I could still get all this crap in the boat, or we could salvage this. Like another a vessel coming to aid and salvage and keeping things going, like keeping the objective going. Yeah, that can all be part of it. Yeah, sure. Somebody trying to raise the alarm. Yeah, they're fair. Right. They can be fair game like that.
I said this one right here before. You can fire on the equipment. I talked about this before under ROE.
Yeah.
Remember when we talked about the pararescue? You can't, or parajumpers, you can't technically shoot a guy in the air.
You can shoot a paratrooper.
Not technically, it tells you can't shoot the paratrooper, but you can shoot the canteen.
If you read the law, the DoD even says that the law manual says you can, because they are considered troops in combat. Now, a pilot from a crashed airplane. Well, I'm sure they told you that, but a pilot from a crashed airplane is not a combatant. But a fully loaded like paratrooper, yeah, you can just if you want to.
You see, we were told at all times in Iraq never shoot at an aerial guy, and so then our guys would be like, "But no one's stopping you from shooting their gun or their canteen."
Well, how many aerial guys do you have?
Well, it was just
why does it say like how many Iraqis were flying around?
We were more the jumpers, but it was just more of an ongoing. If we what was that? The fantasy of ever jumping in and having air to air combat from jumper to jumper shots.
Oh, okay.
So, but it's just fantasy books we used to build while we were.
Oh, okay, okay.
What was Fuel My Fire, $10 is deport Pisco back to Venezuela. Yeah. Enemy combatant, send them out. Joel, $20 says Taliban had no problem sending children out as proxies for their crimes and activities. Additionally, unarmed does not mean not dangerous. This guy strikes me as someone who has never been in a fight. These people want us dead. Look, again, I could speak as a layman here. I know enough to know I don't know. And I hesitate to restrict our troops so much. Now, there are clearly things that are beyond the pale, right? Like, I don't want to see, people that are clearly in hospital with IV bags that are clearly being treated out of combat. Our soldiers to just go through and just be callously shooting them. That's clearly
done that before too, though.
I know we have, but it's clearly those are things that it's But I mean, I tend to give in my estimation, I think legally what we should do is overwhelmingly give the benefit of the doubt. The other argument that we had, Sean, I don't know if it was right at the end where you're making this, is that the presumption for our troops has to be that the orders are lawful. Yes, there are things that are so blatant, right, that it's you would expect the soldiers to know.
Well,
but we
you're talking about the Mark Kelly stuff.
Yeah.
So, the way I see this, that was all them saying to Private Snuffy and Private, Schmuckatelli, if you do this and we're in power, we're coming after you.
Exactly.
And because we're coming after you, you better refuse. All this is going to do is cause lower enlisted and low level officers to get in trouble and fuck their careers up. We know what they're I know what they're doing, and they know that I know. And Mark Kelly and all them know that I know, and they know that I know, and they're doing it anyway. Are they breaking the law? No. And part of the issue, because people ask me, well, how do you know? And I'm like, I just don't think it's there. Now, Mark Kelly's in a unique situation. As a retired officer, he's subject to recall, but at the end of the day, that's probably not going to go anywhere either. They are being shitbags trying to cause issues. And just the timing of that with the Venezuela boat thing is I think that's very, very serendipitous, in my opinion.
So here's the potential law that it's breaking if you're not looking at Kelly having the USMJ. I looked at this the other day with Ryan Mullally. It's activities affecting armed forces generally. It's whoever with the intent to interfere with, impair, or influence the loyalty, morale, or discipline of the military or naval forces, advises, counsel, urges, or in any manner causes or attempts to cause insubordination, disloyalty, mutiny, or refusal of duty. Right. I mean, I think by the letter, now there is always, I guess it's going to rely on intent. So can you prove intent? By the letter of that law, though, to me, it looks like they clearly violated it. Now, Pisco's interpretation was, but the law itself's unconstitutional. And he also doesn't know if they, I believe he would, if I'm going to steelman his argument, he would say he doesn't believe that they were advising, counseling, urging, or causing or attempting to cause insubordination.
Once again, I know what they know. We know what they know. We know, I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you.
Yeah.
Like that's where they are. Like, I mean, that is, I think, where they are at that point. Do I think I don't believe any of their bullshit arguments? Yeah, but do I know what they were trying to do? 100%. Do I think that becomes an issue, though, when you are a member of, especially as a member of Congress? Because they're all members of Congress. So, not to say they have more enhanced free speech than I do, but as a member of the political and civilian control of the military, as far as oversights, I would argue that would be probably not proper to charge them. I don't think you can at that point. As much as, like I said, as much as people want it, I don't
think they will charge it. I think it's fine to threaten it around, but I don't know. Like, given what happened to Trump, fuck him. I guess the bar for investigation.
I get that. I fuck them all, build the wall.
Yeah.
But I mean, every day I get pushed a little more towards that, but I still like to say I'd like to try to do this the right way. But I understand, and it's.
I think that the problem is there's never any political consequences for this shit from the left. That's the real problem. Like, if people would be like, "Hey, what the fuck," and there's like going to be consequences to the ballot box, but there won't be. It'll just be like, meh, whatever, and and the beat goes on. And like, man, what an asshole that guy should feel like if that leads to a service member getting killed, right? Because all of a sudden on the battlefield, someone's like, I'm not going to advance on that position. That might be illegal. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh shit, what did we just do? I don't know.
No, I agree. I don't like the fact that, it becomes that because, we'd like to think, I know, especially like when I hear people say like, well, they want the right after Trump. And it's like, okay, well, basically it's either this, we keep this and we keep trying to fight for this, or we go back to George Bush and the neocons. And it's like, I don't want that, but things aren't getting much better. It feels like at times, like you said, it just keeps, they get to do what they want. And it's like,
I feel like the only chance of de-escalation of the lawfare is for some of them to suffer the consequences they want upon others.
I think so. It has to happen a little bit.
But, I also don't want to intentionally break the law just to spite people. I don't.
Yes.
So, like, for me, it's like I still hold to, I want a predicate for an investigation. Now, I'm perfectly fine for that predicate being markedly low, seeing as how that's the Democrat argument. Fine, so be it. No problem, right? But there has to be something. It can't just be like, fuck you, I don't like you. The other thing that's perfectly great, I want to make it clear to anyone that's listening, I have no problem with not only any member of Congress especially, but also anybody in general saying, I think that law is illegal. It would be or that military action is illegal. That would be outrageous to charge people. What Kelly and them are doing is uniquely different. It is the unique spot that they're basically wink, wink, nudge, nudge, will prosecute
you. Can do whatever you want. We've got your back.
Right.
Yeah.
That's right. You could but that's the real bad part. That if he just said, hey, listen, we're putting our troops in a bad position where they may be asked to do something illegal. But him saying, you have to refuse that because someday we'll be into power and you know what that means. Like, it's sort of, he's literally saying, hey, you now have to worry that you're going to be prosecuted, right? Because of doing this stuff. And he's not just saying it, by the way, to these Venezuelan strikes. He's saying it to the National Guard. He's saying it to ICE officers.
Well, yeah.
That's what's going on.
Have you seen the billboard down outside of Fort Bragg? Yeah, I mean, yes. This is where they're going to go. And, the whole idea of the I was only following orders, as long as they're reasonable, like, as long as they're like, I'm following orders. Yes, burn down this orphanage with everyone in it. Yeah, that's not reasonable. But a lot of people were able to assert that I followed this order, I followed that order. And like, not everybody, like, it was a defense for some people in Nuremberg.
Well, I mean, like, for example, let's say you were a colonel with the Nazis, like, and they ring you up and it's like, what's your crime? Well, you charged this hill and took it over. I mean, no, I mean, screw the Nazis.
But that's not the types of people who got charged.
Right. It's not like, it's like that wasn't an illegal order per se, just because you were with a shitbag, side in the war.
Yeah.
But, okay, got my pistachios out. Abby, $10 a show of yes or no. Was Pisco ever in combat?
So the best part about this one was the comments. Everybody just no. It was like a wall of.
Neither was I, though.
Yeah, but I mean, to be fair, I don't necessarily need that for our civilian leadership to have that.
That's true. Joel, $10 says, something else this guy's not considering is that we have impressive optics that can zoom substantially close. These were given because they definitely saw the contents of the ship. I mean, I don't know. There's a chance that they were ship bags. I mean,
there's also a chance that these guys were fucking murdered too. I don't know. We don't know yet. There's not enough for me to know the answer to this.
Gorilla Biscuit, $2. Thank you. Pooping while standing. What a name. $10 says, small dono and appreciation your hard work and dedication. Keep grinding. Not one step back. Thank you. And then we got BJC, $5 says, Pisco, please stop insulting our intelligence and the intelligence of our service members, huh? Abby, $10 says, when Rob gets back, catch up on all the super chats. Got it.
That's when you left me with chair.
Tacit Tempo, $5. Great stream. Home catch stretch now. I was wondering if I could DM you something. Where would be best? X. It's Rob Noer on X. Or DM Avarice and he'll get it to me.
Yeah, EOD already answered that one.
Oh, okay. Naughty Jerem, $5. Thank you, my friend. Great Thorn, $5.
Nice.
Your super chat, Sar.
Sar.
Are we still allowed to say that?
Yes.
I don't even know.
I'm sorry, man. Listen, if you're Indian, no offense. Like, I love the Sar meme. I can't help it.
What you do the needful?
I do it to my wife all the time. I'll be like, I'm like bringing her food from the kitchen. I'm like, Sar. She's like, shut the fuck up. Marilyn, $10 says, love you anyway, Rob. Thank you, Marilyn. Matt Fricker, $50 says, pray for Scott. He went to ER yesterday and I haven't heard from him since. He might have said something on X, but I don't have it. Scott Adams or...
I think that's what they meant, Scott Adams. Scott Adams having a rough time at the hospital.
It's unfortunate, man. I really looked up to Scott. It's terrible. He's going through a hard time. Prayers out for him, man. Fuel My Fire, $10.01. I love Rob more than Marilyn does. Oh, an extra cent. Cool Vic. Thank you so much, man, for the raid and the $10. Says good luck in your 24-hour stream, brother. Thank you. Zach Gelpy, he was in the back. We're going to bring him on. But we got Jared first. Poor Jared's been waiting forever. $20 says...
Jared, do you need me to step out, man? I can get out of
when
here.
When I finish super chats, you can step out and we'll bring Jared on.
Okay.
Zach, $20 says, hit the nail on the head. The issue on being the outsider, ultimately, you have to rely on insiders, and they will eventually fuck you over. Yeah, it's sort of a catch-22. You know, you need these people that know how the system works to be able to be effective in the system. But if your argument is everyone in the system's corrupt, then it's like you're taking a crapshoot.
Yes.
You know? It's, but you still hope you can do better than Pam Bondi and Kash Patel, you know?
Yeah. No, yeah.
Nate, $10 says, roads are still crap. Oh, our friend's driving here. It's icy.
Oh.
Only gone 200 miles because I had to chain up. Anyways, it was very cool, Pisco, to come and help you burn 4.5 hours while being pretty good fit. Yeah, I enjoyed it. I actually usually enjoy talking to Pisco. It's frustrating as shit. When, like, I don't see any political motivation, blah, blah, blah. Then I have to be like, I don't see Trump. Nope, I don't think any of the prosecution of the Trump team has political motivation either. I mean, if I have to play that game, so be it. And by the way, this will be clipped out of context by Pisco, and I absolutely, from the bottom of my heart, do believe that there's no political motivation by the Trump team. That's exactly what I'm saying. Golly, thank you so much for the $46, man. Appreciate it. Wicked Wally, $5. So I absolutely can't access the Word War site, but the Show Pass page for selling tickets has removed all mentions of Andrew. Also, no refunds is maybe not good. You might be able to get a refund. I don't know. Again, I don't know anything about it.
The Bernie Sanders method, no refunds.
Yeah. I'm once again asking you.
Yes.
Tacit Tempo, $5 says, if a criminal crime's in the forest and nobody's around to hear it, is Brian Shapiro an idiot? Sure. I'll go with that. Germanicus, $10 says, not one step back, Rob. Make a note and look at the Notebook LM. You can build a data set and query it. I use it at work to search configuration manuals for specific command. Up to 50 sources per. Yeah, I got to do a better job bookmarking sites and shit. Or a Karina, $20 says, as a veteran of Iraq, we shouldn't have had all this red tape, but missing all this, I would not take a word from Dems' moral standing until Obama's taken to court for war crimes with me. Well, you know, we talked about like the bombing of Alawaki. There was also like
yes. Well, which Alawaki?
The sun's even worse. I should have brought that up.
Well, then there's the sun got oopsied as well.
You need to find a $20 whip song, or you need to make a menu that lets them know that the $20 whip song has been X.
Pisco argued the AUMF though allowed the strike of Alawaki because level of due process, and he was a fighter for Al Qaeda, et cetera, et cetera.
But it was all. But the only thing we had was an intelligence assessment, and it's like, how do you get to challenge that? Because he tried, like, there was like when it came out, like there were people challenging, like, how do you like do all this? And the court says like, yeah, you got process here, do it, and in his wrongful death suit, they're like, yeah, you got process. Well, what was the process? We don't know. Good enough.
Yep.
So you actually don't know what the process is.
Good enough.
And you know what? The dad probably wasn't Al Qaeda. You know what? And probably was a valid target. But like his son got killed, and then a daughter got killed. Like there's more than one Alawaki that got skadooshed.
Yeah, it's not good. Baxter boy, $2. Thank you so much.
Nice.
Airborne Animal, $10. Most civilian armchair quarterbacks who talk about combat, military, etc., get almost everything absolutely wrong. We owe no consideration for the enemy when we're taking out a target, nor afterwards. Future Mrs. Martin, 20 memberships. Thank you.
Thank you, babe.
Kokomo, $50. Thanks. Says you spin me right round, baby, right round, like a record, baby. Right round, round, round. Yeah, I know that one.
As soon as I mentioned whip songs, they're like, get him out of here. You see that?
Oh. TD, thanks so much. $2 says, Sean, why do you use a shot collar in your dog?
I do not. Sorry.
AJC,
Yes.
$5 says, send some money on Cash App. Wanted to make sure you got it. Oh, well, let's
Nice.
check. No, Cash App, nice.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, $10. Says this is my favorite show. Thank you. And then initials BB, $20. Thank you. I don't like to say people's names because their real names come through on like those like that. And then AJC, $75.
Wow.
Thank you so much on Cash App. The other two were PayPal. Thank you. Damn.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it, man. Zach Gelpy, $10 says, for the legend, thank you. And Letty, $5 says, Rob needs his base VTuber. Sean already has his. Who's your base VTuber?
I think they mean Kirsha.
No. Manted, $5 says, I was not here for this guy's intro, but I like him. Big, jelly, funny, smart man. Have him on more. Oh, yeah, Sean. Yeah. It's been a while.
If you ever want me on, just get a hold of me.
I gotta get something for you that I could stump Ryan Mullally, because he does a show with me every 2 weeks.
Yeah.
We're not like debating, we do a show together, but it'd be nice to have some legal thing, be like, how about that? Didn't see that coming, did you?
Come up with something. But no, anyways, Manted Man, my name's Sean. I'm potentially criminal. I'm an attorney out in Ohio, in the great state of Ohio, in the wonderful metropolis known as Cleveland. I do potentially criminal here on YouTube. Do a lot of legal stuff, obviously criminal things, talk about like pretty much kind of all the stuff all over the gambit. Like we did the Supreme Court stuff this week and this past week regarding this week with the administrative state and whether or not Trump could fire people. And then tonight I'll be going over stuff in Ethan Klein's lawsuit against Hassan's hose and a little bit of some other lawsuit updates on things.
What do you think of that, like, general feeling on the Ethan
Klein?
Yeah, it's kind of a joke, right?
So, like, these Reddit chanties are so fucked. Oh, my God. It's going to be great.
They really?
I think so. I mean, their arguments don't make any sense at all why they shouldn't be involved in this. Like, it pretty much looks like this. And Casey Tron's probably going to admit, that we were all working together. So
no, it's been really good having you up here. You're really smart, intelligent, and fun to have up.
Yes.
I don't know about that. I might be fun, but I don't know about the last parts.
Oh, you're smarter than me, that's for sure. I'm just a dumb airman.
Well, Sean, it's always a pleasure. Anytime you want to stop in or if you ever need me for anything, it's always a pleasure, man. Thanks so much.
Of course. You guys, great night, everybody. Good luck, Rob. You only got 3 more hours, man.
3 more, baby.
And I'll be on probably about 8:30. I'm going to start with my stuff. So I'll see you guys
be right
then.
around the time I'll be ending. Nice.
Yeah. Let's go, chat. Let's meet the goal.
5,000. Thanks, Sean. Maybe we'll talk to you
Good
soon.
night, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye.
A couple more super chats real quick that just came in. Ron Quay, 5 memberships. Thank you. Letty, $5 says Rob almost got pulled into a racket. Sean, warm him. And then Mancozy, $10. Over on Rumble says for the computer.
We're on YouTube.
I'll get there. 1 second. Another on Rumble. $4 from Dirty Sippy Cup. says this is for whip maintenance. And then just to make sure, thank you guys over on Rumble. And then on YouTube, Grid, what's up, my friend? $20. Had a great time wrecking the lefties with you last night, Rob. Been listening off and on all day. Listening to Pisco jabber on and on is somewhat entertaining. Yeah, kills the time. We're both wordy. All right, I got to go to the restroom. I'll be right back. Then we're going to bring Jared on, who's been the most patient man in the world.
He's got something to show you, I guess.
He's going to yell at me.
Project he's been working. He's got a project he's been working on. All right, he's gone.
Where there's a
Joking. Can we play the Rob North? You know what? I can.
This is the Rob North Show. It's not the Rob Show. This is my favorite show.
The Rob North Show.
Because it is my show.
That's my chair.
If this was your show, you'd probably like it more. But maybe that's just because it was your show. But it's not your show. It's the Rob North Show.
I'm not your little monkey. Where's the dump?
This is the Rob North Show. It's not the Rob Show. This is my favorite show. Because it is my show. If this was your show, you'd probably like it more. But maybe that's just because it was your show. But it's not your show. It's the Rob North Show.
Oh man, it's been a long day, hasn't it, chat? Who's been here the whole time with us? If you're in the chat, throw a 1 in the chat if you've been here the whole entire time. You know, since the beginning. See who's been here since the beginning. Are we not men? Yeah, that's facts. Greyhorn. I think is the examination over here? Gooberang, I seen you here, Gooberang. Yes, man, we're putting in the serious hours, aren't we? Joseph, I've seen you on and off. Encore. Okay. One more time.
This is the Rob North Show. It's not the Rob Show. This is my favorite show. Because it is my show. If this was your show, you'd probably like it more. But maybe that's just because it was your show. But it's not your show. It's the Rob North Show. This is the Rob North Show. It's not the Rob Show. This is my favorite show. Because it is my show. If this was your show, you'd probably like it more. But maybe that's just because it was your show. But it's not your show. It's the Rob North Show.
Hello.
There you guys go. I have fulfilled chat's request.
Okay.
He's like that. Robert is getting his water, and he is slowly screwing on the cap, taking extra slow time as he shakes his water.
I know what this guy's saying.
Now he will sit his hot ass down in
All
the chair,
right.
and the chair will have to support.
I feel good. I feel like I got
it.
another 21 hours in me. I feel it.
Can the chair support him any longer? Stay
All right.
tuned next time for the Rob
Miss-
Noel Show.
Zach Galpy, $20 says Encore.
I already did
Must
it.
have been you, not me. Aquanote, $2. Thank you. All right, let's do this. We've waited long enough. My good friend Jared. Jared, what's happening?
Hey.
Hey, what's going on, Rob? How you guys doing? Avarice, how you doing, man?
Hey, Jared.
Sorry I left you hanging for so long, man.
Oh no, dude. Getting the chance to talk to you, Rob, is definitely worth the wait for sure.
Thank you.
I'm just gonna say, man, 21 hours in. I don't know how you do that, man. That's incredible. It's quite a feat, man. I mean, I know you're not completely there yet, but man, that's pretty incredible how far.
Thank you. Yeah, I try. You know what I like too is I like trying to do debates during this too. It helps keep me awake. But I wouldn't be I would be lying if I didn't say that. I don't know if I have the top mental acuity right now, but I don't know. I feel good though. I feel pretty good.
Well,
Oh yeah, dude.
Ended our whip songs would be good. We just have to like ride the last 3 hours.
Well, yeah, I'm sure you have enough versions of that whip song to last probably the 3 hours anyway.
40, 47, 48, something like that now. Yeah, it's a bit much. So
I was listening to that debate you had with Pisco, and I was getting wore out just listening to that thing. Like I was saying, I don't know how you do all that.
Yeah, it's especially like one thing I will say is it's a little harder not being a lawyer. Like, talking to people that are lawyers sometimes you have to like ask some questions, but I don't think it imbues my understanding of the general principles and being correct on the issues. But certainly one of the things I like to do is talk to people on the issues that they feel they're best at. So like if I'm talking economy, I like to talk to people that are involved in economics. Like if I'm talking legal matters, I like to debate people that are lawyers. So I enjoy it. I do.
But then what am I good for?
You know, Green Lantern. If I need to debate, if I got to debate someone on Green Lantern, yeah.
So worthless.
Yeah.
Avarice is just happy to be here.
Yeah,
I'm
too,
just happy to be here.
I have to console Avarice for a little bit though, because Verstappen, he did everything he could do, man.
Oh, I know.
There was nothing else he could do, man. He won that race. It's just, man, it was just not in the cards for him, man.
If Kimi Antonelli didn't let the Norris through the last, I'm not even gonna blame Kimi. I'm gonna let it go and hope for next year.
Well, have you seen all the people? I don't know if you follow it all on the Twitter, but have you seen all the people attacking Yuki Tsunoda on Twitter?
Oh yeah, for sure.
I feel like that was completely undeserved, man. I feel like Tsunoda did everything he could do to help out Verstappen. Like he literally did an illegal move, drove him off the track and got a penalty for it. Like what else could he have done?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he deserves it. I think if anything, we should be pointing our fingers at the McLaren team, not or what was it? Leclerc not passing Norris. That's what it was.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Leclerc was driving a dump truck, man. Come on, Leclerc's my favorite driver, but Ferrari's a dump truck, man.
A hopium machine.
Their car is terrible, dude. And just the fact that Leclerc was doing as good as he was doing just shows how good of a driver he is. Because Ferrari's the dump truck, man.
It's so funny because we were in the hospital, right? My wife's in labor the whole time while it's going on, and she's like, "I'm not giving birth during the race." I'm like, all right, babe. Like, it's just so funny.
Well, at least congratulations, by the way. But at least the race was only interesting for the first little bit, though. It got boring after that. So,
I mean, I find it always exciting. So, but listen, I have F1, so like I'm literally watching from Verstappen's cockpit like the whole time. So, yeah.
I knew it was over as soon as he got by Tsunoda, though. I knew it was. There's nothing. It was over.
Yeah.
I was going to say when I don't follow this, right? But I did follow football back in the day. And when my wife went into labor, it was the 9th. I guess it wasn't when she went into labor. It was the next day. The Steelers were playing the Browns in the playoffs, right? So all my friends, Steelers fans, and I had one friend that's a Browns fan. We're all on the phones texting each other, right? And the very first play of the game, the Steelers center snaps it over the head of Ben Roethlisberger. Defense grabs it, touchdown. And it was like 21-0. The Browns are killing them. And my friends are flipping out, and I'm like, I don't give a shit. I don't care about any of this anymore. I'm just like hanging out with my son. I was like, yeah, I don't much give a shit about the sports ball here, but
I got more important news. So I just got a text in, Rob.
Mm-hmm.
if my kid isn't anything more like me, my wife's watching the show in the other room.
Mhm.
The baby likes the Rob Norris show song.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Look at He's already a Norian, and he's not even a year old.
That's great.
But Rob's story kind of reminded me what I wanted to show you, what I've been working on. I kind of wanted to show Rob.
Yeah,
Is
let's see this
Yeah,
your
project.
camera. You work. Is that all working good there? Okay. I
Yeah,
just wanted
yeah.
to see you showing that. Can you see that good?
Holy shit.
Crap.
Yeah. Just finished that. I'm
That's
big into
amazing.
the college football, so I did.
That's amazing.
That's like been about 3 years of collecting and building. So.
So someone has a man cave.
Oh yeah, dude.
Well,
Big time.
Oh, look at go to the left. What's to the left? Do you see what that shit's he's got in there?
Well,
That-
basketball.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, wow.
Look at that. Someone goes to Costco.
That's
Dude,
awesome.
I mean, I'll look for stuff anywhere. Honestly, I'm not honestly that thing there. I'm not even sure where I got that from. I don't even remember. I think a friend gave it to me.
Bro, I'm jealous. See, even Nate's jealous of that shit.
Yeah. So and I've been that's what I've been kind of working while I've been listening to your 24-hour live stream there, and then when I finished it, I was kind of excited to come show you. So.
No, it's amazing. That's so cool. I don't collect anything neat. I feel like a piece of shit. Like, I got nothing.
Dude, I mean, at least you're not like collect something where people go, oh, those are toys. That's what I get.
I'm trying to think what I when I was like 12, I started with baseball cards. I got a Ken Griffey Jr. rookie card, and I thought it was like the coolest guy in the world. We had Pogs. I don't know if you guys were old enough for Pogs.
A lot. Yeah, remember me and you talked about having Slammer collections.
Yeah.
Hey, there's the guy in the chat. I don't know if he's laughing at me because I have a basketball game next to my helmets, but why wouldn't I have a basketball game next to it?
Yeah,
why
it
wouldn't you tell me that?
Seems to work out just fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, what I got left here? Yeah, 2.5 hours, 2 hours 40 minutes. We're cruising along.
I'm like, we could literally, with the amount of donuts we have, because we do have some wheels. We could probably ride this out and whip songs the whole way through.
Well, right, but we got callers. Get to all the callers.
God.
I did have one kind of like debatey question to
Sure.
ask Rob on. I'm not like I am in like no shape or form like anywhere knowledgeable like in terms of debates, but I was listening to Andrew's debate that he had with Shapiro.
Mhm.
I don't remember his full name. Shapiro.
Brian Shapiro.
Brian
yeah.
Shapiro. Yeah, I was listening to that debate, and his argument made a lot of sense to me. Like ethical wise, like yes, he believes. I don't know what I'm allowed to say on YouTube or whatever, but like abortion or whatever.
Oh yeah, you could
that it's more ethical to vote for someone that would end that or whatever. I'm just. Why would it hurt Andrew's position at all to like, because Brian kept bringing up like Trump cheated on his wife and he did all this. Why would it like hurt Andrew's position at all to like talk about that, like say like, oh, I don't agree with that because of this, or that's not a big deal because of this or whatever. He kept kind of going back to the abortion. I guess
So it's the way to look at this is like offense, defense. So you like college football. So think of it this way, right? Like if you had the chance to be on offense, you're going to take that 99% of the time to be on defense, because offense is how you could win the game. Defense is just preventing them from winning. So what's happening in that debate is the topic, the way it was worded, is very strange. It was, is it ethical to support Donald Trump? So the two things that you have to expect is, one, you're going to have to define ethics and where your ethics comes from. And second, you're going to have to make a position why within that framework it's ethical then based on your framework to support Trump. So Andrew starts off and he does the framework argument, which is exactly what we should be doing. He's like, let's define ethics. My ethical framework's like a Christian nationalist framework, or however he worded it exactly. And he says, through my framework, yes, it's ethical to support Trump. I only need one answer. Because what you're looking at is, you say, what is the top value in the things that I see? So think about it this way. Like, now that we have the framework sort of out of the way, I'll go back to it in a second, but let's say that I was like, with my page, with the money, right now I have $2,200 that were donated on YouTube, right? And let's say here's my priorities. I have a priority to get a new snow shovel and a priority to get new car mats for my car and to provide for food and housing for my wife and son. And I have a priority to get a new computer monitor, right? Now, let's say you're able to successfully argue like, yeah, but you're fucking up, you're screwing up the computer monitor situation, and you're screwing up the snow shovel situation. You're all wrong on that. And you're screwing up the other situation. I forget what I said. And I'm like, yeah, but guess what? I'm providing for my wife and son, and that's the most important thing. I could lose every other argument here, and I could say that I'm winning the most important argument. So you're trying to win the debate through the path of least resistance. So Andrew, it's not that Andrew doesn't have opinions on whether or not cheating, because it begs a bunch of questions. It's like, did Trump cheat on his wife? Is it a good thing to cheat on your wife? All of these things. It's just irrelevant. Andrew says, I could concede all of that. Sure. For the sake of this argument, Trump cheated on his wife. Sure, it's bad. And if I had to choose between a guy that is literally attempting to save the lives of babies, and you want me to say, yeah, but that's not ethical to support that because he cheated on his wife? Yeah, that's nonsensical. As long as the highest value thing within my ethical framework is something that this man is doing, then it is not unethical for me to support him. Then the follow-up question he has is, Brian, where do you get your system of ethics? And Brian can't answer, right? So, it'd be the equivalent of saying, I'm trying to think of someone that we say is like, I don't know, that there's, at least a legend that's a good man, like Gandhi, right? Let's just say I know someone's gonna be like, oh, fuck Gandhi. Gandhi's a piece of shit. But let's just say hypothetically you believe Gandhi was a great man that caused peace in India and saved millions of lives, right? Inevitably someone will go, yeah, but he's a racist. He didn't like dark-skinned Africans. So how could you support someone like that? I don't know. I think that saving millions of Indian lives is more important than the fact that he disliked dark-skinned Africans. That's in effect what Andrew's doing. Sure. Everyone sins. Trump has bad things. I can concede them all. None of them outweigh the fact that he is saving babies' lives, and that to me is the most ethical thing. So that's basically, wouldn't have hurt Andrew's position. It would have just diluted it. Why? One, maybe Andrew's truly like, yeah, I believe he cheated and that sucks. And second, why dilute your argument? Just focus on the one thing. All I got to do is win the one thing. I'm winning it clearly. You just keep trying to deflect other irrelevant things. So.
Yeah, I get that. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I noticed it watching that debate that every time Andrew kept going back to that, it kept making that guy very frustrated, and that guy gets into his feels pretty hard.
Yeah, he did it with me too. But yeah, that's what a good debater should try to do. You should always be asking, within your worldview, why is my argument best? Or even if you win as many arguments as possible, why do I still win this debate? Right? And so it was one of the things I was very good at policy debate in college. Let's say there are 20 little meta arguments in the debate. I could lose 19 and still win as long as I argue that the one I win outweighs all the other 19. So right. It's like and it's like, wow, is this some slimy debate tactic? Just think about it. If his criticism are things like, well, he's lied, and he's a draft dodger, and he cheated on his wife, it's like, okay, well, how would I evaluate that versus something like he increased, real wage growth by 5% in 1 year. My family can now afford a home. People are out of poverty because of this. Yeah, but he lied. He said grab him by the P word once. It's like, okay, it doesn't, those things are small potatoes. And it's interesting because I think what you could see is his perspective, Brian Shapiro's perspective, was quite literally like, no, these personal things are the most important. And to me, that's incredibly backwards. When I'm voting, I might vote for someone that I think's a real piece of shit as a human. I'm like, I think this guy's an asshole. But if his policies are the best, okay,
You kind of demonstrate to him that you're kind of voting with your family and your loved ones in mind, whether you think the dude's a piece of crap. I get it.
Yeah. For example, let's say you think Trump's a real piece of shit, but you're in the fracking industry and he opened up fracking in a state and now all of a sudden you could work and provide for your family, right? Even if you think Trump's a piece of shit, are you unethical for supporting him because he led to an increase in fracking, which leads to use. Of course not. You might even argue, someone might argue, but still Trump's a net negative. Maybe you could argue that, but you can't say that I'm immoral for supporting the man for the reasons that I think are important. I don't embrace all of the sin. Similarly, how beneficial would it be if that's what I did when I debated Brian Shapiro, and I was like, okay, if you want to play that game, well, then if I prove that Joe Biden's unethical, how could you vote for him? And he intuitively knows the answer because I thought he was better than Trump. Right. And that's why I voted for Trump. I'm not voting for Trump because I think he's a saint, because I think he's Christ and he's never sinned. Of course not. Right? But I think he's better than the alternative on the issues that matter the most to me. So, I don't know.
I noticed that's what a lot of those like, because he says he doesn't ever want to use a moderator or whatever. I figured that's kind of why some of those lefties don't like to use moderators, because they kind of like to change the goalposts all the time in what they're talking about.
Well, yes, he likes to be very shallow,
topic.
and he interrupted a lot too. He likes to be able to do that, and then he muted me, which he likes to be.
You mean they like to poison the well?
Yeah.
But they kind of got like that. A lot of these lefties kind of have that like TikTok style debate. Like I'm sure you have, but like you seen a lot of those people that Andrew debates with on TikTok all the time. Those are some of the worst people ever. I don't know how. I don't know how he could stomach talking to those people.
Yeah. What was that, Avers?
I said, do I, Jared?
Yes.
Do I not go on those TikTok panels?
I need to. Once I get my new computer, I'll start heading over to those.
I'll be loading it all up. We'll have it all taken care of.
Well, we got to get to our goal, $5,000. Yeah,
we got to get to the goal at least halfway, so I can play the song you don't like.
Someone's gonna give like $2,000. So, but here's the thing: they're waiting for me to put the link to Cash App and to PayPal.
I'm literally trying
Cash
to
App
bait
Rob
feminists
Noer
right now to come in here.
Who?
I'm literally trying to bait some feminists to come in here and call in.
Oh,
yeah,
sure.
that'd be fun. I'm throwing the bait out. I hope they take it.
Well, hey, Jared, you mind if I let you go? I got some other callers. If you got one more thing, that's cool.
Oh yeah, you can drop me. Thank you so much for letting me up, and thanks for entertaining my stupid nerdy collection.
I loved it.
I thought it was an excellent collection.
Thank you. Hey, you have a good rest of the day, guys. Good to talk to you guys as always. Yeah.
Thank you so much, man. We'll talk soon. Take it easy.
All right, thank you, guys.
Aquanaut, $2. Thank you. Fuel My Fire says because AV danced is requested. Oh, Evers. Gooberang, $100 is Irish Whip to get these super chat slackers in shape. All right, we'll play Irish Whip song once.
You see,
geez, in the wrong
you
button,
see.
man.
I told you, like I'm telling you, I what I would do honestly is I would just we'd start just crush through this panel, right? We got an hour, and then we'll just do our last hour whip songs.
Yeah, we'll see what's up. If I can find out how to share this, there we go.
Oh, we're actually going for it. Oh my God. You're gonna get dance already? Oh, it's over there. Look, I'm always prepared. Where's the way?
We wanna go toward a day, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there is a way. Where there's a whip, there is a way. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. The back, so we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slave of the dark Lord's war.
Feels like it's ending, but it's not.
Where's the way? 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 Where is the way?
song.
All right. All right.
Dude,
Who's
there's
next?
so many people in queue.
Oh yeah. All right, we're moving along. Couple super chats real quick. How long, Nate? $5 says, I went to bed thinking I'd watched the replay of the debate and woke up and Rob's still going and arguing in and out of signal. Rob has kept me coming. Thank you. Marichuk. $10 says, here for this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me check real quick. All right, next up we got our good friend Zach. What's happening?
That's Zach Gelby, everybody. That's
Yay.
Zach Gelby.
What's happening?
Oh man, I don't know how you do it, Rob. I don't know how you're doing it. It's,
You know what's funny? Like, I don't mean this as an insult to anyone. I think you are literally a mirror image of me and potentially criminal Sean were combined. Like, you got the beard more similar to his, except it's dark. It's pretty interesting.
Except you don't wear a tiny hat.
Huh?
Except you
Me?
don't wear a tiny hat. Yeah, you don't wear a tiny hat.
Oh, you don't know what's under here.
Well,
I'm not wearing a
this
tiny
one
hat
does.
right now either.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I'm just saying. I know one person here wears a tiny hat. It's not
I
me.
do. On
What you're
occasion.
talking about?
Yeah.
So what's up today, Zach? What's on your mind?
Well, I kind of I had something and then I lost it for a second here.
Well, really
Um,
quickly, while you take that thought, I want to put you just right next to this person. I never get this opportunity, but I've never seen two Jews next to each other. Yeah, exactly.
Well, it's just
So the nose is equal. I just had to.
Boo! Dude, you're gonna get me blacklisted. What are you doing? You know,
We're 12 hours in. This is non-monetized already. We're good.
20. Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, you see, we're good. I took that for account.
Yeah, I didn't know that, by the way. I forgot someone told me that if you go after 12 hours,
12,
YouTube
yeah.
doesn't like it. So whatever.
Yeah.
Really?
That's what I heard. I think
Oh,
they
shit.
assume you're just letting it run or something. I don't know. We're still running. We're talking.
Yeah, fuck them.
Yep.
Fuck 'em.
That's
All
what
right,
I
back
said.
with the boar, Phil.
Well, before I forgot what I was going to say, but I have this long time gripe with you, Rob, and I know that you're a fan of hot dogs. I think it's total bullshit.
Oh,
Compared to burgers, I don't know. I don't know how you can even argue that hot dogs are even in the same stratosphere as burgers.
Well,
I mean, when you think about it, hot dogs are a conduit for condiments. That's all it is. Okay. So yeah, you can have all the delicious condiments, whether it's mustard. I don't really like ketchup, but I know that it's a popular thing. I don't get it. Chili, cheese, whatever. Sure. But you need to have that stuff on the hot dog to make the fucking hot dog good. With a burger, you can just have a burger. You don't even need a fucking bun, and it's still fucking good. It only enhances the burger to have the rest of the stuff. So I don't even know how you can argue it.
First off, the part about the condiments is actually a benefit to why you prefer a hot dog, right? Because anything that's worth its salt's a good team player. Burger, not a good team player, just standing on its own. And here's another thing, right? Hot dogs like royalty. You see, peasants sit around and they sit in the same furniture as everyone else. But a king, it has his own type of chair. The bun for a hot dog is just for a hot dog. A hamburger bun, you can throw fucking any sort of lunch meat on it and it makes sense, right? You can fucking make grilled cheese on a hamburger bun. The hot dog bun, the unique shape and contour because the hot dog deserves it. In addition to that, there's all kinds of cool grill marks and cross cuts and things like that you can make on a hot
You have
dog.
that on a burger too, Rob. You have the cross cuts on a burger, and you don't.
No.
And here's the thing: you're talking to a New England here who loves Maine a lot. You know what you can also put on? What's famous to put on a hot dog bun?
What's that?
Lobster roll.
Okay.
Okay, so it's not
Because
just
it's trying to
just
be
for
a hot dog.
And here's the thing. Like I said, with a burger, you can enhance. It only enhances. You can put chili on a burger. You can put cheese on a burger. You can put all this stuff, and it's still a good team player. What it really is, it's the star of the basketball team that enhances the rest of the basketball team, not the guy who's the sixth man on the bench who is relying on the rest of the team to get it over the top.
See, I take Pippen over Jordan every day. I want the team player, right? And here's the thing, right? You can't eat a hamburger raw, you get sick. But you can eat a raw hot dog out of the package. And there's a feeling of nostalgia with hot dogs that you'll never get with a hamburger. You remember when you were a kid and it was a food that you could easily prepare putting in the microwave. There ain't no fucking microwaving hamburgers. What are we all, chefs? Hot dog's the food of the people. Hamburger, you have to have a certain level of skill to be able to prepare. It's super finicky. And lest I mention that, if you're trying to like hook up with the ladies, hot dog, one of the most sensual of all foods, right? No one's getting.
You're muted, Rod.
I bumped it. Yeah. So I would take, trust me, if you're out there and you're trying to meet.
Sorry, I gotta say this. You're saying a phallical object is more sensual than something else?
To the ladies!
You have something to admit to us, Rob?
To the ladies!
I mean, come on. Your team member argument was better than this one. Are you kidding me?
I'm telling you, man, if you're
something
single,
that looks like a phallical object is appealing to you.
It's not just appealing to me, it's universally appealing as a symbol of strength and virility and masculinity. Nothing shows more confidence in your
same kind of argument of the cum warriors of wherever the fucking island is.
Except these are delicious. The cum warriors don't know anything about taste. They don't know anything about taste, And let's be honest. Here's another thing, right? Like hot dogs, they lead to other sort of sausages that you could also technically consider.
Yeah, but that's different. No. You can't do that. I'm not going to let you.
Do you consider a hamburger that includes pork in it?
Great. Sausages are great by themselves. Kielbasa is great by themselves. We're not talking about those adjacent things. We're talking about Franks. And Franks suck. They're terrible. When you go to a barbecue, what's left? It's the Franks, not the hamburgers. Why is that? Because hamburgers in of itself is fucking, that it is what it is. It is the better choice.
Here's the thing. Another thing. It's not only that the food's nostalgic, where's the condiments, it's a team player, it's a symbol of virility, it has its own special seat in the bun that lobster roll, but who the hell eats that except fancy rich people, right? Like, you don't have to worry about bullshit sesame seeds. Look at that. What's that bullshit? And that little lettuce underneath?
You have sesame seeds on the buns?
No. You get the.
Now you're arguing for the bun itself. Come on,
the vessel.
Like I said, you can have the burger without the bun.
Even a stereotypical
burger without the bun, and it's still fucking delicious. You
get yourself diverticulitis.
You can have an uncooked phallical object, and it's nostalgia to have it because you don't have to cook it.
Here's another thing.
Yeah,
here's another reason.
Cook it, but it still tastes disgusting either way.
No, here's another thing, right? Bunch of fun names for hot dog. Hot dog, Frankfurter, Wiener. These are all fun. What do you got with hamburger? The name doesn't even fucking make sense. There's no ham in it. You gonna say there's no dogs in hot dogs? No, I'll beat you to it. I'm not gonna let you make that.
I guess you got me there because it has a weird name and you have better names for hot dogs, but you only need to have the better names to disguise the fact that it's a terrible fucking food compared to
look at this, our friend Lobster. What if you want to put cornmeal on a hot dog? Now you got yourself a corn dog. You ain't doing that shit with a burger.
Yeah, again, you have to enhance. It's another condiment to enhance the hot dog. You could just have the burger, just plain burger, and it tastes delicious. You can't do that with a hot dog. Anyone in chat, you just eat it, even just like Rob said, which I wouldn't advise doing, but just eat a uncooked hot dog. Does that even taste good?
Well, I hate to.
Is that even just because it's a nostalgia thing when you're a kid and you don't know how to cook?
No, that's the appeal.
Doing a little fallacy here. Listen, I've never seen anybody walk around with just a hamburger patty. I see plenty of kids walking around with a hot dog in their hand, plain no bun, eating it straight as. I've
Well,
never seen anybody with flat patty. So we're talking about
there's
single-handedly.
plenty, it's a kind of a new concept now, Avarice.
Your new concept,
It's a
like
new
you're
concept,
talking. No,
Avarice,
okay,
where
so hold on. I
people
wanna-
are, because they don't
Let
like
me
to
just
eat
bring one
buns,
thing to contention here.
they
I know that
just
Rob
eat
doesn't
with
need
the
my help,
patty.
but one thing really quickly. If I went and got a pack of Costco hot dogs and a pack of Costco burgers, which one would be better to eat plain?
Which would be better to eat plain?
Yeah, you can't add any spices. You can't add bun. You can't add condiments. All you get is the hot dog from the frozen section. You get the hot dog or the burger
Are
patty.
you allowed to cook it?
Yeah, you have to cook it. Which one?
You have to cook it burger every time.
Just the flat burger from Costco.
Just a flat burger.
Tasteless, seasonalist.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because the fats of the burger is real what the main seasoning is. Yeah, you can enhance the burger, like I said, but just the burger itself is way tastier than any hot dog, even a Hebrew National. Which
Here we
all know
go.
is the best hot
So
dog.
not only you keep saying the fact that there's all of these accessories you can accessorize. Don't we all want multitaskers, right? You want things that are easy to be able to put in various ways. You can eat a hot dog plain without a bun and carry it. You can cook it quickly. It's a vessel for any kind of neat condiment you want that you wouldn't be able to do with burgers. Here's another thing. Think of the cool accessories that you could use with hot dogs only. You ain't gonna use some shit like this with a hamburger. Look at that. It's a toaster that you put your wieners in and it pops down. There ain't no shit like that for hamburgers. Just plain old drab hamburger.
Yeah, see, this is just enhances my argument, Rob. You need all of these gimmicks to even make a hot dog even palatable to people.
Oh, they're
I don't know
palatable.
where
It's
you're
just
getting with. You could just have a plain burger, just a burger, no nothing, and it tastes way better than a hot dog. You need to have the condiments for the hot dog. You need to have these cool
Not true.
contraptions to entice people to eat hot dogs. You need the fact that it's nostalgia. Burgers are just as nostalgic. I don't know what you're talking
please,
about.
burgers
It's
just
as nostalgic. Every
Burgers
time I was a kid into the summer, it was burgers and hot dogs. But burgers are always the first choice.
No.
Always the first
That's
choice.
because you're hanging out with a bunch of weirdos, right? The other thing is, you don't see big, like the fucking, here we go, Zach with the corporatization. Next, you're going to tell us that we don't give a shit about culture. It's all GDP. Mr. Big Burger with all these corporate burger chains. Fuck that. The hot dog's authentic. When you get a hot dog,
That's
you're going to
another
like a
point.
tasty
Why aren't
freeze
there
or
so
something
many
like
hot dog chains out there?
There's
Because
not.
no one
There's
would
mom
go
and
to a
pop.
fucking hot dog chain to fucking buy a hot dog.
Ridiculous. Because
Sorry.
it's a treat. We don't have to have some cold rubber. And here's another thing. You get a bad fucking burger, that's going to be worse every day than if you get a bad hot dog. You can bite into a hot dog raw and it's not the end of the world. You bite into a raw hamburger patty.
The hot dog is already bad. No one has expectations on a hot dog.
That's not true. And even if it
That
was,
is
that's
true.
a plus.
You can't ruin something that's already shit.
See, your problem is you're expecting too much out of life. Hot dog, cold, sterile, pleasing in a way that's sort of bland, that makes you understand that hard work is what's necessary, not the excess that the Western world has put us. That's materialism. That's bullshit. That's corporatism.
But now you're arguing as a communist? Come on.
Whatever it
That even
takes.
strengthens my point even more. Burgers are the pinnacle of capitalism, and it's the American way.
What's cheaper, burger or hot dog?
Doesn't matter.
You know the answer. You
Doesn't
know.
matter.
There ain't no $1.29 fucking Costco hamburger.
Yeah, because the supply and demand. There's more demand
the
for
food
the
of the
hamburger, so therefore it costs more.
You might as well be sitting here arguing for caviar. Like, no,
Right.
man of the
Caviar,
people.
I particularly like caviar because I come from
here
Russia.
we are. There we go.
My parents come from Russia, so I grew up on it. But I can tell you that most people would think it's disgusting. It tastes like fish.
Hamburger, caviar, hot dog, borscht. You know, that's what we're
Borscht
talking
is
about. The
actually
food of the
pretty good,
people.
too. I
Yeah.
would take borscht. I'd take borscht over a hot dog any day.
No. Hot dog. That's where it's at. And here's another thing. What about the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse song? The hot dog, hot diggity.
So
That song's stuck in my fucking head.
appealing to another communist organization, so-called Disney.
No,
Oh,
the
man,
hot
you're
dog.
ruining your brand on this argument the entire time.
The
bro.
hot dog song. You
Oh,
don't
man.
understand. The Mickey Mouse hot dog song, right? It symbolizes when Disney was coming for a better place. I don't know if you. I can't. We're gonna leave Walt Disney's feelings on people out of the conversation.
Yeah. Walt wasn't a big fan of my kind. I'll say that.
I almost went full Fuentes on you there with hot dogs, but we'll stop that. Now, turn that damn song off. I stand by. At the end of the day, here's the final case I have for hot dogs. It's unique. It does operate as a team player. It doesn't outshine everything. It comes as a team player. It's easy to cook even for kids, and it's nostalgic. Easy to cook on the road. You can have it that's much cheaper than hot dogs, so it's a food of the people. Hamburgers, bland. The idea that
They're
you
not
just
bland at
round
all.
they're bland
You
as
don't-
shit.
you-
I've
you-
never had a good hamburger in my life. They all
You
suck.
can literally eat hamburgers by itself. You can eat hamburgers by itself. Hot dogs are bland because you need to have condiments for it.
You can eat a good hot dog if you get a good
No,
hot dog.
you
And
can't.
here's another argument. People are saying
can't.
this as an insult. They're like, oh, you got pig lips and everything in hot dogs. Yes, truly a food of the people. No waste. When all of us plebes, when fancy rich people like Zach eat all the burger meat, where will we be? With hot dogs. And we'll be happy. And then eventually people like him will realize they're missing
you
out and come
sound
to the
like
hot dogs
Bill-
and we'll say,
you-
go have your
you
fancy
sound
fucking
like-
hamburger.
You sound like Bill Gates saying that people are gonna like crickets and it'll be delicious for them, nutritious for them, and they'll enjoy it because they're plebes. And your high horse there in Pennsylvania arguing communist arguments, saying that hot dogs are, the people's choice. And burgers is, because it's the pinnacle of capitalism and it costs more because people want it more. It's a terrible thing. And we should bring down the burgers, because the burger industry, and replace it with, this awful phallical object that is
I'm telling you, it's a sign of virility.
That is hot dogs. And yes, there are adjacent objects or adjacent foods, but again, goes against the hot dogs, because even those, the Polish sausage, the kielbasa, the Italian sausage is way better than the hot dog in every way. You can eat those things by themselves. You don't need condiments for them.
No. No one's eating
eating
plain hamburgers. No one's doing it. And you could easily eat a plain hot dog.
Plenty of people, they're psychopaths, but
Yes, psychopaths, right. Another reason.
Like a person who eats an uncooked hot dog is a complete psychopath.
The reason there's psychopaths, the fucking salmonella they get from eating uncooked fucking burger patty.
Well,
You ain't ever gonna get that shit with hot
I'm not
dogs.
saying that. I'm saying a plain burger that you cook, obviously.
And again, lest we forget this cool machine. It's called nostalgia. I mean, need I say more? My father-in-law has that. In addition to that, hot dogs around this place, very good. We had Eddie dogs, hot dog, nacho cheese, Doritos crumpled on top. Brilliant.
Great.
You go to Eddie Dogs.
Great.
Eddie Dogs.
Now, the
place, you can-
nacho cheese and the chili on it would taste good without the hot dog.
You put chili on a burger, nothing mixes with it. We put American cheese. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah,
American cheese. You can't even get the
put
good
nacho
cheese on the
a
burger.
Why
No.
couldn't you?
No. See? Now,
You can
already.
definitely do that.
What fancy cheese you put on a burger?
There's also the fact that there's within the burger, not adjacent things like a sausage or whatever to make to cloud the argument here. But there's different types of burgers. There's the smash burger. There's the big juicy burger. There's the Juicy Lucy's. Have you ever heard of the Juicy Lucy?
No.
Okay, I'll tell you about the Juicy Lucy, Rob. It's fantastic. You have to avoid the Somalis, but you go to Minnesota, you go to Minneapolis or St. Paul, and they have this burger where they put the cheese in the burger. And it's delicious. Now, is it any better than any other burger? No, it's more of a gimmicky thing, for sure. But you can have all types of different burgers. In Oklahoma, they have the burger that is the onion burger. that is made famous because it's a smash burger, and the way they make it, they put the onions on below when they're cooking it on the patty, so the beef tallow is also cooking the
You see,
onion.
what this is telling me is that you oversold how good the just plain burger is. Now there's a bunch of bullshit gimmicks without it cooking. Not with the hot dog.
You can just have a plain burger. Then there's all sorts of burgers. Whereas you're saying, oh, there's the sausage. The sausage is not a hot dog.
Can you boil a hamburger? No.
You can.
But you can't boil a hot dog.
No, you
now it's
could boil
boiling
it.
burgers.
You could boil it. Yes, you
No.
could. You could do it. I wouldn't recommend doing
What
it,
about
but you could.
the super unhealthy, cheap, easy cheese in a little can? No one's putting that shit on burgers. You slap it right on a hot dog.
What are you talking
Sauerkraut.
about? People do that all the time.
People
You can
put easy
cheese
cheese
whiz
on
a
burgers?
burger.
What are they, psychos?
Cheese whiz on a burger? Absolutely.
No way.
What do you call the beef chopped beef? That's a burger that has cheese whiz on it that they chop it up and serve it that way.
What, Philly cheesesteak?
No.
I was gonna
Chopped
say,
cheese. You go to a bodega in New York and you get a chopped
see,
cheese.
look at this. See, big city slickers in their burgers.
Yeah,
that's what we're
big
talking.
city slickers.
Oh,
That's
the
thing
when I'm
is,
eating
I've
lobster
lived
rolls
all
and
over the
caviar,
country. I've
I
lived
like
in,
to have
in the
myself
rural
a
areas.
burger.
I've lived in
Oh.
cities. It's nothing to do with that, Rob. I've been everywhere, man. I'm like Johnny fucking Cash, okay?
Mhm.
The thing is, I have tasted many a burger and many of that phallical object you're talking about called a hot dog.
Hot dog. What a great name.
The
Rolls right off
only
the tongue.
hot dog.
Hot. Is it H-O-T? Is it H-A-U-G-H-T?
The
Hot.
way you say it,
It's hot.
hot dog.
Hot
Even
dog.
when you're saying you feel like you're gonna birth. Come
Oh,
on.
no.
Yeah.
Wait, some bullshit hamburger from Hamburg, Germany. I'm gonna get a burger, a smash burger. It's such trendy bullshit. What a
I
burger.
agree. I'm not a big
go-
fan of the smash burgers. Not a big
Starbucks.
fan.
I go to Starbucks and I go to Whataburger, and then I go to Lululemon and I buy fucking spandex with my burgers. No, thank you. Hot dog for me. I don't fall in that. Is bratwurst the cousin of hot dog? All right, I haven't checked. Let's see what the final tally is here on the vote. Let's see. Oh no. It looks like I lose. Final tally 59% to 41. Hamburger wins. Team Burger. What a nightmare.
I'll say this, Rob. You had the distinct disadvantage of arguing for the lesser of the.
Well, listen, when you mentioned this, I thought I was Team Burger. I was like,
No.
I was like, sure, I'll do that. That's easy.
Why would I argue? Why would I give you the advantage? I'm already at your house. Why am I going to give you the advantage of the better argument?
This is good. That was good. I don't know. I tell you this much. I go downstairs tonight when I'm done streaming. I'm getting myself a hot dog. I'll never eat a burger again. I'm that pissed off about this whole thing. Never have another burger.
Hey, question, Rob. Question. So I from earlier, I'm very disappointed. I get it. If Andrew has other stuff, he has to do. He can't go to World War. But are you? Is it looking like for sure you and the rest of the crew are going, or? 'Cause I'm just saying if I have to refund my ticket.
Yeah, I don't know yet. So as far as the rest of the crew, there might be people going like Avarice and folks of that nature. As far as like the crew, I don't think Jake Rattlesnake's going to be there. I don't know if Manted or anyone like that's going to be there. For me, it's up in the air. I could talk to you a little behind the scenes about this, but basically, I think that I might go to one event and just help them out with something if I can negotiate it being worth my while to go out there. I'm not asking for the world, but I would be missing my son's birthday. So hopefully I'll be talking to them soon. It's one thing to miss my son's birthday because I want to go hang out with Andrew and I work for Andrew. It's another thing if it's just so I don't know. I can't comment right now on it, but I would like to think that I'll probably be out there for at least this first event. Incidentally, they brought on Gavin McInnes, who's going to be there instead of Andrew.
Yeah,
So-
I saw. So I was a little worried. I was looking at the website with my buddy. What was it? It was the night before last night, and we're just looking at the website to see if they had added anybody, and we're like, oh, Gavin instead of Andrew. Maybe Andrew's doing something else, but we were worried.
Yeah, I mean, I'll leave Andrew sort of explain, but I think, like, I don't want to speak for Andrew, but I think what happened is, like, Andrew's so busy, like, not just the debates he does, but like other stuff that he has going on. And it's like, it's a lot of work, like, doing that stuff. And so I think just, plus, you know, the other thing is, for me, it's like, you know, I don't know, what is it, like a 4-hour drive or whatever. For Andrew, he lives on the other side of the country, you know, so,
Yeah.
you know, but yeah, I don't know. I'll let you know as soon as I know. Hopefully I'll know within a day or two, like kind of what the details are and be able to let people know if I'm going out. But I do want to stress, I don't have any hard feelings. I don't think Andrew has hard feelings. I don't think it was a situation where like people were super pissed off and like stormed out unhappy. I don't think it was like that. I think it's basically just to like, look, things aren't aligning as far as scheduling and like the necessity. Because one of the things, like, I guess I can say this. I don't think this will be too much stepping on Andrew's toes, but I think a lot of it's like it ended up being like, we need you to come out to Atlantic City much more than expected, and it's like it's not just go out on, you know, the 10th. It's going to be, well, we need you out this week, and we need you out this week, and we need you out this week. And for someone like me, maybe doable. For Andrew, it's way less doable because you know,
he's got a million things he's doing.
Yeah.
That's, you know, like you said, he's, you know, basically across the country. That's a big ordeal just to travel out there.
Yeah. So, I mean, I do appreciate the question. Like I said, hopefully I'll be able to announce soon. So yeah, that's sort of the issue. Well, Zach, it's a pleasure to lose the debate against you. I got some more callers to get to. Hopefully I can get some
Zach,
sleep
jump
within
in,
the next
buddy.
2 hours. Yeah,
Zach, jump
thank
in.
you, Zach. Always
Next time I'll wear the small hat for you, Albert.
Oh, that's
bring a
lovely.
burger.
Oh, you know what?
I'll bring a burger too.
You know what?
All right, guys.
I
Have
want
a
to
good
see
one.
Mensch
Take it
on
easy,
the
Zach.
bench, right up on that armoire.
You know what? I am going to buy a Mensch on the bench. I saw one at the store the other day. I'll buy it.
Nice.
Mensch on the bench, armoire.
Yeah, I will.
Later.
All right,
All right,
guys.
we'll see you. Mangozy over on Rumble says $10. Neither of the arguments contend with the real problem. Hamburgers made of hot dogs and hamburger dogs. Man.
I don't think
Mangozy
we're-
for another
we're not-
10 says, I'm also on the burger side of the argument. There's also something beautiful about carrying on a grilling tradition. You grill with the dog, grill some wieners. Gizmo, $10 says W Burger. Oh man. Ha Snuggles. Member for 2 months says, Rob, do you eat hot dogs for the flavor of the shape? The flavor, baby. The shape's just an added benefit. How long, Nate? $5 says, well, Zach, for that last for me, you don't get your eye rolls from Hebrew National this week. Oh man.
Oh.
Bandit, $2 says, Rob, I can one up hot dogs with Vienna sausages. Oh,
I just thought about that. You should have done the Hebrew National fucking shtick. You should have been like, oh, what are you talking about? Even your people read to the hot dog.
oh. I got stuck on the Disney thing. I was like, oh.
God,
Hold on, Nate.
anybody-
$5 says, I can't believe you would talk about Hebrew National that way, Zach. Sing the Franks suck. How long, Nate? Another 10 says, you can't do 2 for $5 off the roller grill with burgers. And if you got no bun, they're keto friendly. Ah. Kokomo, $10 says, Mrs. Noor, hot dog maker for Rob for Christmas. Honestly, my father-in-law has one. It's neat. Q-Tard, $5 says, this person's obviously never had an authentic hot dog. Real hot dogs snap when you bite them. American hot dogs are crap. I agree about the snap. That's always good. Gooberang,
Well,
$2
you know what would be
says,
nice is actually get one of those like hot dog roller things in your house that actually.
yeah, we have one of those.
Oh.
Yeah. Gooberang, $2 says, Rob getting hottie with hot dogs. Thank you. And
Hey.
Nate, $5 says, this whole argument is just proof that Mainers not know what's good food. Nobody's using an old hamburger patty to catch fish either. Oh, I didn't even think of that. Yeah. You can. People do use hot dogs to catch fish. All right. Keep getting those super chats in. We're almost halfway. I know one of you are about to donate $2,500. That'll take us right over the edge. So I know
Right over
someone's
the
going to
edge.
do it. $2,500. Someone's going to donate. Anyway,
Next up,
we're going to continue. So wrongfully, what's happening, man? How you doing?
How we doing? Rob,
Good.
you're the man.
Thank you. I'm having a good time, man.
Yeah, I've been watching as much as I can, man. You know, I got a life, I got a job, but you are killing it here.
Thank
And
you.
and look, I just want to say thank you because, like, I've it's been a journey. It's been a journey as, I guess, a Republican voter. I wouldn't say I'm like hardcore Republican, but you know, in my early 20s, to now, and seeing people like you just sticking it out and getting into the weeds with these guys. And you do. And a lot of us don't have the time to sit here and do the research, and let alone the skills to debate. It's
Well,
just, it's so refreshing to see people like you
thank you, man. It
online
means a
willing to
lot.
take it to them, man. And you do. You really
Thank you. I
crush them.
appreciate that, man. I enjoy it. I thoroughly do. That's what I think people could tell that I get excited when I'm debating someone. That's like what I like doing best. So thank you. I'm glad you appreciate it. I really do appreciate it.
Absolutely, man. It's I guess like everybody wants to talk about what's going on now
Mhm.
and where everything's leading to, or where they think it's leading to.
Mhm.
Is it going super far right? I think it's gonna go super far right personally,
Mhm.
but for a good reason. I mean, do you want it to go super far left? We've already been down that road as far as we want to get,
Well,
and
I mean,
it's
and
terrible.
there's a question what super far right means too. Like, there are people that are considered far right wingers that are markedly different. Like the red pill people are different than like the Christian nationalist people. For me, I do think that we need to move further right. I don't necessarily mean that to the point where it's like, oh, we need to be so far right that we're just like, goose stepping and all that shit. That's not what I'm saying. But it's like, yeah, the problem is the right needs to learn that it's okay to want to say that our culture in the United States is best and we want to support it. And we're tired of being pushed around and having indoctrination of all these institutions that we're forced to pay for. And we should go further right in pushing back in this. And I think what people don't understand, what the left's not understanding, is Trump's sort of the middle ground. Right. And eventually what we're going to see is it's going to go further right than Trump, and the left ain't going to like what they see. They're not. And it's going to, it's going to be people that like aren't impressed by their accusations of racism or their accusations of like, oh, we got to abide by this certain set of rules. People are just going to be like, no, we don't care. It doesn't mean anything to me anymore. So,
Yeah, no, exactly. And I mean, isn't that what kind of pushed a lot of us away from the left to begin with?
yeah.
I mean, I remember being in my early 20s, and, I kind of thought like a liberal at that age. And I was being told that, hey, no, you're racist. You're a white man, and you're just racist because you're a white man. What have I ever done to anybody? I didn't do anything, but that was their card. That was like their calling card. That's how we're going to attack. And they
Well,
did. And that's pushed me right away. I'm like, that's just a non-starter for me. I can't support that. What did I do to anybody?
I totally feel the same way, right? And like, I had people that like when it was like when we were losing, then it was okay. We're lovable losers. That's what I saw. Someone post this the other day, and Jesse Kelly commented on an X. It's like, someone posted, "Oh, I miss the days like Barack Obama when he united this country." And Jesse Kelly's like, "What they mean is that they beat you. What they mean is they thought you would never have power, and that was acceptable for them. They won." But they don't
He
want you
never
fighting
united
back. As
this
soon as you
country.
fight back, it's like, wait a minute, this is divisive. Yeah, I just don't care anymore. I don't care about the people that are saying that, like, we're divisive, this and the other. The other thing is this: you know who you are in your heart, right? I think that although I don't ever gave a shit about my ethnicity or color, but to the point where people want to attack me for it, you're damn right I'll stick up for it. My issue is
Yeah.
more people in rural Pennsylvania or rural America. That's my issue. I don't give a shit necessarily color or any of that type of shit, right? But it doesn't matter if I was concerned about this shit. They were concerned about it, and they wanted to collectivize me. And I'm just tired. Like, it has no power over me. They're bullshit accusations at this point because I just don't care. I know if I'm a bigot or not. I know if I'm like a really terrible person or not. And I don't think I am, and I'm, at least not in the ways that they're claiming. Like, we all have biases and shit. Don't get me wrong. But it's also tiresome to see. Even that debate I had last night in that panel, right out of the gate, it's like, oh, you're only concerned about Somalian fraud because they're like brown people. It's like, go fuck yourself. Like, just go fuck yourself. And he kept saying, what about the white people? I'm like, what are you, racist against white people?
That was so
like,
ridiculous, man. I was watching that. I'm from Minnesota, Okay, I was born there, and I've been in South Florida since I was 7, so a very long time. I'm practically a Floridian, and I'm so glad that I didn't grow up in Minnesota at this point. You
Mm.
know, and every time I go and visit, it really did look a lot and lot. It just looked a lot less like Minnesota. It's not the same. You know, you go to the Twin Cities, and it's just not the same. And I'm sorry, it's just the way it is, but it's because of the migration. And no other country really is going to allow the kind of migration. I guess unless they're a Western country, like,
Mhm.
you know, like Europe. But and it does erode our country's fabric and our culture, and we should not want that. I mean, that's what's so bad to say about that. You know, I mean, I remember I was so. I was going to say about your debate styles, and I get that it's long form and it's a lot for people to keep up with. But I remember watching other shows, you know, listening to other shows early on when I was young,
Mhm.
and they would have these debate panels, and they would go for like 4 or 5 minutes on these syndicated radio stations, and they're just shouting over each other, just shouting talking points. And then they're, well, we got to cut to a commercial break. We'll be back in 30 seconds or a minute or whatever. And they come back and then they yell at each other for like another 30 seconds. And then it's like on to the next segment
Yeah.
where all they do is spew a bunch of talking points. And then you look up all the talking points, and they're using very, very poor data to get the talking points as it is, regardless of the side or the position. It's just altogether terrible. I don't know how that ever got popular or gained traction.
It is
Terrible.
well, I mean, even like, look, I even gotta say this myself. Like the videos I'll do that get the most traction usually are like drama. So if I got some beef with someone, like those videos get, and there's something about us, even good people that watch me, there's something that like grabs your attention for like little soundbite, like dramatic stuff. And yeah, I mean, you know, the old joke was you used to see like, you know, Crossfire was this show Tucker Carlson was on back in like the early 2000s, like late 90s. And like that's when you started to see this format of like the mainstream media, which eventually leads to like if you watch CNN, some nights you'll see it's the biggest joke you ever see. They'll have like 10 people on a panel and they'll have like a 20-minute segment. And it's like each person's going to get to talk like 15, 20 seconds. Like it's like ridiculous. What do you expect like of worth that's going to be able to go through with this? So yeah, I like it is. It's so frustrating to watch the like shallow. I mean, I think Brian Shapiro, that guy debated, illustrates perfectly sort of the mentality you're talking about.
100%.
Super
100%.
shallow, no depth, and going say what you will about agreeing or disagreeing with me. Like you can see, I debate someone like Pisco or the guy before it, that liberal cluck guy I was debating earlier. Like I'll spend 4 hours just going through one line. So many of these people, it's just like the most surface bullshit that you'll ever see, right?
I think it's like he reminds me a lot of, I don't know if I say his name, but Hannity. You know, the way Hannity used to run his show was just blurt out a bunch of talking points and then move on. And it's like you try to contest the talking points. It's like, no, hold on, we got more talking points.
Yep. No, it's
like,
it's frustrating,
where are
and
we
yeah,
getting with
people
this?
do it on both sides. It really is. It's so you try to go out there and you know at the same time sometimes things could be bad in the opposite end. Like me, one of the things I'm guilty of at times is I talk too much about something to where people lose interest. Like once you're on
Yes.
hour 3 of the same topic, sometimes people are like, okay, you're kind of beating a dead horse. So there's a fine line, and I need to get better at that. But I would rather people trying to explain things in detail than just being like, you know, oh, Trump said to drink bleach, and also he cheated on his wife, and it's like just one sentence. It's like I don't see the
But at the
utility
same
of it.
time, that patience that you have is like it can be lethal to them, you
Mhm.
know, in their positions, because that they're kind of hoping that they're going to red herring enough to where you just lose patience with them and you don't hold them to that position, and you're really good at just staying in there and going like, no, 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 let's pull you back over here. Now, you know, you're sitting right here, and we're gonna get through this because your position is garbage,
Well,
right?
yeah,
And that's where you shine. And I get that yes, people lose attention because we all have social media these days, and this is going nowhere, and let's go to the next thing. But there's something to that, and I guess yeah, sometimes it takes a long time to draw it out of them,
totally
but
agree.
you do it.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Well, Wrongful, I'm going to let you go. I got like 4 more callers to get on, and then I got to yell at people to donate. But man, thank you so much for calling
Everybody donate. Donate. This
Thank
man
you.
deserves it. Thank you, Rob,
man.
for
We'll
having
see
me.
you soon, man. Take it easy.
Albus, congratulations, man. You're like a normal person now that you have no sleep. It's
Yes.
having children myself, man. Bless you.
I don't sleep as it is. Look, I've been here since Ask Rob. I've been in the back since the beginning.
Well,
I know
true.
you have. I feel like this guy's still up. He's still hanging in.
Yeah.
It's wild.
Look,
Good for
I'm
you.
here. I'm here to support the Rob Noer or the Normal America with Rob Noer the best I can.
Thank you.
There's no denying that. Good job, guys. Keep it up.
Thank you, man. We'll talk soon.
Bye.
All right.
Here's Reese with the super chats.
Oh, yeah, super chats. Let's see. $5. All along Nate says there's no way I'm putting 10 pounds of ground beef in my fridge in the truck and not having a mess every time I open the fridge door. Yep. Marky Mark, thanks so much for becoming a member. Appreciate it. Ooh, home stretch now, right? What do we got? Sorry, I was bumping the button. Hour and 45 minutes left. We got some callers.
I think we've made, me and you have made a lot of mistakes going on the last like 5 hours of pushing buttons on the prom wheel.
Just like this.
I remember I was trying to like, okay, what part? We're past the 12 hours. Blackout can't get mad at me now. Which ones can I click that are going to interact with the crowd?
It's funny. Who's Andrew Wolf? Someone's walking. What's that? Is that a criminal? Oh no! The National Guardsman. Yeah, good for him, man. Man, prayers
nice.
answered. Yeah, I forgot that was his name.
Good shout
Dude,
out.
too tired. Yes, that's great news. All right. Remember to keep getting those super chats in. We're trying to get to $5,000. We're roughly $2,500 away. Now, I know if you're sending money of that size, you probably want to go to PayPal or Cash App. The links are out there. Let's go to our next guest, the great James. What's happening, James?
James.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Hi. Well, I got a completely different topic to talk about, and you want to have me cut it shorter? I completely understand. But what I wanted to talk to you about is essentially this: statistics today is like the Wild West, and so I have my degree in statistics, and I see people in the debate community and in other places too, but I wondered maybe we could focus on the debate community, and they're often talking about statistics as if the field is ancient or polished or airtight, and that couldn't be further from the truth. And in the modern statistics we use today is, you could argue it's only a few decades old. And what I mean by that is like all the advanced theory took place in the 1950s or 60s or so. But you could say it's much older than that. If you could go as far back, and I did a little bit of research today, you could go back as far as the 1600s for like the early rudimentary stuff about statistics. However, in the 1990s is when everything really changed, when computers became, the average person could have a computer to do some of the advanced stuff that people theorized about in the 1950s and 60s and such and so on. And so there's a whole lot of problems because statistics is so young, that come like math is thousands and thousands of years old, and that's it's very
So
solid. Go ahead.
So from the perspective of a layman, like one thing you notice if you're debating people is that statistics are almost like polling, which depending on how you word it and what you want to highlight, you could give from the same data set like almost two completely different pictures. Like, is that something that you've noticed?
Yeah, if you have an intentional bias, you can kind of have the story write itself. Like you can tell the story which direction to go almost. And there's a lot of gray zone in statistics. So when I was at school, our professor would often tell us, well, if it looks good enough, like if you're, a lot of statistics has to do with assumptions, and if it looks like it meets the assumptions, it's a visual thing. They call it good enough, but there are some major downsides to that. And there is some truth to it, unfortunately, but also it's very subjective. And a lot of statistics does fall into this subjective category. So you can really push people that are, they put everything, they're just rolling everything they got onto some studies. There's a lot of ways that studies can be dishonest, whether it's intentional or even not intentional. And I think from a lot of my research that I did on this recently, when I was preparing to talk to you, is that a lot of people argue that most people are in the world of they're ignorant, and they don't mean to be misleading, or they don't mean to be dishonest, but it essentially it comes across that way.
Yeah, I think so. So a couple things. Someone mentions baseball. Yeah, I know there's a big fight for like the old school purist and like the stats nerds using statistics for baseball, something like that. Example I would put that like I've seen that really illustrates how if you just change a headline with the same data set, it says two different. It's COVID. So I remember like one of the arguments I used to make all the time was that the COVID mandates were outrageous. And the way I would prove it's to focus on one particular group. And that was people that were not vaccinated, but had a previous case of COVID. And for that particular group, the vaccines made no sense. And I could look at the data and show why. But the problem was the same data set I was looking at was the CDC. And ultimately, they just use a set of raw data that's not sort of indicative of comparing those specific two groups. And they're like, our conclusion is that everyone should get vaccinated. Right. And it's like, but that says actually the exact opposite of what I'm using these statistics to say. Right. That it's like, well, no, the people with the prior case shouldn't get vaccinated. The data seems to back it up. But I think so much of what we do is there's something about numbers and statistics that we just have this inherent trust in, and we're like, oh, that must be true. And so we hear someone say it on some panel and they're like, oh yeah, yep,
Yeah, it's a real problem. And like COVID is a good example. They were like when doctors are, at one point they were advising that children get vaccinated. There really was, they had no data to stand on, absolutely none. And like in retrospect, if they had to do, if you had to do it 2020 hindsight, you'd probably be more honest to say only people that have underlying conditions and the elderly should get vaccinated, and it's your choice because there are potential downsides.
Sure.
Right?
Yep.
But that's not how it was sold. And like intuitively, you don't need a degree in statistics to figure that out. Like everyone can see it, right?
Yeah, and it's very much like polling, though. Once you realize that, like, you could choose to highlight, like, specific things that paint, in fact, almost an opposite picture of what the over-objective data says. It's the same with polling. Like, you could word the questions in a specific way to sort of get whatever result you want. And I think that there's something with polling that a lot of people are like, yeah, I understand to have a distrust list, but it's something about statistics that people are like, ooh, numbers, they got to be telling the truth, right?
I know. It's so dishonest. And people are using they're like trying to hide behind the shield of academics, but they're lacking the robustness in their analysis, and it's very difficult for the average person to pick it apart, say, especially in real time, right? I would struggle myself to pick apart someone's argument in real time. I'd probably like need to do like an hour's worth of research, and then like, oh, now I can say one sentence that, oh, this is not appropriate because but that's hard to do in real time.
Yeah.
And here's something that's crazy. I don't know if you've maybe you're aware of this. About half of the published results in psychology, medicine, and most of the social sciences, almost half of them are not. They don't replicate. So there's basically nothing. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. I've absolutely.
We talk about this all the time. I've already touched on this, dude. I'm so happy, James. Dude, I'm so happy. I never get to meet somebody with my degree. I have so many questions. I have so many things I want to ask. Are you on Discord?
I can. I just joined recently, and I'd love to talk to you.
You should add me. I have so many questions. Like, what's your favorite gray zone? Dude, okay, Rob, he does everything that all of us statisticians do. Did you notice he said it right off the get-go? He goes, I don't live in this black and white. I have this gray. That's how you can immediately tell that he's been through the program, because there is only gray. It's only gray. There is no such thing as anything else.
That is very true. It's very true. So it really makes me angry when people like, okay, this is almost unrelated, but it kind of is related. It always makes me angry, and people are so sure about anything because that's a sign of like being unintelligent, to be honest.
Did they make you take symbolic logic as well?
No, I did take one logic class, but to be honest, I came from a pure math like approach to statistics. It was like the university I went to, they had like 3 statistics professors, but most of them were in math. So I got my degree through the math department, right? And it's hilarious because the math department professors, they all look down on statistics majors as like they're lesser than.
We got so many because I went from a physics route. I was like, "Fuck this!" And I went over.
It's hilarious. Like the math professors, they really don't. They think you're like lesser than.
They just and then you get all fucking cocky with them all. Listen, and then you drop with it. You give well. If you look at the combination here, CN-1, and they get so mad.
But here's what's funny in my thesis presentation to graduate. All these math professors come in here, and I use this one word, and it means something else in pure math terms, and it means something else in statistics terms, and they had no idea what I was talking about until the very end. And I was just like, I couldn't believe it. The frustration was unbelievable. They had no idea what I was talking about, even though they're like, oh well, this just the average statistics student isn't very smart. It's kind of the stereotype.
It's a super stereotype. I mean, why do you think I always get considered the dumb one? I'm like, well, we live in a really we're the hard-headed gray liners.
And the things you can do in statistics can be super dishonest. I see in chat someone's talking about p-values. Okay, p-values are very dishonest by themselves. So most things are not normally distributed, but the majority of statistical methods rely on normality, and unless you go to categorical analysis. But there are downsides to doing that, like you lose some strengths. So people don't like to go to categorical data analysis, and there are other things you can do too that are analogous. But the p-value world, man, we're still living in it. It's going to be another 50 years before we outgrow that stuff. And the main here's something crazy people can do, and the guy was mentioning it in chat, GG. Is if people are hunting for that magical p-value of 0.05 or less, right? But then but you could have a statistically significant result, 0.05 or less, and yet the strength of your let's say your coefficient is insignificant. Okay, so what is it? Doesn't mean anything. So you could have statistically significant results, and it doesn't mean anything because it's like, oh well, like let's say, well, 1% of people are more likely to do this. Like that's garbage.
I'm so excited, dude. I got so many hexadecimal math puns to send you.
It's like I get like some of the most awesome nerdy people and shit. Like I took a probability and statistics course in like 9th grade. I don't remember shit all about it, if I'm honest,
But Rob, I don't know. I don't know if you've ever watched when Andrew debates. Andrew's always saying he's so dumb, right? But then you see he's not, because he's bringing up some of these stuff. So he'll bring up I know. So one thing he really pushes people on is there a meta-analysis? In other words, does it replicate, right? Are people able to reproduce the results you're claiming are valid? And the reason you have to do that, the reason you have to be worried about replicating it is because, like Avra said, it's a big gray zone. So you need.
This is a true stat. This is an actual true stat. But it's because more Alaskans eat ice cream than anybody else, right? And there's more
yeah, he's talking about the correlation and causation fallacy. I think everybody knows that. It's like such a meme that everybody knows it, right?
Yeah.
So everybody knows
it's like Alaskans and Floridians and ice cream, and you can do shark. You can just correlate all. It's fun. It's funny as hell.
One of the things you're talking about replicating. Speaking of Andrew, I remember talking to him about this. There is this stat that's used all the time. You hear all the time if you listen to debates on race and diversity. And there's this. I forget what the paper is, but they use these statistics to show the diversity increases productivity in a workplace, right? And when you look at this now, I was looking at it with Andrew, and we're looking at the meta-analysis, and I found a couple articles. It was like, there's been like 14 different organizations that have tried to replicate this, and they can't even come close, right? It's just like, but what they do is, this study's then cited in all these different other studies, right? But when you delve in, they're not doing their own research. They're just quoting this study, right? So then when you're debating it, people will be like, well, it comes from this source, and then this source, and this source, and they're all saying the same thing. But when you look, it's like, yeah, but it's all the same study. That's not replicatable. It's like, it's not. And then there's other problems with it, right? When you look at the methodology, it's like, it's almost like this correlation causation thing, because it's like, what they've done is they like sort of compared like an increase in productivity or like increase in value of a company, something like that's how they're measuring it. But the problem is, you have to ask yourself the question, are the countries that are already taking off and doing so profitable, like take a company like Nvidia, right? Do they have more money to dick around with doing diversity metrics than like a company that's not doing so well? Probably. So really what you're finding out is, oh, Nvidia is popular or doing well. Not because of the diversity, but they were able to do the bullshit diversity, because when you have extra money and you're kicking ass, it's like, well, we might as well do something, right? So there's all sorts of problems with this, but man, is it cited over and over and over. Every time you have that debate, you'll hear those studies. And it's like, I intuitively know, like, the idea, it's like, there's something wrong if you can't replicate it. It's something we shouldn't trust. And that's one that many people have tried and have been unable to accomplish. So
yeah, the replication deals with a lot of the other problems. Like I made a top 10 list of terrible things in statistics, and cherry picking your data can kind of like give fuel to the fire on the replication issue. Because what people can do is they can there's a lot of ways to do this, but one way is let's say you want to do a certain conclusion, so you don't, instead of deciding like what method are you going to use to analyze your data, you don't do that up front, right? Then you do it after the fact, and you keep changing it and changing it and changing it after your data is all collected. Keep changing your methodology until you get a significant p-value. Now, understanding this, that like a p-value of 0.05, and it's been a while since I visited this, but it means like there's a 5% chance that it was if you that it means nothing, essentially. And so that can compound if you throw 10 different formulas at it, your chances of getting a significant result increase the more tries you do. So you should only be, if you're honest, you only got one try. So you set up your method before your study, and then you do that one method if you're honest. So that cherry picking the data can kind of it's a way to get significance. And you have to understand, people at universities, they get their jobs on the line, so to speak, because they need to get significant results in order to publish their papers, and the university is putting pressure on them to publish papers.
Mm-hmm. Well, hey, thank you so much, James, for calling in.
Get with me on Discord for sure.
Yeah, Avarice will geek out.
Yeah, dude, I have so many questions.
And Rob, I send you a message on X. I know you're busy and got a ton of messages, but
I will check it out. I'm going to sleep tonight, and then I'll try to check it out.
And normally what people do when they need to go to sleep, they just pick up a math book, or I guess you could pull a statistics book would work just as good, maybe better.
I'll probably I don't know what I'll do tonight. I always put on a dumb show I've seen a million times and just fall asleep. It's like, oh, I know what's going on. I never, when I'm laying down, watch something new, because then I'm interested and I don't go to sleep. So it's always like, oh, I've seen this movie 15 times. I'll just fall asleep watching that.
There's a movie I do sleep to, which I've never even made it through. So have you on Netflix, Craven? All right.
Oh, you mentioned this.
Craven, the elevator scene in the beginning, that's how it opens the commercial. I never make it. I've never made it to the fucking elevator scene. I'm always passed out beforehand. It kills me. So my wife and I were coming home, and we're like, all right, well, let's put on Craven. I can actually watch it while one has to sleep. Sure as shit. No, we're both passed out. Neither of us made it past the elevator scene. Yeah. So,
and the other thing is, Rob, you can always push people from margins of error, especially if they're talking about averages or means or medians. Just just put and you just need to push them a little bit. You can always push them for the margin of error. And if they don't know it, then they don't know too much at all.
Mm-hmm. It's funny talking about this. Like, I'm sure there's a way to say this in proper statistical fashion, but I'm debating that guy last night, and we're talking about trying to decide how effective lockdowns were. And I don't know how to word this, but my argument is always something like this. Of course, with different variables, you expect those variables to have some sort of effect, right? So let's say we're trying to figure out something. In this case, did lockdowns work? And so what are we going to do? Well, let's compare a state that did robust lockdowns with a state that did, far more lenient lockdowns, right? But there's going to be a bunch of variables: average age of population, obesity, weather, average healthcare outcomes, et cetera, maybe other comorbidities, wealth. And those could determine, like, let's say we're within 0.03% of a difference in per capita deaths, right? You could say those variables, right? That would that basically be a margin of error because the variables? Am I right about this? Or isn't that how you would term that?
Can you go over that one more time? I'm not sure.
Yeah, so let's say we're trying to figure out if lockdowns work.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we're comparing a state that had lockdowns versus a state that didn't.
Mm-hmm.
So we're evaluating and looking at the outcomes. And let's say the outcomes are very similar. But in this case, the state that did have lockdowns did 0.03% better when it came to per capita deaths. But the variables that we would see, like, obesity rates, average age, etc., would those be things that would make it within the margin of error? How would you reference that?
Right. That most likely would fit in the margin of error. And there's a way to calculate that. So
my point is always,
and that's again one of those that, that goes back to what we're talking earlier, that you can get, it could be statistically significant but also meaningless, and that it most likely falls into that category.
So what I say is, like, look, the difference is this: what we were promised is far different than what was received. It may in fact be that based on slim margins that lockdowns, when it came to COVID deaths, were a little bit better. The problem is we were told it was going to be a catastrophe without them. And that didn't bear out, right? And so the issue I'm saying is, then when we say we're doing a cost benefit, so we say, here's this thing locked down, here are the pros and here are the cons, right? Well, the pros, they can't just say, oh, see, the pros are there. Well, yeah, the pros are ever so slight, though. So it's not going to outweigh the cons, because the cons are going to be like, well, we could have vaccine injuries, or we could have economic downturns, or we could have, mental health crisis, kids losing education, et cetera, et cetera. These are all cons of the lockdown. And
there should be a cost benefit analysis, and people are so dishonest about this, and when they talk about issues,
So yeah, I know that there's probably proper ways to signify all of this, like using statistical language and whatnot.
Absolutely, I think so.
But for me, I'm like, okay, I'm just trying to think through it like intuitively. So,
but I think intuitively, what I'm saying is intuitively, you've already picked up on, I think the low hanging fruit, and I think that's as it should be. I don't think you need some great background in statistics to intuitively figure out a lot of things. And that's the crazy thing. That's another thing that really annoys me about the left, is they're like, well, if you're just more educated, you would see our position. But I mean, I think I'm a counterexample.
Right. Well, hey, James, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it. Hopefully we'll talk soon, though, man. I really do appreciate it.
We're getting tired.
Okay. Hang in there.
Yeah, thanks so much. We're almost there. All right, Avarice, I'm going to take a piss. People, get in those donos, and we're not even at 50%. Now, I know that someone's going to donate $2,500 at the end, but nonetheless, let's just be safe and get the donos in now. I'll be right back.
I don't think he's going to make it.
Oh. How you doing down there,
What number are we at yet? Are we at 3% away? We're 3% away till I play the song. Okay, 3%. Let's get that 3%.
This is the Rob Noer Show. It's not the Noer Rob Show. This is my favorite show because it is my show. If this was your show, you'd probably like it more. But maybe that's just because it was your show. But it's not your show. It's the Rob Noer Show. Oh, if this was your show, you'd probably like it more. But maybe that's just because it was your show, but it's not your show.
Well, here's some
The
song.
RobNoer Show.
All right.
I was not playing with the buttons, I swear.
Oh, Zach Yelby, thanks so much, man. Appreciate the $10. Says, hell yeah. Then we got Marky Mark. Thanks for becoming a member. Really
Yeah,
appreciate it.
That chair's looking exhausted. It's been putting the long shift in today.
Dang right. All right. We got next up.
Oh, fire left. Look at that.
Friend of the show. Yeah, maybe he'll call back in.
I go back.
All right. Now listen. Before we bring on the next card, let me just say for you, it's almost we're getting close. We're at 22 hours and 40 minutes. So we got an hour and 20 minutes left. But I just want to make it clear. I've been up since 8 o'clock yesterday in the morning. So we are approaching we are approaching the 36-hour mark of being awake. 24 hours.
Part is I made an agreement because I thought we were going to be yesterday today. So I was like, I thought I might arrange us to get on speakeasies going on today for verbal combat.
Well, that's what I was planning on, but
I
not
thought that's
now.
So since I already made the agreement, I'm gonna go knock out like 1 hour over there before I.
Good luck.
So
I'm gonna go downstairs. And someone asked if I ate. I had some pistachios and beef jerky, so I ate a little.
My wife made me 4 ham sandwiches. So
my wife didn't. She made you 4 ham sandwiches, and she just had a baby. My wife made me 0 ham sandwiches.
Yeah, my wife made me 4 ham sandwiches, and then she asked how she could make them better next time.
Listen, let's get that final push to the dono going. Let's get it. We're gonna bring in our next caller, our friend Reexamination. How you doing today, man?
Hey, doing all right. I got the Chicago hat representing Chicago cuisine and all things greasy, as opposed to anything that's a smash burger. I like the large burgers. Bona Beef is a great place in Chicago. How often have you been to Chicago? Actually,
I've only been there once.
Did you try any food?
Uno's? Is that the name of the place? A pizza place?
Yeah, it's a deep dish pizza spot.
Yeah, deep dish pizza. It was with the debate tournament, so I didn't get to travel much around. But yeah, that was the one place I remember going. It was good.
Did you go to a downtown one, or did you go to? Okay, yeah, because I'm a suburbanite. I haven't gone to the downtown one. I'm told that's the only one that's good, and everywhere else is like not the Uno's that's downtown. But Lou Malnati's is the place to go as far as I'm concerned for deep dish. There's also Gino's East. There's also Giordano's, and that's for deep dish. But Chicago has other stuff. There's a place called Tortorisi's in Palatine that have a Picasso-style pizza where it's crust, cheese, sauce, toppings with the cheese in there. And so you have basically an Italian-style, what would you call it? Like a grilled cheese plus a pizza in sort of like that form. Yeah, it's just a layer of cheese between 2 crusts. It's amazing with your pizza.
I think it's funny, the different pizzas. There's a place, I forget the name of it, but in Pittsburgh, and they serve pizza cold with cold toppings.
Really?
It's kind of interesting. So like they cook the dough, right? And then they like cook the sauce and then put the cheese and the toppings on afterwards. So it's like the sauce is kind of warm. I think the sauce is warm, but yeah, it's basically a cold pizza that the dough has just been cooked and everything. But I always find it neat. Look at this. Zach says, Portillo's is the best. $10.
Yeah.
Thanks, Zach.
Absolutely. If you're ever in Chicago, you want Italian beef, which I think kicks Philly cheesesteak around the block. But if you want Italian beef, if you want a hot dog, if you want a Chicago style with mustard and the garden vegetables all over it, that's the place to go for sure. There are other places like Super Dogs and Gene and Jude's that people go to, but those are the ones to keep in mind if you're ever in Chicago for any food tourism. We are a food city. We have texture. We have everything that, like, when I go and travel to most places in the country, it's like, wow, I just take it for granted. I've been in New York. New York has some great places. However, can I share my screen? I want to show you what New York pizza looks like for the uninitiated. Let's see. Do I go to this present button here?
Yes. Yes.
Here we go.
And then it'll pop up to leave me shit. Like, yeah.
Let's see. There we go. Okay. So this is just in my travels here. This is Chattanooga. Not bad. Not bad at all. A little froofy. But you go down. Okay. This is Little Naughty. It's a tiny little piece, but that's what that is. This is New York. This is New York. And this is one of those places, like, I mean, my goodness, I could do better in my kitchen, I think. And this is my 3rd year going. I went 3 years to the U.S. Open. see what else I can find. Yeah, this had a ton of celebrity photos on the wall with the owner of the restaurant, and I'm like, this is what you showed up for, Kevin Hart. You know,
It looks wimpy. Yeah, it does.
it does. This was the best place in New York for traditional style pizza. It's called Patsy's. It was down on 2nd Avenue in Lower Manhattan. This was where they filmed Spider-Man, and this is what you gave me.
Oh wow. Again, no good.
I would
Put that in a printer, I wouldn't know the difference.
one of my good buddies is Chicago, right? From Chicago, he's in the military with me.
Yeah.
And he's the only guy I went on a trip to Vegas, and he literally could talk from this trip we started to the trip when we got back. This was a big long trip about Chicago pizza the whole time and why it was superior. And he didn't lead up on it. Like, didn't lead up the whole trip. I mean, from airplane trip, we were sitting at dinner and he was looking around going, that's inferior to pizza this whole time. There's no way. It started the whole trip. And then he goes, and you'll never understand. You won't understand it. You got to go to this. And then he like drug me around Vegas, right? He dragged me. And he goes, you see the sticker one? No, that's specialty pizza. That's only for like your birthday. That's not like the Chicago one. But that's Chicago style, but that's a celebratory Chicago style. That's not the we had to go to all these fucking places. The whole trip was totally bamboozled because of Chicago man and talking about pizza.
Okay. Sorry, I just kind of have to be that guy because I feel like after Jon Stewart, did you see the Jon Stewart Mark Malnati thing back in the day? They had a whole pizza wars between New York and Chicago.
No.
Anyway,
that's the whole thing he brought up. I got the whole spiel about
Right.
New York.
So, okay, some of this is rage baiting, but I also want to talk about, I'll get off the whole pizza thing. We're going to have, there are things that New York does great. For example, New York bagels. New York, if you want to say New York has the greatest bagels, I will not fight you. Leo's down in the financial district is a great place to get a sandwich called the Hangover. You get sausage, bacon, cheese, egg, all between like whatever bagel you want, and you won't eat ever again in your life because you'll be so full. But a second thing I wanted to quickly get to was Pisco. He brought up Brandenburg, and the hardest A I ever earned was a journalism law class. That was my last class I ever took. And the professor described the incitement scenario would be like if somebody was in a bully pulpit, they had an antagonistic crowd there, tensions were high, and he was doing a speech, and there was one guy, there's the guy we don't like, right there. Somebody should get that guy. That was the incitement illustration that the professor gave us. So that just reminded me of that, and I wondered what your take was on that for the discussion about incitement.
Yeah, so it's very interesting because I get the imminence and I get the portion of that right now. I have a different question on exactly what imminence would mean because his argument would be if you said tomorrow, like, hey, we're going down there tomorrow and I want you to beat the shit out of that guy whose house we're passing by. That wouldn't be incitement based on the Brandenburg status because it's not imminent. That I have questions about. But to the idea of incitement in general, that sounds something that's reasonable. The problem is the way that they're saying that Trump engaged with this incitement is they have to read between the lines. So, for example, he's saying things like this. Well, he said fight like hell at the speech at the Ellipse, right? So, and then later he said, we're proud of these patriots that are here, but we know that there were people engaged in violence. But that's like, the problem is this has to speak for the operation of his mind. I think that what the most likely scenario is this, like he did want people to go there and he wanted them to be loud and vocal, but he wasn't suggesting they get violent. And when he's saying we're proud of these patriots, if you go back and look, like when this was going on, we watched this whole J6 timeline video there last week. And it's like, yeah, there were people shoving and there were people that like got beyond the barriers and stuff, but there wasn't like beating the shit out of cops or anything like that when Trump was like, hey, we're proud of you, you patriots, whatever. Then by the time things started to get a little hairy by like 2:30, Trump was tweeting out like, hey, law enforcement's our friends. Like, don't do, make sure you treat them with respect. Then, of course, he said like, a little while after that, you have to be peaceful, blah, blah, blah. If this guy was truly trying to incite violence, why would he be doing those things? Wouldn't he have just stayed silent further? So, yeah, I don't think it meets the standard that you're talking about there. And, like, the idea that it's like we have to read between the lines and say, no, trust me, like, this is Trump dog whistling to be violent. I just think it's trying to shoehorn this in to make an excuse to go after Trump. That's what I think happened.
Yeah, I don't think there's a strong case to say that Trump incited January 6th. However, is it not true that Trump for 3 hours did not send any of those tweets or texts or send any pushback to the crowd?
Yeah, that's true.
That's the part I have a problem with. That's
All right,
Well, having a problem with it's different than the legal
I'm
level
not
of it.
accusing him of incitement. I do not say that he's like, let's pick up, wasn't there a cattle prod there? Some weirdo brought a cattle prod to January 6th.
I think there was someone.
Yeah. He was not inciting in that way. But in terms of like what he allowed to go on without a peep for 3 hours, that's the part I have a problem with. That's all.
Well, so I think my best thinking on this is as follows. So I didn't like the whole strategy in the first place. Now, do I think there were things worth continuing to investigate about whether or not the election was stolen? I do. When we massively change our election system, I think that's something to look at. But my thing is this, right? Like the whole alternate electors and Mike Pence don't certify, for me, it's like, hey, man, you got to put up or shut up. And if by this point on January 6th, you didn't have the goods, I mean, I'm sorry. It sucks. And if you later found out that it was stolen, yeah, you might find yourself in a pickle where it's like, wow, here it is, court. Here's proof that these states were stolen. And they say, but nonetheless, the electors have already been certified. Maybe that happens. But the potential harm of saying, well, we're on a wing and a prayer, so we're going to hold everything up until we investigate this to our satisfaction. I look at it through this standard. If it was, imagine that in 2016, it was Joe Biden that was like, nope, I refuse to certify the electors. We think Russia may have interfered. I'm not certifying electors. We're going to do it. I would have been outraged. I know I would have been. So I totally understand the other perspective of that. I'm like, yeah, I think what happened though, so I'm clarifying, I don't like the strategy. I don't think it's illegal, but I don't like it, right? And here's what happened. I think that Trump's like basically fighting for his political life that day. And he's probably like super like wound for sound, like talking to different people, like get Pence on the phone. We don't see if we can get like, Goser, see if we can get what's Thune up to, like all these people, right? Like, hey, we got to get with Ted Cruz. Let's get Ted Cruz, right? And then he's probably being told, like, there's probably people talking to him and he's being told, like, looks like there's like people that are starting to get chippy with the police, there. And he's like, look, we got to get this done, blah, blah, blah. And by the time I think that it was like, they were like, holy shit, this is appearing to get serious, I'm sure, and I'm almost guaranteed that this happened. I don't know. I think I got a feeling for Trump. He's probably like, yeah, okay, it sucks. Right. And they were like, we got to say something. He was like, why? Will my people, after we watch the lefties, be violent over and over again? After we watch that? Now all of a sudden it's like, I must condemn when the lefties didn't do anything, And then after a while, when they're like, dude, it's getting out of hand, that's when he finally tweets out. But to be honest, that's probably, if I remember looking at it, it's probably like 2.5 hours after the initial breach. Now, again, was the violence that bad? No. But I would be bullshitting you if I said that I would have not wanted Trump to come out much earlier and say, like, look, you gotta be peaceful. We absolutely respect you, but no. And even if you think that like you're being antagonized, you can't take the bait. Don't do that, right? And he didn't do that. And I think that's, I don't think it's a deal breaker that I could have never voted for Trump before, but you sort of get what you ask for if you're Trump then, because they exploited that to paint a narrative that still to this day haunts Trump for a lot of people. And that's on him. He could have used his words. Now, would the Democrats have still smeared it and said whatever he did is going to be? Of course they would have, but for me and for a bunch of people that are more reasonable, they would have looked at Trump in a more positive light had he did that.
No, absolutely. Now, had you debated Pisco on the fake electors thing or Destiny or anybody? Because the smart people I talked to say it was actually fake electors. This is a big deal. What's your research told you?
I don't think it was as big of a deal. So one, we see the court case that dropped it. The prosecutor, like, basically he's making a bunch of claims. It's like, look, it's not illegal to challenge an election. Again, not a fan of the elector scheme, but my understanding is this, that these weren't fake electors. They were contingent electors. And the idea is this. We go back to the Nixon JFK election, and in Hawaii, we actually had this exact situation, well, not the exact, but a very similar situation play out. And what happened was, it's a close election. Like, you probably know the story. It's a close election, right? Nixon wins in Hawaii. However, the Democrats are going to challenge a recount. Now, it ended up not mattering because JFK won the election with the other states. So Hawaii ends up not mattering, right? But nonetheless, you want to make sure that you get the correct electoral count. And so Democrats challenge this. Well, there's no real mechanism to challenge in the sense that there's a deadline that's written in this sort of rules that says your slate of electors need to be in by this state. They need to be certified by this state. They need to be counted by this, et cetera, so that you can have a swearing in. The question is, if there is a challenge, right, that ends up winning, what do you do if the electors have already been certified? And so what they came up with was, we'll push a second slate of electors. And what that'll do is be a holding pattern. And so then if it turns out that we win our challenge, they can say, there is another slate of electors that we can now choose as the proper slate, and therefore we'll be okay. Now, who signs, what makes the slate of electors official? Now, this is where it gets iffy, but to me it looks like it's the governor. The governor's signature certifies this is the appropriate slate. And when the governor only certified one slate, and the slate that he certified was the Republican slate. And still, the Democrats sent their slate. So at that point, the Democrats, if we take the theory of alternate electors, would have been guilty of sending alternate electors, right? But no one thought of it that way because they're like, oh, we understand. This is a contingency, a placeholder. Now, what had happened was it ended up being a moot point anyways, doubly, because the recount actually did occur before the January 6th deadline. And surprise, surprise, the Democrats won. It reversed the result of Hawaii. So the governor did the right thing and said, okay, I'm changing my certification or changing the official endorsement of electors from the Republican slate to the Democrat slate. It went and it was all good. But what would have happened had that second slate not been there and January 6th came about and the recount hadn't been finished, which they were worried would be the case? Then if on the 7th, the recount would have said, actually, the Democrats won, it would have been too late. We don't know what the legal mechanism would have been going forward. It's almost like, I don't know if you're a fan of sports, but like in football, like you throw your red flag to challenge a play, right? You can't throw the flag after the game. Right. Even if you're like, well, wait a minute, that was a touchdown. And they said it wasn't. It's too late, right? You had to throw the flag then. That's sort of what the alternate electors were. Now, so the idea is Trump had a bunch of pending legal challenges. And what this court in Georgia that dropped it said was things like this. It's not illegal to challenge an election, right? This wasn't done like in shadowy, like they were open about what they were doing, right? So it wasn't like really behind closed doors, at least in Georgia. They were filming themselves saying this is the appropriate slate of electors, etc., right? And that it ultimately is not an illegal thing. I still don't like it. I still think it's scummy. And the other thing to say about it is there's something called the Transition Integrity Project that had people such as Michael Steele, formerly of the RNC, that hates Trump. It had John Podesta, Hillary Clinton's campaign manager.
Oh, a bunch of gallery. Wow.
Yes, and all these people, like a who's of people that were formerly at these intel agencies and people that were like big with Bill Kristol, I think, was involved, right? And they had these war game scenarios where they were gaming out. It was like they were playing a game. So like imagine that us three are playing it, right? Yeah. And so you're Team Democrat and I'm Team Republican. And it's like, okay, here's the scenario. Trump wins the Electoral College but loses the popular vote. Okay, turn one. Rob, you're representing the Republicans. What is it that you're going to do to ensure that you like get sworn in as president? And then you get your chance to do it. And so in the scenario where Trump would have won, right, but it had been a narrow victory, guess what the Democrats recommended doing? Having states like California threaten to secede from the Union unless the Electoral College is abolished and passing alternative slates of electors. That was the Democrat strategy, that these strategists came up. They were fully ready. In addition to that, it said that they were collaborating with Black Lives Matter in order to have people to take it to the streets to protest an impending Trump presidency to cause sort of civil unrest that would have illustrated the point to encourage people to have these changes that they were calling for. So ultimately, does that justify me saying, oh, therefore it wasn't scummy that Trump did it? No, I still don't like that Trump did it. Again, I go back to this. If it was me, if it was the opposite, if it was Democrats and Biden and them that was being suggested this, I would have been livid. I would have said this is bullshit. But ultimately, at the end of the day, you could challenge like you could have kept challenging the hanging chads with the Al Gore stuff. And at some point, people like me and you might have said, dude, get over it. Like, How many times are we going to recount it? How many times are you going to refuse to just give it up? Right. But that doesn't mean it's illegal. It doesn't mean that him continually saying, nope, I want more challenges. I think we should have alternate electors, blah, blah, blah. So that's ultimately how I feel about it.
Wow. Got it. Okay. Well, so would you say in summary, scummy is how the game is played now?
Yeah. But that still doesn't mean I have to like it. Now there's scummy I like and scummy I don't. Like scummy I like's like I have no problem whatsoever of being like, hey, The bar for investigating people is very low. As long as there's something that meets that bar, investigate away. I don't care. I don't care if you're investigating Democrats for something as simple as like, mortgage fraud, or if it's something as simple as, back taxes. Like things that traditionally we'd have said, hey, it's not worth indicting a senator. Let's give him an opportunity to make this right, give a small fine. That's sort of scummy, but I'm okay with it. But then there's scummy I'm not okay with. Like, I'm not okay with scummy, like, we're just going to say to heck with it and have alternate electors and push it. No, I'm not okay with it.
Right.
I don't think it, again, much like Trump's commentary on January 6th, I don't think it rises to the level of criminality, but I don't like it. And I understand why there are a lot of people that my co-host of Law and Order, Ryan Mullally, right, that was on the panel with me last night, he didn't vote for Trump because the alternate electors. He's like, nope, can't do it. That's too much for me. And it's like, I get it. Now, I think it's a mistake, but I understand it. I totally understand it. And it's like Trump brought that on himself. And,
I voted for Trump 3 times, and it's mainly because of Democrats, mainly because you have Kamala Harris, you have the Biden administration. One of the things my mind keeps going back to is the fact that the Biden administration gleefully announced through Karine Jean-Pierre, the press secretary, we have this hotline for children so they can call behind their parents' backs if they have any inkling that they're the opposite sex somehow, and then we can take them away and then have them do the surgery and all this kind of stuff. It's like, there's no way. If I have an alternative, I'm taking that alternative. There is no way the government should be anywhere that invasive to subversively use the school system, subversively use any messaging to do anything like that. Because if there's a societal vision that doesn't include that versus a societal vision that does include that, I'm taking the one that doesn't, which is Trump. Even though I voted for DeSantis in the most recent primary, and I voted for Cruz in the previous primary, I still voted for Trump all 3 times, and I slept like a baby, which I hope you do too tonight.
Yes, I will. Now, I will say, I will say, this is very similar to the debate I had with Brian Shapiro and that Andrew Wilson had with Brian Shapiro, which is most people have like an issue that they think is the most important issue, right? And so you're going to make the choice to vote for the candidate that does that. This issue of like sexualization of children and stuff like that, that's a huge issue. Another issue is abortion, right? You can absolutely think that Trump is garbage, but if you're like, look, I give him credit for getting Roe v. Wade overturned, and even though that has precipitously declined the amount of abortions, it is morally the right thing to do. We should not get electoral victory standing on the, bodies of dead children. We shouldn't do that. We need to be principled and stand up. And ethically, that's maybe the most important stance we can take. Everyone will have different things. Maybe, and by the way, I'm not even saying there's wrong answers to most of this. Maybe your most important thing is straight up like, dude, I'm concerned about the economy. Yeah. Which candidate do I think is going to lead to me being able to provide for my family? And listen, people think that sounds selfish. You have no idea. Millions of people are struggling to get by, and when it comes to the difference between I'm picking a guy that hopefully I could continue to pay rent versus I might be out in the street, I understand totally being like, that's it. That's the reason I'm voting.
Well, plus you got a family. Like it's a single guy like me, I don't have to think about that nearly as much. Could be like, I'll be fine on my own. I'll figure it out. I'll make a spear out in the woods and kill some deer or something like that. Yeah. You're like, I got a wife. I got offspring. I got a dog. I got things I got to take care of, and it is on your shoulders. So somebody who's single, like what, 60% of the guys these days, is that what the statistics are saying?
Yeah.
We're single, and so we're like, oh, whatever, we're gonna die someday, we're not getting what we want out of life, which is way too nihilistic, I think. But for those of us who have families, you in particular, and Avarice, congratulations, you family man.
You.
Yeah.
Speaking of, while I have you, so I just have one thing while I got a little cut here.
Yeah.
Can one of you both just where it's right up here, dude? And see, I missed all this stuff now. I wanted to. Okay, so if you guys could just. I want to see who says this best. So right here, give me your best, and next up to bat. All right, you, and then Rob. I just want to see who can do the best announcer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So
all right, want me to go first?
Okay, go ahead.
And next up to bat, number 8, Jeff Hall. There we go.
That's pretty good. All right. And next up to bat, number 8, Jeff Hall.
Oh, that's even
I used to have a friend. I announced basketball games, and I had a friend. I won't say his first name, but his last name was Jordan in high school, and he was number 23, right?
Oh, wow.
So I would always do this, like the worst Marv Albert impression, right? If you guys know who that is. But I would be like, if he made a shot, I'd be like, Jordan, yes! Like, I would try to do that. Like, No one was amused with it. That was my own little. No one knew who Marv Albert was. Then he had that crazy scandal when he got caught in like women's underwear and stuff like that. But forget about that. He had a good basketball voice, Marv. So, yeah, no, it definitely, like, I understand people for reasons that you have absolutely every reason to vote for like that indoctrination of children. But I do understand the people that didn't vote for Trump because of those sort of foibles. And listen, it's frustrating because Trump's big mouth, sometimes it's his best weapon, sometimes it's his worst adversary. And, you know, like I was saying, I was talking to potentially criminal Sean there, that attorney earlier, you know, the idea, it's like, dude, I don't want Trump necessarily coming up being like, yeah, we're going to prosecute James Comey. It's like, that's okay. We all know that's how the game works. We all know that, like, Biden's team's like, yeah, we're going to get Trump, right? But you want to have some plausible deniability that you're not just out there throwing it out there, right? Because it makes it very hard to defend in a court of law and hard to defend in the court of public opinion.
Because you'd be in jail, you know. All that stuff, right?
Yes.
Awesome. Well, hey, thanks for letting me rage bait about my food, and congrats on the 24-hour stream. Congrats on the baby, Everest, and all the best, you guys. Thanks for having me on.
Anytime, man. Thanks so much.
It's time to tank the numbers. I see it coming.
All right, man. Take it easy. So, what we got going on here? Okay. Crucible stuff. I'll get on that tomorrow. Oh, man. What we got watching? So we still got 220 people watching.
Wow.
Oh, real quick, let me check more super chats over on Rumble.
Dude, I can't believe we
AI owns you. $20 says it's the season of good beef stew. It's pretty dang chilly in our neck of the woods. Here's a 20 towards a good chuck. Currently got one in the oven now. Smells good. Hell of a stream. Not one step back. Thank you, man. Love me a beef stew. One of my favorites. You know I like vegetable soup. My wife hates vegetable soup. Like beef and vegetable soup is one of my favorites.
Dude,
she'll make it for me, but
I don't know why people don't like soup. I love soup. So I love soup.
Love it.
Too. Love it. Chili.
Anything. Let's see. All right. Zach for $10 says, hell yeah. And then 20 says, how much to keep you going so you can go on Speakeasy Show? Not happening. I'm afraid that I'll kill. Oh, look at this. I got a special guest. Come on up.
Oh.
Come on. Come on. Come on.
Dog.
There she is.
There.
It's a Dorothy. Let's see. What else? Zach, another 10 says, Portillo's is the best. And then GG, 5 memberships. Thank you. How long, Nate? $5 says Rob's going to crash out before he even turns on the TV. Probably. Bruce, $5. Thank you so much. And Nate, another 5. Says Everest. I need to know. Everest, I'm assuming. I need to know what genetic line to look at to find a wife like yours.
I mean, mine is Mexican. I'm not gonna lie. So.
Oh man. Jesse Marquez.
Mexican, you'll know though.
Says $10. Pay me no mind. I'm just another grateful box. But thank you so much. And then AJC, $100 says to reach 50%. I'm playing Oblivion 4 Remastered. Got stuck at the Azura quest, killing vampires. Got to get more potions. The worst.
Rob, we got to 50%. You know what that means, right?
Oh, okay, go for it.
You know that means the song you don't like.
That's right. One time, go for it.
Yo, from the hills of Pennsylvania, rises a titan so bold. Rob Noer, the voice of the people, breaking the mold. College days at Clarion, debate team on fire. First to qualify nationals, taking it higher. Ziegel-Mueller vibes, crushing opponents with facts. Wins stacking up like trophies, no turning back. Populist, conservative, anti-establishment king. Challenging corruption, making the swamp sing.
Ran for Congress in 19, fighting the elite. No fear in his heart, bringing the heat. Post a normal America, truth on the screen. Rob Noah's the legend, living the dream.
Going once, going twice, Rob's on the rise, debating political grins, taking the prize from college halls to YouTube brawls. He's the boss, destroyed destiny, made him rage quit and toss. Bid high in the feet, no one competes. I'm the opera folded into Wilson beat. We need to get from Cheerio to everything they go fast. Rob Noer's the master, making history last. Korea, debating the woke and the blind. Destiny melted down, left his ego behind. Hut your kind of boy, first amender, two Robs, logic like lightning, cutting right through bad faith. Nah, he's pure fire and steel, conservative coach, keeping it real, conspiracy crusher, calling out lies from Biden scandals to election ties. Political victories in the heart he ignites, running for the people, winning the fights. Normal America's calling, tune in and see Rob Noer's the hero, setting us free. Going once, going twice, Rob's on the rise, debate wins, political grins, taking the prize from college halls to youth to brawls. He's the boss, destroyed destiny, made him rage, quit and toss. High on the feet, no one competes. Brian Shapiro shattered, foes in defeat. We need to get from Cheerio to everything they go fast. Rob Noer's the master, making history last.
He's funny, he's charming, downright handsome and wise, challenging the system, opening eyes. From Pennsylvania roots to the national stage, Rob Noer's the future, turning the page. No meltdown for him, he's steady and strong, leaving opponents wondering what went wrong. So raise up your voice for the man who's unchained. Rob Noer forever, his legacy ingrained. Badass and brilliant, the king of the fray. Normal America rises, hip, hip, hooray. And shut down.
Hey, we made it.
Hey,
We made it.
We made it. You know, maybe we got time for one more.
No.
Right,
Oh, my goodness.
Well, we got time for one more. We did 2,500.
On those streams, we did rants, bits and pieces and facts from the hand. We debated. Rob Noer claims I've never heard before. Behind Twitter doors, talent and provocation. Rob Noer. Not what pundits said to do, making points come true, living issues, hot debates. Rob Noer. Run on streams and heated rants, bits and pieces and bits and pieces and bits. My argument, is it real? It's my takedown. I do not know. No hesitation, no backing down. Just facts and fire. I do not know. From my heart and from my hand, why don't liberals understand my intention? Rob Noer. Rob Noer. Rob Noer. Rob Noer. Conservative populist flair, former debater, no despair, challenging the establishment's game. Rob Noer. Conspiracy theories, bold and bright, in the spotlight day and night. Most of normal America, what a sight. Rob Noer. Running for Congress, PA's call, anti-establishment standing tall, debating destiny, having a ball. Rob Noer. It's my platform. Is it real? It's my vision for the nation. No compromise on corruption, just truth and fight for the station. From my mind and from my soul, why don't people see the goal? My intention.
All right. Ron Quay, $5 says, best video double standard insurrection. Look for mostly peaceful Maxine Waters on Freedom Tunes. Only a minute. No one's above the law. We got 45 minutes left. By the way, we're at exactly 199 donations on YouTube. Now I know someone's going to send $2,500 on Cash App or PayPal. I see it coming. That's all right. Let's see here. What are we gonna do for the remainder of the show?
Do you
45
not think
minutes.
do you guys not think I don't have an avarice song? Like, you guys not think? I mean, it's been in the back burner. It's only when Rob lets me release it is when that one will come out. So that one has already been made, just so you know.
Hey, reminder, if you're watching this Tuesday, I will be debating Adam Kahn Tuesday evening on Modern Day Debate versus who would have been better, Kamala Harris or Trump. So that's a debate. Should be a good one. Let's see. What do we want to cover? Let's see here. Let's check the old bookmarks. Checking the old bookmarks.
Do we have any wheels? Did you?
No, I don't know.
We're not. What do you mean?
No.
Look at Como spent $50. Had you spin me right round, baby, right round.
No. Played a lot of songs today. No.
But not the wheel.
No, we did the wheel once. No,
but you did the Irish song. We didn't spin the wheel for their chance to get Disney.
I don't want to spin the wheel. We're not spinning the wheel. We're not doing it. No.
We got to pass time, Rob.
No. I got things I could talk about.
Oh, you do?
Yes, of course. My goodness. I'm always prepared to talk about something.
What's more important than the wheel?
Let's see.
Yeah, nothing.
All kinds of stuff. That's not true.
Nothing. He's got.
Here's a clip. Here's what we're dealing with. Here. I'm sure this will get me flagged.
And white Americans will soon be a minority, and that's great.
Whites will not be the majority. I mean, it's an exciting transformation of the country. It's an exciting evolution and progress of our country.
We are going to be a.
Did I hear about what?
The Tinder for kids?
No.
Called Wiz? So there was a app called Wiz, and it was a Tinder for children.
That's crazy.
That's yeah, it was Cool was covering it today.
That's insane. No, I haven't heard it. Yeah, that's disgusting.
$10.
Oh, Zach Gilby, thanks so much. $10. Says how much for an average song? Oh. Desk average. I don't know.
No, that's you. You're the one that releases that one. That's on you.
Songs.
No. I just play them. This is your show.
$200. Someone donates 200. We'll play an average song. All right. Got a couple calls to take. We have 45 minutes left. All right. Fight Sport Talk. What's up, man?
What's up, brother? Are you finished taking calls? Because I've had to jump on and off at times. So
no, you can go. Wait, I can break up 15 minutes for you. Yeah, no problem.
Okay, cool.
I'm half asleep. Yeah, 2,500. You got it, GG. That's funny. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, have you really been online for 23 hours?
I have. 23 hours, 17 minutes. Yep. It's my 24-hour stream. Yeah.
How many coffees have you had to take?
None, but I do drink these. You mix them with water. I've had 2 of these, I think, or maybe 3. Energy Rush. But I don't really drink much coffee, so. But yeah, that's about it.
Time and all I've had is Pepsi.
Yeah, well, that's caffeine too.
I do. I don't use energy drinks. I personally just use coffee. I need it every day. But if I do have to have soft drinks because I've got extra salt on my chicken or whatever for dinner, then Pepsi Max is my go-to.
See, my wife is a big she likes like the cold coffee, so she'll buy the that you just keep in your fridge, whatever it is, the off-brand Starbucks like cold coffee. And then she'll get creamers and put some ice in it. But sometimes I'll do coffee, but I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan. I don't drink a lot of it.
Yeah, well, if I have coffee, it has to be hot. I've never been... Iced coffee is not for me. Not even close. And I don't know how people... Well, okay, people like it. It's cool. It's just not my thing. It's one of those things that I drink and then I'm like, oh, that doesn't taste nice. Yeah, so... have you been mostly taking calls about again disagreeing with Democrats, or has it been like?
Oh, it's probably most of the call. So I did a few calls that were long. So early in the night, I did a panel, like starting at 8 p.m. last night, and then I talked to this dude until like 8 a.m. That was a lefty. Then I talked to another lefty for like 5 hours. But the even though they've been smaller calls, most of them would probably people that were just like agreeing with me, or agreeing with me politically. Arguing with me about hot dogs versus hamburgers and stuff like that. So
I saw one of the 5-hour calls where a guy was like talking about the Venezuela stuff and everything. Again, for as long as I can jump on, I'd love to ask you about again the economy, because again my foreign policy choice aside, the fact that I'm a little bit of a hawk, when America does well, the whole world does well, and et cetera, et cetera. So. And last time I was on, when I was only on for a short amount of time, I said that I don't know how to judge this as an outsider, because Biden, depending on where you put Obama, was the worst. And since he was part of both administrations, Biden that is, you could say he was the worst. So I don't know how you come back from that, especially when Trump is having to do dramatic things like, which you mentioned are good. Deportations, obviously, cracking down on the border, putting Stephen Miller where he is, cancelling government projects like USAID, etc., etc. So you said that is good. And again, for as long as I can be on, what other things would you say he is doing that is good, to where maybe this could end up being good, being overall a good thing?
Well, he is trying to ramp up domestic energy production, which I think is a good thing. He's rolling back regulations. That's one of the best things that Trump did in the first administration. What helps the economy. He's got two plans, and it's not all that it's made out to be, but I think it's things that'll be positive for a lot of people to vote for him, and that is the no tax on tips and the tax on overtime being rescinded largely. So I think those things. Ultimately, the big things that he's doing, though, are the border, which would affect the economy, and sort of the tariff/trade deals that he's pushing for. And he's ultimately trying to make a bunch of deals that will increase productivity in the United States. There's sort of a two-part plan that he's illustrating as far as I can see. One is to use tariffs to either increase manufacturing in the United States or increase as a source of revenue that would enable more spending here. And the other thing that's sort of part of his strategy is that he wants to, instead of cutting spending, his plan to like get the debt under control is growth. That's what his plan is. So he wants to have huge amounts of growth. Now, there are things that he's doing that I think are risky and I think ultimately won't pay off, which is it's outside of his hands partly, but there's a lot of eggs being put in the AI basket. Right, so much of our economy right now is contingent on AI doing well, and Trump's touting that. He's saying, "Oh, we expect that AI is going to continue to boom." I saw it wasn't Scott Bessent, but it was one of his advisors this morning that was talking about they could envision 6% growth. But like, I'll just play a clip or two if you don't mind. Here's what's his name? I can't think of his name. Stephen Moore, is that his name? Let me see. Talking just a little, not so much the policies, but so far how it's gone for Trump.
And that it's all in their heads.
You know, I'm really flummoxed by these numbers, and I've seen these polls, and they are all very consistent that people don't like the way Trump is handling the economy. And yet, what the press secretary said is absolutely true. Almost every single indicator on the economy is really strong. I mean, we've had 4% economic growth. The average family after inflation, after taxes, is $1,200 richer than they were at the start of the year. We used to measure inflation at, the one barometer we always used was the gas price. That's down by about 30%, the lowest in 5 years. We have all this capital coming to the United States. The economy, in my opinion, as an economist, is really set up for a booming year in 2026. And yet, the public doesn't. They're not seeing the love, and I don't know why. I can't explain it.
Part of the problem, my dear brother, is that the indicators that you talk about really don't talk about the lived experience of the folk. If you've got 20% of your
and that is
Cornell West who's experience. But yeah, those metrics are right. So real wage growth is up. Now we're still waiting on the most recent inflation and growth data, but it looks promising. So it looks like, what I had said about the economy was the tariff strategy was bold. What you would probably see is short-term pain. And then if they could hold out long enough, you would see that it would increase revenues or encourage companies to come here to increase our manufacturing base. But we haven't seen a lot of the short-term pain. Things have been pretty mild when it comes to that. So ultimately, I think that the sort of things that we see there have, led to positive economic numbers. The most important be real wage growth, jobs for American citizens, and things of that nature. So.
Interesting, and thanks for passing that on, because again, here in New Zealand, we have such a weird system, or it's not really weird, but not to get into the weeds of it, because there's your channel's about America, but there's so little difference between the two main parties that the biggest difference is social issues, but in terms of the economy, nothing really changes much, and a lot of it is because we're a tiny country and we're closer to China than we are America. So yeah, what you just said, I mean, my general hunch listening to a lot of these channels who talk about the negatives, which again is the tariffs, certainly the way Trump went about it, going ham on them immediately was, like you said, risky. Nobody denies that. And But here's the other thing. Again, I say this as an outsider. A lot of the leftists, and a lot of them are ones that you drive crazy in these debates, like Destiny being the most prolific, are the ones who will flat out deny that the border was open during Biden's term. So it's like, I can understand you because this is how you make a lot of your money, but it's like, I don't want to waste my time with people like that. It's just, why do it when they're so dishonest?
Well, even like Pisco, there's things that I like talking about it, but like the obvious things that you see over and over with them, like, it's not a big deal that there was illegal spying on Trump's team, or, no, I don't think it was a political prosecution, the lawfare that we saw against Trump, like the Alvin Bragg, the Letitia James cases. It gets frustrating to deal with people that are obviously being that bad faith, but yeah, I mean, I guess it's content, and it does test to push back against common talking points here. One other economy video I want to play for you. This is Howard Lutnick, who's the Commerce Secretary. Now, this is, I think, grossly overestimating how successful things will be, but worth talking about.
And you focus on the farms and bring the price of groceries down, and you bring down interest rates. Remember, if you bring down interest rates and you bring down energy, you're really grabbing people's pocketbooks and putting more money in them. You've got taxes coming down, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on our Social Security, things like that. These things, and you drive GDP growth, real GDP growth, not the middling growth that we've gotten used to, this sort of 2% nonsense. This economy, the $30 trillion U.S. economy, can grow 4%. It can grow 5%. And I think under President Trump, you're going to see it grow 6%. And people think, oh, these things aren't possible. Lower rates, lower energy, you're going to have that growth. You're going to fix America doing both sides, raising wages, great jobs coming into this country, bringing down the cost of energy, bringing down the cost of interest rates. You're going to have Americans feel good about the United States of America under Donald Trump. And that's what we're playing for. We're playing for fixing both sides of the spectrum.
So just to go on that, we see that the trade deficit's fallen to the lowest number since June 2020. Energy prices are down to about those levels as well, lowest prices in 5 years. So there are things right now that look sort of positive. But I think that's, if I'm being realistic, I think that Lutnick's just full of it, that we're going to see 6% growth. That'd be huge.
Oh, for sure.
That would be beyond what anyone else I've heard is predicting is a possibility. But, with lowering rates, I think there is a possibility that we'll see some more growth, though. There's a downside to that as well. Cheap money means inflation to a degree, so we would see how that works. But, yeah. So, I don't know. Right now, it's not bad. I was talking about this last night. The most recent inflation numbers we have show that inflation dipped down and then went back up, and it's where it started when Trump got the economy after Biden at about 3.0. And wage growth is higher so far under Trump's second term than it was under Biden's last term. So when you consider Biden's last year, under Biden's total term, real wage growth, which is how much you earned more minus inflation, was negative. You actually are worth less under Biden. With Trump, that trend is reversed, albeit still have a long way to go. So, good stuff.
Sorry.
Good.
Well, this is the kind of thing where, again, it's so, mainly because there are so many channels out there, it's hard to actually get the truth, because a lot of channels, it was very obvious, of course, what you just said during the Biden's term, that everybody was just getting swallowed by the inflation and the growth, the worth, and everything. It wasn't there, and the fact that the border was open, and again, just for political points, one side of the political spectrum chose to completely ignore it, and they still deny it. So the kind of growth you're talking about, it's like, if I'm to use specific examples, with people like Alex Jones, he just flies in whatever direction he feels like at the time, so it's hard to get the truth from him. When people like Owen Schroyer, who was just fired by Alex Jones, is talking negatively, it's mostly to do with the Epstein files, which my personal thoughts is I don't think the Epstein files were ever getting released because some kind of corruption people just can't expose without whatever. So and again, when the economy was flooded so badly because of COVID and the illegals, which Trump is starting to crack down on, it's easy to see things could be better and things are going in the right direction, but just in order to get the actual transparency as to whether that's true or not, that's why I'm calling into your show.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's like, I'm no economic expert. I want to be clear. And, it's obviously things are still a risk. Like I said, this AI bubble, people that know more than me have talked about it, absolutely could devastate everything. Like, it absolutely could be the end of the line for so much of the economy. And it's not all Trump's fault, but ultimately he'll be the one left holding the bag. That's just the way it is.
I definitely want to talk to more experts from the 60s and 70s about that, but the AI thing is just a worldwide thing. And the other side, which again, it's hard to find the objectivity in it, is that one country that wouldn't hesitate, or the other side of the world that won't hesitate to rush towards it, no matter how devastating it is for mankind, is China. And it's, again, I don't want to take this Alex Jones position of we have to beat China, so we have to do everything they're doing, but more. He's just a freaking nutshell.
Alex Jones, yeah, what a character.
But there is some truth to it. But I think there is some truth to that America doesn't want to fall behind China because China doesn't second guess things because they're a dictatorship.
Yeah. Well, I don't disagree. And China, there's issues, there's still sort of like geopolitical rivalry from China, right? They're holding our treasuries, right? And who was I talking to the other day that was talking about this? Of course, maybe it was you. The inverse of that is that we are a market that they need. So I think it's definitely a mutual relationship at this point. And I think that you see people like J.D. Vance that are trying to play nice with China. We were playing in the extravaganza, me with Jake Rattlesnake. That's what I was talking about. So we shall see. To be honest, on the best of days, the economy is hard for me to wrap my head around. And when I'm 23 and a half hours in, it's like,
Yeah. Like somebody he's one of my personal favorite. Now, obviously this could all change, but right now he's one of my personal favorite politicians is Javier Milei, because he's a libertarian, but he's not an isolationist. And the changes he made when he got into power in Argentina were so drastic that the economy was hit pretty bad at first. And I don't know how it's doing now. I know Trump has had to bail him out, but and of course leftists don't want to hear this, because socialists were in charge for so long consecutively, that was always going to happen. They were always going to have to they're always going to be hit hard. It was never going to be a smooth road back. So that kind of thing is inevitable. But Milei, a lot of the changes he made, a lot of the drastic changes were positive, and it's hard to see how positive they'll be because, again, socialism for so long never goes well. So it's, yeah, when you realize that there's no fast political fix, and the easiest thing to fix is social issues, but the Marxists and the leftists are so influential, it's hard to get rid of them. You need a powerful figure like Trump or Bolsonaro in Brazil to get rid of them. Yeah, it's an interesting world.
Yeah. Well, hey, Fight Sport Talk, thanks so much for calling in, man. I got like 25 minutes left. I'm going to wrap up the show. But, man, I appreciate it, man. I really do. Hopefully we'll get to talk soon.
Yeah, thank you, brother. And congrats on this is your first 24-hour live, right?
Oh, no. This is probably my fourth or fifth. I try to do one every 2 years around election time. This year I did one last year and this year. This is the first time I've done two years in a row. So,
well, thanks for having me. All the best.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, folks. We are $2,523. That's 50% of our total goal. Now, who's going to be the hero that sends $2,500 on PayPal, Cash App, or anywhere else? Nah, I'm not going to bed yet. I gotta have 25 minutes left. Let's see. Super chats. Bandit, $2 says, a Tinder for kids. Did they call it Kinder? That's horrible. I hope not. Kokomo, $10 says, what is the purpose of life? What do you want to hear? You want to hear what is best in life? Is that what you're saying? Defeat your enemies, see them driven before you, and hear the lamentations of their women. I don't know. What is best in life? Family, being a husband, hanging out with my son. That's pretty much the tops. That makes me happy. I'm bummed out. I didn't get to see my wife and son today, so it's been 24. I did see my wife briefly when I went downstairs. So before I go to bed, I'll make sure I go down and talk to her for a bit. She really is great. I love my wife. She's fantastic. She's funny and she's beautiful and she's just the right amount of mean. All good. That's exactly what I need. Everybody has different, I get it. Everybody has different ways that a relationship could work for them. And, I'm not suggesting things get out of control. We do understand, right, the importance of, a lot of traditional rules. I try to be the provider. I try to make sure that my wife gets to stay at home and be with my kid and be a good mother to him. But, man, I got to say, I couldn't be happier with the way that our situation works. She's really amazing. Yeah, Mrs. Nora is funnier than me. She is she is very funny. She makes me up. She's much more drier sense of humor. Oh, look at that. JW Thorpe, $50 says, always love watching you. Thank you so much, man. Thank you. That's amazing. Now I know everyone's came together and was like, oh, we're going to wait until the last minute and send Rob the $2,500. Well, let me talk about it for a while. First, let's talk about sort of wrap up the show here talking about politics for a minute. It's dark times. You never know what's going to go on with the economy, like we said with this AI bubble. I think Republicans are dropping the ball on a lot of things. Trump's doing things that I'm not exactly happy with, and I try to be as honest as possible about that stuff. I still don't think there'll ever be any repercussions, at least anytime soon, the Democrats will face for their disgusting behavior with the Charlie Kirk assassination. But I think that there's room to move forward. I think I don't have a Patreon. I do, but I don't really use it. I think that the most important thing to do is to understand first and foremost that in these upcoming midterms, we have to do our best to focus on the primaries where possible. Republicans are pretty feckless right now. And as my friend Zach Gelpy was saying here the other day, even if you don't win in a primary, if you could actually threaten people that are these sort of establishment rhinos with a primary, it makes it more likely that they'll end up being more malleable and actually push for things that their constituents want. As long as they feel that they're safe and no one's ever going to touch their position, well, what you see there is that they're never going to change their behavior. I think what the Trump administration needs to do is focus on securing the border more, focus on the economy. I'd like to see him do less with sort of this Venezuelan boat situation, and hopefully, God willing, we avoid some sort of war. It's not something that I would cheer for. I think Trump needs to shore up his messaging. The messaging you heard me just play recently on the economy is good. It's what he needs to be talking about, positive things with the economy. While also, as the message I played yesterday saying, but we understand people are still suffering and blame it right where it belongs on the Biden administration that we saw during the 4 years of his administration. I think that they should be focused on a lot of the things we see of the political lawfare that was used against Trump and the cover-ups of Joe Biden's cognitive decline and the tacit support of calling people fascists that leads to the things like we see these sort of attacks that we see on ICE agents. I think he should go back to focusing on family values, the importance of the family, how we're going to issue some sort of tax breaks for people to encourage families, and keep going back to those culture war issues that talks about the disastrous policies of the Biden administration and Democrats when it comes to pushing trans agenda, LGBT issues. I think he needs to keep speaking up harshly, and I think you've seen an uptick in his popularity in the polls as he's been speaking up forcefully against people that are in this country from countries that aren't compatible with us, like in Somalia, Minnesota with the Somalians. These are the things that he needs to be pushing for. Our job is to continue to try to support Trump when he's doing something good, criticize him when he's not doing something good, try to win these public narratives. And unfortunately, the unenviable position we're in is a lot of the way we win these narratives is to, quite frankly, talk about just how bad the Democrats are. They wanted a disinformation board to censor people like me and you. They'll embrace things like lockdowns. They'll push these LGBTQ issues. They'll push Green New Deal policies. They're responsible for the ACA, Obamacare. They want the mass spending that goes to the groups that they want to talk about. These are the things that we need to be referencing, and above all else, they want mass migration. Say what you will about Trump, but the one undoubtable policy success for Donald Trump, and it's a shame that Republicans won't sign it into legislation, is that through his will alone and his administration's policies through executive fiat, he has basically secured the border. We're seeing lows that I haven't seen in my lifetime. So it's okay to criticize Trump. It's okay to say it looks like we're heading towards a loss in the midterms, but it doesn't mean you get blackpilled. It means you keep pushing forward. So I'm going to continue to take debates. I'm going to continue to do messages to push forth on issues of corruption, these cultural issues and political issues, to try to push forth the message in a way that makes people understand the importance of still getting out there and supporting Trump and the Republicans. The Republicans don't make it easy, and sometimes Trump doesn't either. But I truly in my heart believe that the best for the policies of this country to benefit not just now but future generations is to continue to support Donald Trump and Republicans. Damn clamping. I think that what we need is to understand that there's never a reason to get blackpilled about this stuff, and no matter how bad things look, there's always a path forward when it comes to these policies until we're finally gone. So don't get sad about it. Don't get upset about it. Keep pushing forward. And keep getting these incremental victories. That's my plan when it comes to politics. And I'm going to continue to remind people just how important people like Charlie Kirk was and the message that he brought and how the Democrats cheered on the assassination of him, mocked his wife, implied that he was a fascist, all of those things. So that's my plan going forth politically here. Now, fucking clap button. Now, what am I going to be doing with the channel here coming up? Well, the first thing I'll say is due to your generosity, I think we're going to be able to, we've covered a good portion of the cost of the computer. It'd be nice to get to the goal of $5,000, but barring that we aren't able to get there, with that money that we've got, I think we'll be able to buy this new computer. That's going to help me with a couple things. One, for some reason, the current computer I have now, it won't let me do recordings on OBS, and I'm such a boomer. That's the only place I know how to do little fun stuff like this. Hello, it is me, Bernie Sanders. Wait, Bernie, you get the point. So we'll be able to go back to doing some more fun stuff like that once I get the new computer and download OBS, and hopefully it's not screwing with me like it is on this computer. Second, we'll be hopefully doing more debates and invasion type things. Maybe not necessarily TikTok invasions, but we'll try our best, right, to do something like that. But also setting up more debates. Third, it will allow me to be able to do things like go on shows like Piers Morgan, right, which is something that I intend to do. I also plan on doing some more in real world events and trying to get my brand and the brand for people in the Crucible out there even more. Now, a couple of the projects that I am trying to work on. First, I think it's important that I go back on Tim Pool's show if I'm proffered an invite, and it looks like that's something that will be available, barring Tim deciding to not do his show anymore. Another project that I've been working heavily on is Word War. It's something that I'm interested in and hope they do well. And I understand that Andrew's not working with them anymore, but I continue to wish them well. And I think that as long as we could work details out, that I will be heading out there to work with Word War, at least for their first event and maybe going afterwards. But we just have to see how the timing works out, what the offer is, and all of that stuff. But I couldn't be happier than the progress I have made on this channel. I didn't really do a sort of thank you stream to everyone, so I hope that this sort of qualified as it. It's really humbling to know that I could do this as a career now. The best part about it is that I get to spend every night with my wife and kid now, well, barring if I'm on the road or something, but I had no idea until I started doing this how much I was missing as a husband and a father. I quite literally was gone at least half the week every week unless I took vacation time. So it was depending on the week. I would either go in Saturday at 2 o'clock or like Saturday at 8 in the evening, and I'd be there straight through until Wednesday at 2 or 3. Then most of the time when I came home, I had to do trainings on the computer. Then I'd have to drive out to Pittsburgh every other week, do trainings there in person or have meetings that we were out there in person. And what I started to realize was that I was missing a lot of good moments with my son. And my son entered T-ball this year. It was his first year, and I was going to miss everything. And because I was able to do this show, I was able to go to every single one of my son's T-ball games and practices and be an assistant coach. And that means more to me than you'll ever know. And so I just want to thank everyone for all your donations. I know it's a weird feeling. I still feel weird about it, right? Where I come on here and ask for donations. Like, for goodness sakes, I got $2,600 of donations today. And I still feel like I got to be like, oh, we're only 53% of the way there. Let's continue to get that 47%. Right, so I know that it's like, it feels weird to me to do this, but you guys make it easy, and I'm so happy to be able to do this sort of stuff because you all have been generous, and that's what it's about. There have been awesome people that helped me out, like my good friend Avarice was helping me here, Black Elk, Black Elk,
This is the
tremendous.
Rob Noer Show.
Maybe not Avarice. No, I'm just kidding. Black Elk, who's been tremendous. All of my mods. We got EOD, Are We Not Men, Naughty Germ, Achilles, Sense Forehead, and everyone else that helps me out here. And plus just a litany of people that call in all the time that are tremendous. People that donate huge amounts of donation and people that donate consistently even smaller amounts of donations. Like, it just is absolutely amazing. And more than the money or anything like that, it really... I just wanted to say that, like, the community that we have here really means a lot to me. And I hope that it means a lot to some other people out there, too. The people I've met just in the basically past 6 or 7 months that I've been streaming has been absolutely tremendous, that I've been doing this full time. And I don't know that I'll ever be a super rich person when it comes to finances. I don't know that I'll ever be the biggest streamer in the world or anything like that. But, man, it feels good to know that there are so many people that enjoy watching. And some of the best things I get are when people just say small things like, hey, man, I had to work a late shift last night and it was great listening to you until like 2 a.m. or, you know, when I talk to people that talk about like how much I mean to them and their life and their family, like those things really matter to me. And I'm one of the luckiest people to be able to get to say that I have something where it's a job that I love doing. I think you could tell. I mean, for goodness sakes, last night, the whole plan was I was going to go to bed by midnight. I ended up staying up the whole time through because I love debating so much and love just arguing with people that disagree with me. So to be able to do that, and then to be able to hang out with people that agree with me or appreciate me or like me, and like the content I'm doing, it just means the world to me, especially when it means that I can provide for my family. So I know that it sounds cliche, but I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Thank you to everyone who gives those donations. And even if you're someone who can't give the donations, just know that I really appreciate you. And I don't always say everyone's name, but trust me, like I get to know you. I get to know like your avatar, your name, and things like that. And half the time I find myself like in the middle of ranting or in the middle of doing a stream and I look over and I just see the comments flashing by pretty quickly. And it's interesting. Like, I'm like, oh yeah, like I know that person and that fits in with their character or not. And it was amazing to meet so many of you at DebateCon as well. Another thing we have coming up where the channel is, we're going to have the merch store that's going to be up and running soon. So I can't wait to do that and be able to get merch out to you guys. Look at that, hats. We're going to have hats. We're going to have shirts. Look at that. Shirts are cool. People like shirts. So we're going to get all of that sort of stuff out there, and I hope that you all appreciate it. So I can't wait. I might get some merch myself.
It's not the Noah Rob Show.
So now I didn't get any of the haters calling in today, but let me say this. There are very few people of the ones I've interacted with that I actually truly despise and hate. There's been a lot of random drama that I've been involved with and a lot of debates that have got contentious. And as far as I'm concerned, I just want to make it clear. I can't think of anyone that's done something that I could personally direct to them being way over the line. Of course, you still get messages here and there that are disgusting, but I'm not going to put any blame on any specific content creator or anything like that. So I hope that people appreciate that when it comes to sort of like any personal beef that I've had with anyone, it's not that important to me. And I hope that they feel the same way. Call me a fat piece of shit. I'm an idiot. I'm a blowhard. Even people that have done things like Photoshop things to get me to go in and tweet with them. People that I don't want to interact with anymore. I don't really give a shit. And I mean that not in an insulting way, but I mean, I don't give a shit in that it doesn't really bother me that much. And I don't wish ill to the vast majority of those people. I just don't. That doesn't mean I'm not going to continue to be a blowhard or be an asshole and go hard at people. It's just who I am. It's in my nature a lot. Right? But I just don't care. And I'll be honest, there's a lot of times people will reach out to me and be like, did you hear that so-and-so said this about you? Or did you see they put a new video up about you? And I just don't care. You know who thinks the world of me? My wife. And my son, I think, likes me a lot too. But my wife watches my show from time to time. And that's who I'm worried about disappointing. So when I do something, I'm like, did that go too far? That's who I go to. And so far, she's pretty good. She says I'm doing all right. So as far as I'm concerned, that's good enough for me. And I'm not going to worry about stuff. So I'll probably do a refresh on a lot of the accounts that I had banned on sort of the chat and any other platforms that I had. Now, a lot of those people, it's going to be a mistake because a lot of them were straight up bots that were doing things like coming over and over again and typing slurs. But the problem is I don't remember which ones were which. So hopefully the bots aren't too clever that they're going to come back to me. But if so, I guess we'll deal with it then. Oh, that's right. Army Not Man. I forgot to add the new emoji. I'll get to that. Army Not Man, all the great emojis you have, that's because of him. He put together all those emojis. So you got Avarice that's putting together so many of the songs and things like that. Black Elk that's put together so much on the back end with the videos you see up, the thumbnails, a bunch of stuff that he's working on the back end. EOD did a great job of putting together the Discord. So if you enjoy that. So I just have really tremendous people that are working around me. And it's actually very amazing. So
thank you, Rob.
Oh.
Thank you, Bud. Like you're sitting here thanking us, but you give us hours of entertainment and debates. And I know you're not good at getting it, so I'll fucking say it for everybody. Because there's a whole fucking chat here saying how much they love you and how much they care. And, you know, we're all here and enjoy being here. So
thank you, my friend.
And I think a special guest just tried to connect.
I was going to say, before we bring on that special guest, the last person I wanted to thank here is, despite all the fucking big man talk and, you know, all the scandals and controversies and all of this shit, the only that I'm able to stream full time, the only reason is because my friend Andrew Wilson, when I was going through a tough time with my job, said, quit your fucking job and go stream full time, and whatever money you need, I'll pay you. Just don't even worry about it. And I will always and forever be in debt to him for that. I think that he's been incredibly generous to me in a lot of ways, but that moment where I was having a real rough time with someone that I deeply cared about, that I worked with, that was having some real bad medical issues, and it looked like I would be out of a job. I didn't have to reach out to him. He reached out to me immediately when he heard me talking about it, and he had me come on. Now, I know not everyone that watches me is the biggest fan of Andrew Wilson. They might not agree with everything he says. They might not like the way he debates or whatever. They might even think he's a jerk and he's talked harshly about people, and I don't give a shit. You can have all those opinions. I really don't care. But I'll tell you this, the Andrew I know is one of the nicest, most generous guys I've ever met. And me and my family will always be in debt to him. And not just him, but all the awesome people over at the Crucible, which really has welcomed me in. Sometimes they've welcomed me in by some of them on the Discord, the Foundry Discord. It's fucking brutal. Sometimes they threaten to kick my ass or said I'm a fucking idiot. Other times they've helped me with like tech issues in the back. They've helped me by just being generous, helping me with research and a bunch of other stuff. So I couldn't be happier. I think to the extent that we have an amazing community here, I would be lying if I didn't say that not only are a lot of the people that are here and part of this community that make it great because they've directly came over from the Crucible, but also because Andrew helped me, like, not just by giving me advice, but also by watching him learn just how to be your natural self and interact with an audience to build a community. So, you know, I just wanted to say thank you to Andrew, thank you to his wife, and thank you to everyone else over at the Crucible that made it possible for me to be able to stream. So hopefully to many more 24-hour streams, just no time coming up here. But on that note, speaking of the Crucible, one of the people, there he is, that's integral to the Crucible. Here he is, our man, Mr. E, who I always love.
How the fuck did I end up here?
Appreciate. I don't know. What's up, man? How you doing today?
Oh, good, man. Just running around doing errands and now getting ready for a stream tonight. Yeah.
What time are you guys starting?
In an hour, like at 9 p.m. Eastern.
I would stay up and raid you, but I cannot. I've been up like 38 hours now.
I can see 23 hours and 56 minutes you've been live.
Well, so what I was supposed to do was I did a panel last night, and then I was supposed to be in bed by midnight, sleep in, wake up at 8, do the 24-hour stream. And instead I ended up arguing with some dumb fuck liberal until 8 a.m. and was like, well, I guess we'll just run her through now, 24 hours. So it was like, yeah, I woke up at like 8 o'clock yesterday morning, and I've been up ever since.
Yeah, he was ignoring all of us, like all the mods. He was just ignoring, just deadline to this debate. So I was like, "Fuck it, I'm just gonna do computer work." I was just sitting over here doing work.
Well, I was dog walking him, and the best part was he was like, "Oh shit, I'm gonna be so tired at work this morning." And as soon as he told me that, I was like, "I'm keeping this motherfucker up all night." So he kept being like, "I gotta go." I was like, "Yeah, it's okay. I guess you admit you're wrong." What? I'm like, "That's right. I can stay up all night, motherfucker. I can do 24 hours, but you have fun at work." I like that, you know, so. Oh, man. So, what do you guys, are you doing a chill stream tonight, or?
Yeah, sort of, just like a watch party. Rachel's debating that debate coach lady. That looks like, looks like a troll on NDD.
I didn't even know.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, Andrew's going to cover it, so.
I'll have to watch tomorrow.
I'm watching
That's
that
great.
today.
That's going to be an
I'm
ass
not going to
whooping.
sleep. Fuck that.
Yeah. You're going over to Verbal Combat, aren't you?
Well, I have to. Yeah, I promised I would, so I'm going to go do that. But I'll have the other TV on.
Tell my son hi.
Yeah. Yeah, you can still raid over. Andrew will probably start early. He's supposed to start in like 39 minutes.
I'm done
in. Start early.
I'm done in 3 minutes. That's 24.
No,
I'm out of this motherfucker.
You still have a whip song.
Now.
Yeah, look at the donuts.
No,
Look at
no. I agree. Definitely no
look
whip
at the
song.
donuts. Look at the
Definitely
donuts.
Wait, I
no
do
whip
have
song.
some.
Yeah.
Torch Flare, thanks so much. $100. Thank you. Says, congrats on the 24-hour stream. I really enjoyed listening to your streams while at work. Can we get a whip song in a punk rock polka style with male vocals? I promise we will remind me. We'll make that for next time. I don't have the energy.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. Wicked. Well, thank you so much, Torch Flare.
I try to do that.
Yeah, we'll do that some other time.
Yes,
I promise.
yes,
I
I
promise.
Wicked Wally, $5 says, I've donated to Rob for many years now with 2 clear goals in mind: to tell jokes and to replenish Hank's Lego fund. Wasn't it like the joke used to be I had that all the donos on my channel were fake and they were all just designed to like leech Wicked Wally's money? Like, that's all. It's all big conspiracy to drip him dry $5 at a time. So, Working Bones, $2 says, hey man, love listening to you. Keep it up. Thank you. And Offspring, $2 says, you kick ass, Rob. Thank you so much. Ron Quaid, $2 says, drama. Oh no, not the fucking Panelverse. Oh, I guess for old time's sake, right? Where are we going to
I think he doesn't know the power of the Panelverse.
Oh shit! Not the Panelverse. Oh no! Not the fucking Panelverse. Beware the Panelverse. The foul of the Panelverse. Who could know the great Sarah Tomato? The power she wields. The power of the Panelverse. Oh man. Thank you. Oh shit, I'm losing my voice now. I feel it. And then Real Madrid over in Rumble, $5 says, thank you for the great content for wrecking Coder last night. Sounds like Mr. E is feeling better. Feeling better,
Starting
Mr.
to
E?
anyway.
Yeah. Now I'm getting. I just need sleep. That's all it is with my voice.
I sent out the emails this morning, Mr. E. Thanks for the update. I just happened to stay up all night, and I just remembered because I was still awake.
Nice.
I don't know what you're talking about. DM me.
Nice.
Just DM me. Dude, I was running around doing shit. I'm trying to get like my passport and stuff sorted out.
Email the location specialists about certain.
Oh yeah. Okay, well don't worry about that. Just DM me that shit. You don't have to tell me that stuff on stream. Don't worry about it. None of these fucking people's business anyway.
Now listen. Before
That's
I
right.
go,
Fuck you guys.
Shit. Before I go, one last push. We're at 54%. So a small one-time donation, a pittance for some of the big spenders around here of $2,500 will get us to the $5,000 goal. Now, listen. All right, I'm going to cheat a little. Here's what I'm going to do. I don't know when I'll be streaming next. I'll probably take tomorrow off, so I'll probably be back Sunday. I will show you on my Cash App, $RobNoer, or my PayPal at Robert Noer. Now, here's the deal. Even when I'm off stream, you could still send me that $2,500 that you were about to send, and we'll still count it. As long as it's in by next time I stream, we'll say, we did it. We hit the goal. So I can't believe you guys sent in $2,600. Thank you so much. It's really incredible. So I clicked to raid over to your man, Mr. E, your best friend.
Who?
There he is. See,
Mr.
I gotta
Rattlesnake.
get the the screenshots you have of him are like high def. I had to like screen cap this, and look how fucking fuzzy it is. I screen capped
Yeah, it's pretty fuzzy.
It's pretty bad, but it adds to the charm. You know, low res Australian there, Jake Rattlesnake. So I don't know what he is covering, but it's been.
I saw I think Charlie Kirk on Pierce Morgan or something. Or not Charlie Kirk. Not Charlie. It's not Charlie. Why is he Charlie Kirk?
Steven Crowder.
What?
Crowder.
Have you been up for 24 hours too?
Yeah, I've been up the whole time. Yeah.
What's wrong with you? Okay, yeah.
Hours.
Jake was on Steven Crowder.
Crowder.
Oh, Jake was on Crowder. Great.
Well, he's supposed to have been. I don't know if it actually happened or not. I don't really track his stuff outside of what we do together.
Right. Well, good for him. Jake's a great guy. I enjoy work. Even though
he's all right.
He makes a bunch of fucking weight jokes. No, I'm just kidding. Ron Clay. power times 1,000. Is that what we're doing?
If only it were that easy, eh?
Yeah. Oh, I got it.
Yeah, that's your 25,000. Yeah.
Thank you. Well, you guys are the best.
And not even 250 times 1,000. Is that right?
Let's see. Let's move that decimal point. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'd be 2,500. Yeah.
Canadians can't do
Snipers working the.
Oh yeah,
tonight.
it would be because 2,500, not 25,000.
I'll take
Yeah.
25,000.
Hey, I've been dealing with bureaucrats all day, so my brain is also melted.
Gosh sakes. All right. Well, Mr. E. Avarice, thank you guys so much. I'm going to send you the back and then say goodbye to everyone. Thank you guys so much. I'd stay up, but it's been a day.
Good shit, man.
Thanks. Always appreciate it. I'll talk soon, Mr. E.
Nice to see you, chat. Have fun.
Avarice,
Bye.
thank you, man. I appreciate sticking with me the whole day. It means a lot. So, all right, guys, we did it. We made it 24 hours. I'm pleased with it. I hope you guys liked the show. It was ill-planned compared to most of my 24-hour shows. I hope I brought you a lot of debates that I was debating against people. I hope you enjoyed the calls. I hope you enjoyed everything that we talked about. So you guys are the best. Sunday night at 10, hopefully I'll be back. I'm going to take tomorrow off. I got a Christmas party. I hear one of my relatives knows Santa Claus, and he'll be there. So should be fun. I think my son will be pleased with the whole thing. So Crucible, 9 p.m. Eastern. There you go. Debate watch party. So that'll be coming up in about 34 minutes. So go. You got time for a piss break. Go over. Zach Gelpy, thanks so much again, man. Always appreciate hearing from you. $10, appreciate it, man. And also, whoever just sent me $50 on PayPal. AB, thank you so much, man. It means a lot. Says, eat shit, carry on, bro. I will eat shit and carry on. That's another thing I wanted to say to Zach. Like, they don't say shit hot dog, but they do say shit burger, right? Mm-hmm. All right, we're raiding over to Jake Rattlesnake. I'm going to go get some sleep. As we go away, if you remember one thing to push for culturally and politically, remember what's represented by Charlie Kirk. Understand that the people that celebrated him are indicative of what we face when it comes to these political situations. So go to church, raise a family, say a prayer for everyone in the community, Charlie Kirk and his family. Thank you so much, everyone. We will see you all Sunday. God bless you all. And as always, have a good one. Enjoy the raid of Jake Rattlesnake. We'll see y'all. Send that money on PayPal and Cash App, $2,500.
Only in America is it possible to say, you know what, I don't like the way the country is going, and to do something about it. Take that risk. Take that leap of faith. Stay involved. Trust God and act obediently. Romans 12:2 verse. That God will use all things for good for those who love him. It's bigger than you. I want you to remember that. It is bigger than you. It's bigger than me. You are here to make somebody else's life better, the pursuit of liberty and freedom. You know what gives me strength? The hundreds of thousands of you that say, Charlie, keep going.
1 Corinthians 5 and 15. So that's all pretty amazing evidence, not just intra-biblical evidence, but extra-biblical evidence that Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord and God of all.